Simply for having out-of-place pink hair, this little girl was destined to be discarded. However, a single chance encounter is about to steer her destiny in a completely different direction. When Ailen opens her eyes, she's greeted by a scene straight out of medieval Europe, right down to the plush bed she's lying on. The mattress beneath her feels entirely different from before, and the suddenness of it all is overwhelming. Feeling the situation is absurd, the little girl decides to carefully observe her surroundings first. Thanks to the keen senses of a seasoned fantasy romance reader, she realizes she's been transported into a novel. She's read hundreds of stories, but she never imagined she would actually become a character in one. In the 21st century, she was shunned by her family. They exploited her to the point of exhaustion. She struggled for years before finally moving out on her own at 20. For 3 years, she relied on her own abilities to earn a scholarship and get into university. Fortunately, her resilient spirit and vast knowledge keep her from panicking. After seriously gathering information, a horrifying truth is revealed. This is the world of her favorite novel. The beastly sculptures and dragon paintings further convince Ailen of her judgment. The deciding factor is that this family bears the name Itam, which is the main stage of the story. Because of this, she knows the family's history. She knows this family like the back of her hand, including the countless unforgivable crimes they've committed. The Itam family possesses the bloodline of dragons, granting them unparalleled supernatural powers, but there's a price for that strength. That price is a berserker illness. The stronger their abilities, the more severe the illness becomes. The female lead is set to appear when the Duke hits rock bottom. He will adopt her into the family and cherish her deeply. The heroine possesses the ability to soothe the berserker rage, coupled with a warm, sunny personality. Thanks to this, despite living in an unstable family, the heroine is pampered by everyone. In the present, the newly transmigrated Ailen is silently rejoicing, thinking someone will finally love her. But the next second, she looks in the mirror and is greeted by a head of pink hair. Ailen is horrified. The heroine is supposed to have black hair. Could this mean she's the illegitimate child who only appears for a few seconds before being thrown out onto the streets? The Itam family has a contract with the Black Dragon, making procreation as difficult for them as it is for dragons. Offspring in the family are incredibly rare. According to the plot, Ailen is the child of a philanderer from a side branch of the family, born to a commoner. Her original parents only knew how to party and passed away when she was still an infant. Although the family head was furious, he decided to keep Ailen because she was too young to know any better, and Itam children were exceptionally rare. However, during the New Year's party on her 5th birthday, her bloodline is questioned. Despite bearing the Itam name, her beast form turns out to be a lizard. Her existence is despised even by the lowest members of the family, and she is ultimately beaten. She's humiliatingly cast out of the house, becoming a tragic character from beginning to end. But this is no time to give up. The little girl takes a sip of hot cocoa, and the maid, Mila, notices. Mila hurries over and asks caringly, "My lady, why are you sitting here? It's very cold." Ailen sighs and replies, "Because this world is too hard." Mila chuckles, "Goodness, what could be hard for Our Lady?" Ailen knows the other won't understand. Mila always takes diligent care of her and is the only person in this world who cares about her. But the maid's next words nearly make Ailen spit out the cocoa she just drank. Mila says, "It's your 5th birthday tomorrow. You must be feeling unsettled because you're about to get a year older, right?" That's right. Tomorrow is not only her birthday, but also the day she gets kicked out. Before that happens, she needs to find a place to stay. She vaguely remembers the story describing an orphanage founded by a hero. It offers the best care in this world. Not remembering the exact address, she has no choice but to sneak into the library to search for it. As she pushes open the heavy door, out of breath, she sees a strange man leaning elegantly against a bookshelf. His black hair is unmistakable. His luxurious attire indicates he belongs to the direct lineage or a powerful side branch. As if sensing her gaze, he turns his head, tilting it slightly to ask, "Kid, do you know where the books on divine magic are?" His voice is incredibly gentle, and his smile is charming. The smile on his lips is so friendly that it momentarily dazes Ailen. But when he doesn't get an answer, he immediately turns away with a look of disinterest. At this moment, Ailen recalls the description of Arno Itam, sharp features, brilliant golden eyes sparkling as if filled with honey, and jet black hair that seems to absorb all darkness in the world. Oh no. She's just run into the future head of the family. She must answer him immediately. Maybe he'll put in a good word for her tomorrow. With that thought, she points him in the right direction and starts looking for the book she needs. Finally, she finds a directory of orphanages on a shelf. Just as she flips it open, the man suddenly leans in close. "Why are you looking at a book about orphanages?" His voice startles her, and she falls to the floor. She reluctantly explains that she's studying, hoping her bright smile will be enough to deceive him. Little does she know, this chance encounter has just altered everyone's fate. The black dragon lineage has produced a baby lizard with a pink body and blue eyes, an adorable but dangerous secret that must never be revealed. If she's discovered, she will surely be kicked out of the family, and tomorrow is the deadline. The man before her is the future family head, so the little girl uses every sweet-talking trick in the book to get him to leave, but 2 seconds later, she loses control and transforms into a lizard. Luckily, she has already found the orphanage's address. She remembers that the master of the magic tower also stayed there once, so it must be a safe haven. Just then, a shiny object on the ground catches her eye. She looks down. It's an exquisite silver ring, inlaid with a ruby and engraved with a high-level magic circle. Recalling Arno from earlier, this is likely the jewelry that helps him suppress his berserker episodes. This is a real hot potato. Even though her identity will be exposed tomorrow, she still wants to buy herself a little more time. Suddenly, the man turns back. Terrified, she scurries under her dress, feeling both lucky to have 4 legs for speed and terrified that he'll discover her true form and execute her ahead of schedule. Just as he gets closer, Ailen finally turns back into a human. Fearing his wrath, she doesn't say a word. She immediately offers the ring with both hands, looking at him with a fawning expression. "This must be yours." Arno smiles and extends his hand, observing the girl's attempt to act calm. He thinks to himself that this child is quite interesting. As for Ailen, after returning the item, she quickly finds an excuse to slip away. It's not until she's back in her room that she finally breathes a sigh of relief. She doesn't have much time left. First, she must gather all the assets she can carry. Second, she needs to devise a perfect escape plan. No matter how much she delays, the New Year's gathering has arrived. The Itam family truly lives up to its name as the continent's most powerful clan. Despite their difficulty in having children, their long history means their numbers are still vast. While she is lost in thought, the grand doors swing open, and the noisy hall instantly falls silent. The head of the Itam family, Duke Maya Itam, enters. The old man, with a scar on his face and an imposing aura, leads the direct family members into the hall. Just as she suspected, the man from yesterday was indeed Arno. He also spots the little girl, stops, and waves at her. Her mind goes blank, oblivious to the hostile glares from everyone around her. She absolutely cannot afford to anger Arno right now, so she quickly waves her tiny hand back to show respect. A stir of emotion runs through the man. How cute! The butler begins to announce the opening of the New Year's meeting. He asks everyone to present their brilliant plans. Ailen is startled. What plans? Why didn't she know about this? A chubby man steps forward with a document, but in the next second, he is harshly scolded by the family head. That's right, the so-called New Year's meeting is actually a progress report. Anyone who performs poorly gets a severe tongue lashing. No one dares to face the wrath of the old man. She's only 5 years old, so a slightly subpar performance should be understandable. But reality slaps her hard when she's asked about her plan. For the new year, Ailen's mind goes blank. Under the pressing gaze of the old man, she blurts out without thinking, "I hope to leave the house safely." Unexpectedly, Maya misunderstands and thinks the girl wants to run away from home. Faced with the little girl, Maya couldn't. Faced with this misunderstanding, the little girl is terrified. She recalls defending her thesis in her past life and doesn't remember ever being this panicked. Just as she's about to confess the truth, news of a mine collapse saves her. Although there are no fatalities, many are injured, requiring the family head's attention. The old man, suffering from a headache, declares the meeting postponed. But he has no intention of sparing those who have been slacking off. All of you follow me, as a way to atone for your sins. The ones who were called out break into a cold sweat, their faces pale. Maya finds this even more irritating. How could these useless people share the same bloodline as him? As the head of the family, he must step in and discipline them. Seeing them constantly wiping their sweat, he bellows, "What's this pathetic display over a small matter? Do you want me to send you to meet the gods right now?" Ailen is startled. She doesn't have a handkerchief. Is she going to die here just because of a handkerchief? Looking around, everyone is fumbling for their own. She has no choice but to use her ultimate cute act, hoping some kind knight will lend her a handkerchief. Sure enough, a man is completely won over by her cuteness and immediately agrees. Just as the girl reaches for it, Maya snatches the handkerchief away. "Who said you could let her follow? This little brat isn't even enough to fill a monster's tooth gap. But at the next New Year's meeting, you will be the first to report." This is no different from sending her to her death. How is she supposed to explain why a 5-year-old wants to run away from home? Her identity as a lizard could be excused as childish ignorance, but today's ambiguous words have only brought shame upon the family head. No matter what, she'll only die a more miserable death. As if seeing through the girl's fear, he says, "One more thing, prepare well. See you in a few days." Ailen is utterly bewildered. Is this a suspended death sentence? While she hesitates, wondering if she should ask for clarification, the family head has already led the group away. The next day, the girl is both over her poor performance and understands that what's done is done. Her only escape is to plan her getaway. But it seems there's always someone trying to ruin her plans. Although her soul isn't that of a 5-year-old, she is currently just a frail little girl. No one would have expected the Black Dragon's head to adopt a little lizard girl. Even more surprisingly, that little girl is a feisty loli with a simple life motto, "If you don't back down, I'll fight." As she sits in the garden, berating herself for her reckless statements from the day before, she can't comprehend why she uttered such foolish words. Pushing herself into a corner, suddenly, a crumpled paper ball hits her. "Yesterday, were you the one crying in front of the family head?" a group of kids asks, throwing a ball towards her. "Bored? Fetch the ball, and we'll let you play with us." Although the invitation reeks of charity, Ailen, who has lacked friends since childhood, can't help but feel her heart stir. The void in her childhood makes her cherish this opportunity strangely. Ever since entering this small body, her soul seems to have become more childlike as well. A sense of joy compels her to toddle over, but instantly, the smiles on the teenagers' faces vanish, replaced by mockery. "What an uneducated thing. Daring to play with us without knowing your place. Someone with no parents should just hide in a corner." Ailen is taken aback. They clearly called her over, but now they're mocking her for not knowing her limits. A lump forms in her throat, and a wave of self-pity washes over her. In her previous life, as the eldest daughter, she was always despised, and even her mother was scolded because of her. When her younger brothers were born, she thought she'd finally have friends and be loved, but the two of them tormented her like devils. Her father's neglect and her mother's indifference made her situation even more desperate. She had fought back, but it only led to isolation. No matter how hard she tried, all she received was ridicule. The pimple-faced boy continues to mock her. You have no parents, no home, not even any friends. You shouldn't have been born into this world. That sentence feels like a knife stabbing her right in the heart. Ailen trembles with rage at the blatant insults. She turns around, picks up a large rock from the ground, and approaches the boy from behind, ready to strike. His friends across from them turn pale with fear. Only then does the pimple-faced boy realize something is wrong. When he turns around, he meets the girl's terrifying gaze and scrambles away in fear. He backs away. Even without parents, I'm 100 times better than brats like you. The boy, recovering his senses, aggressively threatens to call his mother to teach her a lesson. I'll make you pay. But his friends hold him back. This parentless type is aggressive. Let's just go. Ailen, infuriated, is about to lift the rock again. There's a limit to joking. After scaring off the bullies, the little girl falls into deep thought. Is she truly unworthy of love? A bitter feeling spreads endlessly. Suddenly, a meow brings her back to reality. A Snow White kitten is looking at her curiously. Ailen can't help but squat down. Hello, little one. Wanna be my friend? From now on, we're family. Thinking back on what just happened, she still feels a chill down her spine. What if that boy's parents come looking for trouble? If they demand compensation and the Duke finds out, he might make her pay off her debt before letting her go, and she could starve to death. She acted tough just now, but facing reality, she feels a chill for her own fate. Just then, the kitten darts away. Does even a cat hate her? But unexpectedly, the mother cat appears with her whole family. The kittens peek out from the bushes as if to say to Ailen, "We are all your family." The little girl smiles brightly. She is no longer the naive and ignorant child she once was. It's better to go find Mila for some pudding. A good laugh might bring good luck. But she has no idea that Arnold has been watching the entire scene. This kid is really interesting. So timid, yet she dares to threaten someone with a rock. A tiny little thing who dares to declare she wants to run away from home in front of the family head. And she even snuck into the library to look up information on orphanages. Her unusual behavior piqued his interest, so he intentionally dropped the ring. If she hadn't returned it, he wouldn't have bothered. But the girl didn't know he had already returned the ring. This little girl isn't greedy at all. Seeing him return, she obediently offered the ring with both hands, her eyes filled with flattery. Furthermore, the special aura emanating from the ring, though fleeting, seemed to soothe the headache from his berserker condition. The man lets out a devilish smile. Looks like this year's plan has a foundation to build on. He glances at the empty courtyard. That trash can't even raise their own children properly. They deserve to be punished. A week later, the New Year's meeting is held again. The little girl swallows nervously. She timidly walks down the stairs, bowing her head before Duke Maya. Let me hear your plan to run away from home, and the secret of your identity. The crowd around them buzzes, and Ailen feels extremely embarrassed. What's with this lively atmosphere? Luckily, she has already prepared her escape fund. Just as she is about to speak the truth, Arno suddenly speaks up. Actually, this child is my daughter. Ailen is stunned. What is he saying? She doesn't understand. But the man just smiles. Good girl, tell your grandfather that I am your father. His sharp gaze makes Ailen freeze. Is this really okay? Actually, being a lizard is fine too. But his determined gaze is like a whip, and she has no choice but to play along and acknowledge him as her father. But Duke Maya thinks otherwise. This precious darling cannot be entrusted to that unstable fellow. To save her own life, she pretended to be a cute, clueless lowly, but unexpectedly won over the entire demonic family, becoming everyone's darling. Even the number one handsome man, the future insane family head, turns into a doting father, cherishing her like a treasure in his hands. In truth, no one could have predicted that the initial encounter between a madman and a child faking innocence would harbor so much danger. Initially, Arno didn't expect the ring the girl returned to resonate with the energy in her body. But he has vaguely guessed that Ailen carries the true bloodline of a dragon. At the family banquet, when Ailen is cornered by the family head and is about to reveal her transformation secret, Arno steps in to interrupt. "That's right, this child is my daughter. I am her beloved father." Seeing the girl's astonished look, he thinks about the traits of a madman. A madman will develop an extremely high possessiveness over things that interest him. He would rather destroy it himself than let anyone else have it. Ailen is utterly frustrated to be targeted by such a troublesome man. His eyes have never left her. At the banquet, the family head is furious, completely disbelieving that his rebellious son could be the girl's father. Despite his flippant and insincere expression, Ailen keeps her head down, her eyes darting as she weighs the pros and cons of his actions. Two beasts have her cornered in their power struggle. What is the real meaning of all this? Arno smiles confidently. Then the two whisper to each other. He wants the girl to tell the family head who he is. Of course, the only possible answer is, "You're my daughter. I hope I never see you again." The man's eyes are sharp and the girl keeps avoiding his gaze. With no way to deal with the insane male lead, she has to compromise. Arno is her father. Upon hearing the situation, the family head still can't believe his crazy son is the girl's biological father. Listening to the nobles below whispering about Arno's illegitimate child, Ailen understands perfectly well in the original story, Arnold treated others as disposable pawns. He might have adopted the heroine, but it was merely a transactional contract. However, luckily, everyone says this man is extremely generous. In that case, she can get a large sum of money from Arno. How thoughtful. Thinking this, Ailen decides she can live her ideal life by sticking with this madman. She proposes a contractual working relationship. Arnold also notices the expectation in the girl's eyes, meaning Ailen has accepted him as her father. Therefore, Arno loudly announces his New Year's plan, which is, after having Ailen, he will become a good father. Arnold firmly reads out his plan, his expression unchanging. This action infuriates Duke Maya. His voice booms like thunder, making the little girl tremble uncontrollably. Arno Itam seems to notice and skillfully pulls her into his arms. "My daughter, are you not scared? Please speak a little softer." Cradled in his arms, Ailen is actually not afraid of him at all. In everyone's eyes, Ailen's tightly clenched fists and tense, panicked expression cause a stir among the crowd below. Trying to deny the envy in their emotions, the family decides to end this ridiculous charade. The members of the demon family are eagerly awaiting their next meeting with the little girl. Afterwards, the man carries his newly adopted daughter away from the family's New Year's meeting. Lying on his shoulder, Ailen also didn't expect things to turn out this way. She thought that after leaving the banquet, the male lead would just toss her aside. But from Arno's calm demeanor, she discovers that this man seems to genuinely treasure her. Even so, she's convinced she's just a pawn of his. All she needs to do is wait obediently for the game to end. Just like in her previous life, if you don't hope for things that don't belong to you, you won't get hurt. She nervously pretends to hug him, but the weight on her heart eventually makes her bury her face in the man's shoulder. Sensing the little girl's loneliness, the insane male lead chuckles. He has finally achieved his goal. Early the next morning, Arnold leans against the doorframe. He gently strokes Ailen as she wakes up. Ailen's exceptional stay at Arno's place has lasted a week, and the male lead visits her every day. Without him saying it, she knows this situation is just a play, because he has yet to officially add her to the family register. He also hasn't explained why he adopted her. This is just an act. He plays the role of a doting father with a foolish daughter who is trying her best, and she plays the role of a sweet, obedient daughter excellently. That's enough. Of course, she has been moved from the outer quarters to the main mansion. For someone who understands the complicated inner workings like her, she can't help but admire his sincerity. He truly knows how to win people over. She seems to understand why that love stand-in fell apart. But who is she? She will absolutely not fall into the trap. To save her life, she pretends to be a soft, lovable child in the ruthless demon family. The insane Duke becomes her adoptive father, and even her brothers in the family are drawn to her. The little girl who just spoke nonsense in the family has caught the Duke's eye and become his adopted daughter. But she understands well that as the Duke's pawn, before the real heroine appears, she just needs to wait obediently. However, she never expected him to visit her room every morning. "My dear daughter, you can stand up. Whatever you want, I'll buy it all for you." The girl is troubled. He asks the same question every day. It would be better to just throw money at her, wouldn't it? Though happy to be valued by an adult, the girl boldly requests to open a bank account. The banking system in this world is very different. They are all managed by the magic tower. They don't hold physical assets, but instead cast 3 layers of magic on a life-saving chest. Only the true owner can retrieve items from it. This is the safest method of protection, as she has experienced too much destruction. After so much deceit, she must have a way out to avoid regrets. The man chuckles softly and asks, "Are you in desperate need of money?" She just wants to save up a little. Everything now is just an act with the Duke. Compared to the novel's true heroine, she is merely a temporary supporting actress. She won't force anything or harbor delusions, just quietly await the fated outcome of being kicked out of the house. If she's kicked out without an account, she'll become a worthless, penniless person. So, with her relentless whining and begging, the Duke finally shows a hint of wavering. "It seems my daughter really wants to leave this place." Although no one can resist her soft, adorable appearance, she never expected him to agree so easily to take her out to the city. This is her first time going out with the Duke. Seeing her happy, Arno points to a toy store, wanting her to go in and take a look. Though she tries to refuse, she is still carried inside. Pushing open the door, he sets her down. The man's overwhelming generosity makes it hard for the shop owner to resist. He buys out the entire store. Everyone is shocked by his lavish spending, even though the little girl said she didn't need anything. But upon hearing that her father would buy the whole store for her, she quickly runs off to pick a toy. Although it's a world of magic, there are all sorts of human toys here as well. While pouting, unsure of what stationery to choose, she sees a stuffed animal in the corner. The Duke and the shopkeeper are surprised she would choose such an ordinary doll. "Just one doll? You'll get bored of it quickly." Hearing this, she snuggles the bear against the Duke. "Because it looks just like you, Dad, I won't get bored." After saying that, she beams a happy smile. Everyone is captivated by her cuteness. The Duke is no exception. So, he picks her up. With a snap of his fingers, he incinerates all the other teddy bears behind them in a sea of flames. Amidst everyone's horror, the Duke walks over and smiles. "This way, the toy my daughter owns will be one of a kind." Then, a bag of money is thrown straight at the shopkeeper's face. He places the money in the shopkeeper's face. He opens the door and leaves, leaving behind one last sentence: "The fire will only burn the dolls and will then disappear. Consider that my sincerity. I trust you all will bear witness to this." The crowd bows low in reverence. This generous tycoon leaves with a final declaration before he goes: "From now on, the doll that looks like me can only be owned by my daughter." The little girl in his arms, the little girl in his arms, the little girl in his arms. In his arms, she still hasn't recovered from the shock. This madman, can I even survive in the hands of this psycho? The Itam family holds regular meetings twice a week. These are important meetings attended by direct family members and key vassals from the side branches. However, in such a formal meeting, the Duke is personally feeding his daughter pudding. It's clear he's using his daughter's free time to hold a meeting. Although very confused, she's also curious about what the heck Arno has been up to these past few days. To prevent her father from being scolded, she takes the initiative to accept blame. Thanks to her adorable appearance, the family head doesn't reprimand her. However, he also realizes that the one truly at fault isn't his granddaughter, but the doting father sitting in front of him. The man feeds the little girl a spoonful of pudding. Her pink hair and cute, dazed look instantly win over everyone attending the meeting. During the meeting, because everyone's voices are too loud, he's afraid of disturbing his daughter. As she eats, the father emits a cold, deadly aura from behind, causing everyone to automatically lower their voices. While engrossed in enjoying her food, the little girl still manages to eavesdrop on the meeting's content. Sky-floating stones are a type of levitating mineral. In the original novel, the heroine discovered the entrance to this mine, located on the mountain behind the estate, thanks to her main character Halo. But for someone who knows the plot as well as she does, circumstances are forcing her to personally seize the heroine's opportunity. In the end, she uses her father as an excuse to ask for information, naively saying she has seen that type of stone before. The family head slams his hand on the table, breaking it in two. He sternly questions the whereabouts of the stone. Although everyone reacts strongly, she never expected the family members to get so agitated they'd smash a thick stone table. She still has the presence of mind to marvel at the power of the dragon lineage. Though he knows the stone the girl mentioned isn't a toy, the highly possessive Duke still displays an arrogant attitude, demanding everyone keep their distance when talking to his daughter. The family head approaches and asks for the exact location of the mine. The plan is a success. The little girl points towards the mountain behind the house. The mine's location is over there. Having secured the location of the rare ore, the adoptive father strokes his daughter's head, curiously asking, "How did you know?" At this point, the meeting ends. Knowing the novel's true heroine is about to arrive, if the original heroine is loved by everyone, she will be immediately kicked out. Though curious, she can't reveal what she knows. But he also can't figure out what his little daughter is thinking sometimes. He stands up and announces that he will introduce some new friends to her tomorrow. Though she smiles in response, deep down she knows her place. As night falls, he sits by her bed, lulling her to sleep. Even though it's just a business relationship, she can't help but feel like she's being treated like a real daughter. It's a pity it's all about to end. The Duke softly says, "Sleep well, my daughter, even if it's just a dream." A beautiful dream can't be held onto forever. In her dream in the garden, all the servants have rushed to her room. On the ground are millions. 1 million gold, not a single coin missing. As I promised, now. Get out of here. Leave my house. It turns out it was just a nightmare because her ability to transform into a dragon was exposed, and she was thrown into a cold dungeon. This is definitely scarier than any nightmare. The very next day, Ailen is dressed in a splendid formal gown. The intricate attire is a struggle even for the maids. Hearing a knock on the door, she quickly lifts her skirt. She opens the door to her adorable brothers who have come to visit. Up close, they're all just kids. The brown-haired boy is her older brother, Ailen, hot-tempered and aggressive, while the black-haired boy with a calm demeanor and shy face is her younger brother. They are the ones who came to pick her up today. They seem close, but for someone with a lizard form like her, the Duke's immense hatred for reptiles is a constant warning repeated throughout the novel. If her true identity is ever discovered, the man might just have her canned. Ailen keeps trying to keep up with her brothers, but she can't match their pace. Seeing their sharp glares, she thinks she's about to be berated again. After all, harsh words from family hurt the most. She says quietly, "I'm fine, you guys go ahead." As they get closer, she thinks she's about to be hit. Though terrified, the boy only reaches out to pat her head. Not only does he pick up the toy she dropped, but he also kneels down to personally escort her. After some hesitation, she finally accepts her brother's kindness. "Kid, don't rely too much on father. He enjoys playing cruel games." The brothers are worried their little sister will get hurt. Even though they're only 5, they care for her in a surprising way. Upon arriving, the little girl runs and jumps happily, because she also has a secret she can't tell. The two are completely captivated by her cuteness and can't look away. Entering the room, the Duke has been waiting for a long time. It seems. He's in a very good mood. You two did well. But at this moment, the two brothers are still lost in the image of Ailen from just a moment ago. During breakfast, there's a discussion about the family head moving out of the mansion, so they ask to watch. They speculate that if he does, the father must be talking about that aunt who wants to run away. In that case, there's no other way. Do you like this doll? The little girl beams. Even sleeping with it is very warm because it's so snug. It's like having you by my side, father. A warm thought suddenly flows through the Duke's cold heart. The ring on his hand suddenly acts up, and then his magic violently erupts. Arno clutches his forehead in pain. The two brothers quickly carry Ailen away. The Duke is about to lose his sanity. The father who loved her most suddenly tightens his grip on his daughter's neck. That's right, he wants to personally kill the daughter he once cherished most. Ailen desperately fights back. How could her father's strange behavior drive her this crazy? According to the original novel, the berserk rage killed more than 10 innocent servants in the family. The family had heard the news and threw him into a cold dungeon. Ailen, who knows the entire plot, has now gone to the garden behind the room. Because this red, thorny fruit is the cure for her father's berserker rage. Returning to the room. The situation is clearly out of control. Despite this, the little girl still approaches. Although he's a stranger now, she knows the one in the most pain is surely Arno. Helpless, without receiving any help or sympathy from her family, she understands how much her father is suffering. When Colleen rushes into the room, the girl is already being choked by her father to the point of suffocation. At this life-or-death moment, she doesn't give up and bites down hard on the Duke's hand. He yelps in pain and, "Let's go. This is her best chance." She immediately shoves the red, berserker-curing fruit into Arno's mouth. To make sure he swallows, she unhesitatingly covers his mouth, forcing him to ingest it. After successfully administering the medicine, the black bone-like markings on Arno's body gradually fade. Although the berserker rage has subsided, the girl doesn't let her guard down. She's afraid her father will go crazy again. She's scared that the gentle father she knew has turned into a stranger. Arno has regained his sanity. In Ailen's usually calm eyes, tears now fall uncontrollably. She throws herself into his arms. "Why were you so angry, Daddy?" The Duke strokes Ailen comfortingly. "Daddy's really back now." Afterwards, the exhausted daughter faints in his arms. Relieved that the child is unharmed, Arno is reminded of his late wife. She had hoped to give her husband a third child, a baby girl, so Arno would no longer be lonely. After this incident, everyone is filled with prejudice and fear towards the Duke when he goes berserk. The only way to stop the rage is to use force greater than a berserk warrior to subdue him. However, the eldest son in the family who could suppress him is no longer here. A tragedy was averted thanks to a child. He ponders the deep secret of his daughter. Using magic, the doll flies back into his hands. The doll that was destroyed by his own hands is now in tatters. This was Ailen's favorite toy. He never wanted to destroy everything only to have to painstakingly find it again. Like a commodity. Even though the little girl carries many secrets, Colleen hopes his father can stop these malicious games. Misunderstood, Arno doesn't explain much, only wishing his son wouldn't meddle in others' affairs. "Don't make me say it a second time." Only then does Colleen realize his own weakness. He is still not strong enough to protect the things he wants to protect. For the next week, Arno sat by Ailen's bedside every day, watching over her unconscious form. The little girl's presence always brings back tender memories of his wife. His thoughtful gaze always rests on his daughter. He also hopes this is just a simple prank. The next day, Ailen finally startles awake. From the maid's account, she learns she's been unconscious for a whole week. During that week, the novel's heroine must have already arrived at the castle. That's right, the real heroine who can change the course of the plot has appeared. Even if this family doesn't have her, she'll be fine. But she's still very envious of the pampered heroine. So many people love her, while she herself is known as the most hated person in the family. Even in her dreams, she doesn't know. She also wants to be like the heroine. But in the end, it's all just a distant desire. Even after transmigrating into the novel, there's nothing she can do. She is still just a minor supporting character that no one cares about. Mila feeds her while excitedly recounting what happened over the past week, saying the two young masters came to visit her every day. When she hears that Arno also dropped by occasionally, her mood suddenly darkens. The maid quickly comforts her. "It would be so nice if I had a good daughter like you, my lady. It's because of you, my lady, that I have such a good job now. So my dear lady must always be good." Ailen feels Mila's smile is a bit strange, but the next second, she returns to her normal expression. She dresses the girl in a splendid new gown. I must have been seeing things just now. The little girl, in her brand new outfit, stands before the living room door, hesitating whether to open it or not. But some things can't be solved by hiding. When she pushes it open, she immediately sees the heroine with her golden hair and blue eyes. Suppressing the anxiety in her heart, she greets them politely, but her father only gives her a nonchalant glance. He says nothing. Her heart aches. Is it starting? Even though she's become a man, she prepared herself mentally, but facing it for real still feels very sad. He looks towards the little girl and declares that thanks to her, the family successfully found the jade mine. Moreover, this time, she also saved his unfilial son's life. The old man promises to grant her one wish as a reward. Hearing this, Ailen's gloomy mood instantly brightens. She gently runs up to her grandfather and holds out her tiny hands. 1 million. Please transfer 1 million into my bank account. But after hearing this, Maya lets out a long sigh. Just as the girl thinks she's asked for too much, the old man promptly transfers 10 million to her. Ailen's eyes light up with excitement. This windfall from the sky barely has time to warm up before Arno confiscates it. Be good. Don't just accept things from others. The girl is horrified. In just a split second, she went from a wealthy heiress to a pauper. Who could bear it? But unexpectedly, right after, she becomes a man. She receives a notification of a balance change, a deposit of 1 billion. This is the ultimate document. Is this the cruel pleasure of the super-rich? The man doesn't bother much. His daughter is his too. Raise. What's this about borrowing money from others? It's not like he can't afford it. Who is he looking down on? Then he glares at his old, obnoxious father, making the old man so angry he almost spits blood. Not wanting to look at his unfilial son's punchable face any longer, he urges him to quickly complete the adoption procedures for his granddaughter. Adopting the heroine would also be very beneficial for his berserker condition, but Arno just hugs the little girl tightly and smiles brightly. I've already said it. I have a daughter. However, Maya keeps trying to persuade him. Ailen can't change the plot and makes an excuse to leave. She doesn't belong here anyway. Leaving is the best choice. So don't be sad. Loneliness is the constant state of her life, isn't it? She forces a smile and tells Mila she wants to go to sleep. As soon as the maid leaves, the little girl immediately takes out the escape fund she had prepared earlier. To avoid starving at the orphanage, she used her harmless appearance to secretly collect small, inconspicuous items, planning to sell them after leaving to earn her first pot of gold. But now she's a little tycoon with a fortune of 1 billion. So she decides to return these items to their original places. As she's returning the last gem, she hears the sound of hurried footsteps. Then she sees Mila secretly holding a bag. Before she can understand what the maid is doing, she hears a knight approaching. The little girl quickly hides the gem and returns to her room, quietly waiting for her last lunch with her father. But she waits until the next day and still doesn't see him. Does the heroine not want to have a last meal with her? So, the act of the good father and obedient child ends today. Just as Ailen is feeling sorry for herself, Mila brings her news that the Duke has been imprisoned. So that's what happened. The little girl doesn't know why, but she feels a sense of relief and immediately decides to visit her father. Unexpectedly, as soon as she enters, she sees him and the heroine laughing and talking happily like a real father and daughter. In the end, what doesn't belong to you, you shouldn't take. The little girl had a hard time gaining the attention of the family, but the heroine's appearance at the Duke's mansion shatters everything. The moment she pushes the door open, she's met with the sight of the heroine and her father being extremely close. A pang of bitterness hits her. She really shouldn't have gotten involved. But the irresponsible father waves her in. Given her current status, she can't refuse. This might be the last time she sees her father. She runs and throws herself into Arno's arms, asking worriedly, "Why did Grandpa lock you up?" The man doesn't answer but laughs instead. "Today, I'll show you the power of a father." The next second, Maya breaks down the door, holding a flaming sword. "You brat, you dare to claim the jade mine as your own?" Arno smiles lightly. "Didn't you give me full authority to handle it, father?" The family head is stunned. "When did I say that?" Seeing his father's confused expression, he begins to recount. "During the last meeting, didn't you say to just continue and leave the mountain behind the house to us? Now I think everything around here is fine, and I don't plan on changing anything." The family head becomes even more furious upon hearing this. "At that time, you clearly refused. Besides, that's not what I meant. Why are you acting like a little dog?" The man flashes a bright smile. With just a wave of his hand, magic sends the old man flying out. Outside, Maya and a golden-furred dog stare at each other in bewilderment, both frozen for a moment. Just then, the dog recognizes its master, wags its tail, and rushes over, wanting to play. This infuriates the old man, who yells, "Unfilial son, just you wait." Over here, the Duke takes out the stuffed animal he had destroyed the other day. Seeing the bear restored, the little girl is overjoyed and speechless. "Dad, you hid it so well. It's like it's brand new." So, he does care about her. This adorable little girl makes the heroine's hands itch. She wants to give her a squeeze. As expected, this little ball of fluff is very clingy. When she hears the other call her big sister, the heroine hugs her even tighter. "You're so cute, I could die." The Duke standing beside them darkens. His gloomy face seems to say, "This little ball of fluff is mine." It seems he won't be able to keep this granddaughter after all. The next day, on her way back to her room, Ailen carefully considers her future. The heroine likes her now, so regardless of the motive, helping the heroine is helping herself. Coincidentally, the heroine, who is playing the harmonica in the courtyard, also spots her little sister. Her eyes light up, and she leads her to the side. In the banquet hall, she exclaims enthusiastically, "How can you be so cute?" The heroine scoops up a spoonful of pudding and holds it in front of Ailen. "Here, little sister, have a taste of love's sweetness." This action startles the little girl, but the temptation of pudding is something she cannot resist. The heroine warmly hugs her again, constantly patting her head and rubbing their cheeks together. "Little sister, be my daughter." Faced with her older sister's strange request, Ailen has no choice but to helplessly refuse. "But if you want to stay here, you need a guardian. I don't want to be your daughter. Besides, he doesn't seem to like me. His eyes always look like he's mocking people." It's understandable that the heroine hates Arno, but the girl is very suspicious because, in the novel, when the heroine was on the streets, she didn't seem reluctant to be adopted. Could her butterfly effect have derailed the plot? According to the story's timeline, the event of the stolen holy relic is coming up. This is the first major incident to occur after the heroine arrives at the Itam family, and it's also the event that helps the heroine gain official recognition from the family. The theft of the holy relic nearly drives Arno mad again. She manages to stop his berserker rage in time, and it's thanks to her presence that he gradually reintegrates into the family. The stolen item this time is a holy dragon relic owned by Arno. This is the holy relic of the dragon race that helps balance the berserker bloodline in his body. It's also the reason the family head can't do anything to him. The Itam family possesses 3 great holy dragon relics. The flaming sword Ailen saw is one of them. Besides the Duke's balancing earring, there is also the Dragon Pearl. The Dragon Pearl has refused to accept anyone in the family as its master. Even the heroine can only borrow it temporarily, but can she catch that thief? At this moment, seeing her little sister's worried expression, the heroine can't help but feel concerned. She takes her small hand. "Little sister, is something on your mind? I can help you." But Ailen knows this can't be revealed beforehand. She lies. "I'm just having a little trouble sleeping." Sarnet is angry. She lets out a sigh of relief. "A cute little sister like you shouldn't be sad." The little girl immediately takes the heroine's hand. "Sister, I will make you happy." After all, the heroine is her favorite character. She wants to preserve that happy smile forever, so trust me, I will definitely protect you. But the promise, not even 2 seconds old, is betrayed by her closest maid. A day before her father's birthday, Ailen is trying on a formal dress when Mila asks what gift she has prepared. When the girl is stumped on what to give, the maid casually suggests the Duke's earring is made of fragments. My lady could give him a pair of gem-studded earrings. Hearing this, Ailen immediately understands who the thief of the divine artifact is. Mila thinks she's young and naive, and wants to use her to steal her father's earring. She will absolutely not fall for it. The maid's eyes instantly turn cold. "If you're not a good girl, the secret of you being a lizard won't be kept." "The hot cocoa is delicious, isn't it?" After saying that, she glances disdainfully at the little girl on the bed and leaves. Ailen clutches the stuffed tiger tightly. So the reason she transforms is because of that sweet hot cocoa. A bitter taste spreads on the tip of her tongue. She thought she could stay here forever. Just as she becomes the family's darling, she's betrayed by the maid she trusted most, who frames her and exposes her, causing everyone to hate her. The day before her father's birthday, Mila uses the pretext of gift-giving to manipulate Ailen into stealing the dragon's holy relic, but the girl sees through it. She strictly refuses. Unexpectedly, the maid uses the fact that she's a lizard to threaten her. Although Ailen doesn't compromise, early the next morning, the butler comes to the door demanding to take her to see the family head. Why would her grandfather want to see her at this time? As soon as she reaches the banquet hall, Maya unleashes a torrent of abuse at his granddaughter. "You dare to conspire with outsiders to steal the dragon's holy relic." Hearing this, the little girl is stunned, looking at the informant in disbelief. Is this her plan? To let a 5-year-old take the blame. But what is she supposed to tell her grandfather? When she doesn't answer, Maya becomes even more furious. "You lizard-headed thing, confess now. Did you do it or not?" Ailen never expected the maid to report this to her grandfather as well. Just as she is about to explain, her body suddenly disobeys her and transforms into a lizard. Seeing the sinister smile on Mila's face, her heart grows even more uneasy. Countless screams of horror and shouts of "chase it away" erupt around her. The disgusted stares make the little girl cry. Not knowing what to do, she can only run frantically around the great hall. Suddenly, a fat man steps on her tail. She has no choice but to sever her own tail to escape with her life, then frantically scrambles up a pillar by the wall. She doesn't know when. Today, she feels incredibly wronged. What's wrong with being a lizard? She hasn't harmed anyone. Why is everyone so malicious towards her? At this moment, Arno slowly approaches, extending his hand towards her. "Sweetheart, come down." But Ailen feels she has no face to meet her father. After all, she has been hiding her identity. To avoid his reaching hand, she takes a step back and sees her beloved stuffed tiger lying on the floor below. It was the first exclusive gift she had ever received in her life. Seeing the tiger trampled and dirty, the little girl sheds tears. In a moment of distraction, she slips from the pillar, but the expected pain never comes. Her body suddenly emits a strange light, and the stuffed tiger instantly vanishes on the spot. This directly triggers Arno's crazy-in-love trait. He silently appears behind the maid. A horrifying sound draws everyone's attention to Mila. The woman clutches her arm, looking at the Duke in terror. "My daughter cried, didn't she?" But Duke Maya roars, "She is not your daughter." "But I call that child my daughter." Arno's blazing golden eyes stare at Mila with a crazed look, then he directly ends her life. Holding the bloody sword, he slowly turns back, his sharp gaze sweeping over the vassals who had surrounded Ailen. A second later, he's standing before the fat man, his sword swinging again. "My daughter cried." As soon as he finishes speaking, the man who stepped on Ailen's tail is writhing on the ground. At this moment, the family head roars, "Arno, that's enough." The man uses magic to pull out a handkerchief, gently wiping the blood from his sword, muttering, "My daughter cried." Maya is furious. That child is a lizard person. The chance of her carrying Itam blood is very low. His father's words greatly displease the man. The sharp sword whistles towards the family head. With a fountain pen in hand, he lightly deflects the sword's path. "From the moment I adopted that child, she became my daughter, regardless of whether she has Itam blood or not." After saying that, he turns to leave in search of his daughter. "Stop. Don't you know your body's limits? It's best that before I lose my temper, you bring that child back here. I know you know the teleportation coordinates." But the irresponsible father walks straight away without a second thought. "Unfilial son, get back here." At this point, the butler speaks up. "You were a bit too harsh this time, my lord. You knew that maid was your spy." The old man defends himself. "I just wanted to verify it myself." But in the child's eyes, it felt like coercion. "Your presence makes even the gods tremble." Someone pushes the door open and asks, "Do you want to go find the young lady now?" Maya hesitates. "I don't know." "Yes, I will activate the teleportation system to find her." "I said I don't know, do as you wish." Then he strides out of the meeting room. Harrow looks at the mess around him and sighs wearily. Elsewhere, Ailen appears under a tree. A handsome teenager tilts his head slightly to look at her. "A lizard and a doll? What's this? You've even lost your tail. What a stupid lizard." He reaches out to grab her. "I was just in need of a pet." "You don't look bad. Even though you don't look much like an animal, I kind of like you. You don't have a tail, I don't have parents. Let's be friends." After saying that, he takes her back to the Sprout orphanage. When Ailen wakes up, she finds herself here, but no matter how hard she tries, she can't turn back into a human. Now she can only stare at the teenager with a confused expression. The teenager gently uses his index finger to stroke the lizard's head. His touch is gentle, but his words are cold. "If you die, I'll use you as an experiment." His words startle the little girl. He's clearly only a little older than her. How can he have such terrifying thoughts? But the teenager's rare hair color and purple eyes immediately remind Ailen of the second male lead from the novel, Richard. He is the future master of the Magic Tower and a notorious research fanatic in the story. He's as insane as Arno, treating human lives like dirt. That's why everyone calls Richard a madman. But there's a reason for his madness. He was clearly a noble but was captured by slave traders and sold everywhere. Not only did he suffer from hunger, but he was also frequently beaten. Therefore, when Richard grew up to get revenge, he hunted down the slave traders everywhere and eliminated everyone involved. But by then, his personality had already become warped. Abused since childhood, he develops a possessive obsession with the sun-like heroine, turning from a madman into a madman who revolves around the heroine. She is currently a lizard who has just been kicked out of her home. To win over the love-crazed second male lead, she can't just act cute or hide her true identity forever. However, faced with his actions of picking her up and hugging her intimately, she decides to wait until She regains her human form before telling the truth. Despite her daily efforts, she still hasn't found a way, so she sits on the windowsill sighing at the vicissitudes of life. Richard then pokes at her sore spot. White body, blue eyes, I'll call you Little White. If you call that name, a dozen dogs might come running. I am a human being, you know. The boy sees her reluctance and relents. All right then, I'll call you Ban Ban. Without letting the girl refuse, he asks curiously, Ban Ban, why don't you have a tail? And you don't react to anything. Were you abandoned? As expected, animals and humans alike reject those who are different. Then he extends his hand towards the little lizard. The little one also places her paw in his palm. Richard picks her up. From now on, we'll be friends. Let's send those who look down on us to hell. The little girl just gives him a look. Teenager. You are too naive. Besides, now she not only can't return to that patriarchal family, but she can't even transform back into her original form. Just then, a man suddenly pushes the door and enters. This startles Richard, who quickly hides the lizard. Ailen is the founder of the Sprout Orphanage and a hero of the Empire. But the war that brought victory also took away the wife and daughter he loved most. So, he established the orphanage to pray for his wife and child. Today, he looks at Richard angrily. Why did you skip training again today? Then he sighs helplessly. Even if you don't have friends, you can't. This causes the boy to unintentionally squeeze Ban Ban in his hand, making her let out a pained squeak. I told you not to. Keep pets. Richard quickly tries to hide it, clumsily saying it's a secret. But the director has already seen the small ball of flesh and scolds. Get rid of it immediately. Don't make me repeat myself. But how could Richard agree? He immediately uses magic to resist. I will not get rid of Ban Ban. But the boy is still too young, and is no match for the director. Ailen also quickly covers her mouth, hoping they can resolve this calmly. But seeing the argument escalate, she jumps off the table and rushes towards the man. She gets between the two, pulling them both away from the battlefield. Then she lies on the ground and starts kowtowing frantically, hoping he'll let her stay. He is astonished. Are lizards this smart now? The little girl continues to put on a display of obedience. Richard also quickly pleads for Ban Ban to stay. She won't cause any trouble in the orphanage. And Ailen hesitates for a moment. It's not impossible, but you have to watch her. Don't let her run around. Also, you must go to training tomorrow. Otherwise, before he can finish, Ailen immediately understands. The boy, after a moment of thought, is overjoyed. Ban Ban, you get to stay. Are you happy? Now we can be together every day. Whether she's happy or not, she doesn't care, but could he please let her go? Oh, never mind. He's still a child. Playing with him for a bit won't hurt. The next second, she is kissed on the cheek by the boy. Kids really don't understand the concept of propriety between genders. Early the next morning, Richard attends training as requested. As promised. But after practice, when he goes to the cafeteria to get food, everyone starts gossiping about his outstanding appearance. Someone even mocks loudly. You know why the director favors him? A slave-born thing like him. Looks so effeminate. I only ate with him because I felt sorry for him. What bad luck. Malicious words surround him from all sides, finally making the boy snap. He picks up his tray. He walks straight to the loudest gossipers and dumps the tray on their heads. You guys are so loud. Why do you only dare to talk behind my back? If you've got guts, then repeat what you just said. The intense killing intent in Richard's purple eyes makes the other kids stutter in their defense. No, it wasn't just me who said it. So what? Does that mean you're off the hook? How ridiculous. Just as Richard is about to strike, the director stops him. I told you not to use magic on others. But you heard him provoke me first. Even so, you're not allowed to use magic. What if you make a mistake and kill someone? Then you'd be to blame. He laughs. Besides, they wanted to kill me too. Why can't I? The man is stunned. He never knew the children. We're having such a hard time living together. At this moment, Richard just wants to leave. If no one likes him, then he'll just go. Seeing this, Anbayan can only clean up the food first. In a corner, Ailen is still eagerly waiting for the food the boy will bring back today. She's clearly an adorable pink lizard. Yet she's being ordered around like a dog. When Anbayan returns to the room and finds Richard gone, he calls out Ailen, who is hiding under the bed, and tells her to go find him with him. You're his pet, you can surely pick up his scent. Being carried by the scruff of her neck, Ailen screams, I'm a lizard, not a dog. Besides, you're running too fast. My head is spinning. How is it, Banban? Do you see your master anywhere? I can't see anything. If you don't stop, I'm going to die. Arriving at a town, Anbayan finally slows down. Banban, with a weary face, scoffs, Why are you so weak? Then he jumps down, finds a place to eat, and intends to leave Ailen behind. After all, the town is very dangerous. He tells her to search the outskirts. Before leaving, he even tells her to remember to leave her scent. If you find him first, be sure to let me know. This old man really treats her like a dog. But in that moment, as if by magic, Ailen suddenly figures out how to attack. Before leaving, the director also reminded Banban to sniff around the walls. The little girl sighs, wondering where that kid ran off to. But even by nightfall, Ailen still hasn't seen any sign of the second male lead. Just as she's scouring every inch of ground, she spots Richard sitting on a swing ahead, exuding a don't touch me, I'm in a bad mood vibe. But as Ailen timidly approaches, she realizes he's crying. She quickly gets closer to gently comfort him. Richard is startled. Banban, did you come looking for me? Well, duh. I risked my life to find you. The boy pauses, as if understanding her hardship, and immediately explains. Those scumbags will eventually become my first experiment subjects. Especially that one who's always boasting about being spoiled by his parents. Ailen nods, implying he's just jealous because others have parents. I'm not jealous. I'm fine without parents. Although he's being stubborn. Seeing the family across the street, the scene of their happy gathering makes him wonder why his parents abandoned him. If they hated me, why did they give birth to me? He believes that once he becomes the master of the magic tower, they will regret abandoning him. Ailen, lying on his shoulder, knows the truth isn't like that. In fact, Richard is the young master of the Cullen family, secretly sold off by jealous servants. When he grows up after meeting the heroine, he learns the truth, but by then he has become stubborn and no longer dares to trust anyone. So if she helps him find his way home now, perhaps Richard will become a warm man, and both his sister and she will have a happy future. Ailen immediately stands up straight, puffing out her chest in assurance. Don't worry, I'll help you find your home. Your family, I'll help you find your home. Your family never abandoned you. There's more to this story, so for now, let's go back first. But because Banban's form is so small and frail, the boy has no idea what she's saying, which makes Ailen extremely frustrated. But she also realizes he's trying to comfort her. Banban. Thank you. Thank you for coming to find me. You're much better than those other people. As a good little lizard, Ailen tilts her head up slightly. The next second, she lets out a loud sneeze. Richard worries. Did you catch a cold? The wind is getting colder too. Let's go home. Seeing him go the wrong way, the little lizard quickly points him in the right direction. The boy obediently changes course, but when he stops, he doesn't know anything either. Passing by a bookstore, he remembers the filthy words from the crowd that morning. Maybe he really shouldn't exist. After all, no one cares about him. Coincidentally seeing Richard, Penn reminds him, is the person you're looking for that child over there? Anbayan immediately runs over. You rascal, you scared me to death. Ailen witnesses this scene with a knowing smile. See, Richard? There are still people who care about you. The second male lead ran away from home, and as a lizard, she was worried sick. Thanks to being a small pink lizard, she has won the affection of the second male lead, and now she even gets to sleep with his darling. Back at the orphanage, Ailen collapses onto the windowsill, exhausted. The director looks at the sleeping Richard and expresses his gratitude to Ban. Since you came, he's become much more lively. Though he always acts tough. I know he longs to find his parents. Over the years, he has also been relentlessly searching for Richard's parents, but there are no clues about his identity. In this world, the bloodline of a mage is extremely rare, so he is certain Richard's parents would never abandon their child. From now on, just stay by his side. At least it will make him happier. After saying that, he gets up and leaves. Running around all day has left her exhausted. As she climbs into bed to sleep, she realizes she has a stunningly handsome man sharing her bed. Tonight, she's sure to have a beautiful dream. But at this moment, her back feels itchy. Is she about to transform back? Her small body drifts off to sleep. Early the next morning, after training, Richard drags his tired body back to the dorm. If it weren't for Ban, who would even bother going to class? He plans to find his pet. To vent his anger, then happily opens the door and calls out Ban. As a result, his eyes land on a slender pink back, giving him a very familiar feeling. Who is this girl and why is she so cute? He quickly snaps back to reality and asks loudly, "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" Before Ailen can explain, he sees the skin she's holding. Isn't that Ban's form? What did you do to my pet? You wouldn't even spare a tiny lizard. Richard is furious, trembling with rage, and immediately channels his magic. I'll make you pay with your life. Just then, the director opens the door and asks what's going on. Director, a girl broke into my room and is spouting nonsense, claiming to be Ban. The children's clothes she's wearing and the long kiss from the other day cause Richard to suddenly calm down. He asks about the current situation. I'm Ailen. I suddenly turned into a lizard and then I couldn't change back. The boy stares at her, not knowing if he can believe it. Is the pink-haired girl in front of him really Ban? The director says this is possible, then asks, where are your parents? The question reminds Ailen of her father, but right now she's not sure if he would still acknowledge her as his daughter. The director sees this and understands her predicament. How could he have the heart to kick out such an adorable little girl? He looks at her with compassion. From now on, you can share a room with Richard. But first, we need to find a way to hide that tail. Hearing this, Ailen frantically tucks her tail into her dress. Bayan explains, I don't mean to blame you, but your current condition shows you have an extraordinary background. There must be documents about beastmen in the capital. The capital. The little girl immediately looks towards Richard. The Collin family is in the capital, isn't it? She can help him find his parents. Her intense gaze makes the boy wonder if there's something on his face. The next day, Richard leads her to his secret base, which holds a treasure trove he has painstakingly collected. With these things, we won't starve even in the capital. Then he proudly shows off his favorite item, a centipede carcass that makes him proud. Ailen screams in terror. So she and Richard spend 3 days together in the forest, sharing everything he likes. Of course, besides the centipede carcass, there are also shiny things he recently found. Ailen is startled. Isn't this my father's earring? Why is it here? Richard asks, Ban, do you like this? The little girl tries to correct him. My name is Ailen. But I'm your savior, right? What's wrong with calling you Ban? Seeing this, Ailen gives up arguing. Who is this for? She asks nervously. Can I have it? But Ban, what will you give me in return? Remembering the promise she made as a lizard, she continues, I can take you to the capital, but there. The air is polluted, human relationships are complicated, and I don't want to go. But there's a big surprise there that will make you happy for the rest of your life. Ailen's confident tone piques his curiosity. A big surprise? Will I really be surprised? Only after she nods vigorously does Richard agree. But if I don't go or don't like the gift, Ban, you have to stay by my side forever. Ailen confidently puffs out her chest in agreement. After making a pinky promise with the boy, the two little ones start planning their trip. Every month, there's a carriage to the capital. The director will be on that carriage, but before that, the director will take the carriage to the capital. Then, Anbayan will introduce a new teacher to the orphanage. The children can take advantage of this to hide under the carriage. If nothing goes wrong, they will successfully reach the capital. Richard hesitates. What if something goes wrong? Besides, the director will never allow it. Ailen immediately assures him, we definitely won't be discovered. Although we'll have to hide under the carriage for a week, you'll have to bear with it for a bit. She tries to comfort Richard. This is actually part of her plan. After she hands him over to Duke Colin, she will sneak away. Then, she'll quietly return the earring to Arnold and withdraw money from the bank to live a carefree life. So, this trip to the capital must be handled with care. Richard looks at Banban's plan and finds it feasible. As long as it's what Banban wants, I will support it unconditionally. We will be together forever. But he doesn't know that the first thing they'll do upon arriving in the capital is part ways. At this moment, hiding under the carriage, Richard and I still haven't anticipated the risks of going to the capital. So right now, we are in an extremely difficult situation because things are not going as planned. The hiding space is so cramped it's hard to breathe. Seeing the atmosphere between Richard and me start to become awkward, I ask nervously, Richard, is it too tight? The contrast of my shyness makes Richard's face turn red. To hide his embarrassment, he says quietly, it's all right. My space is wider, you can move over a little. The space is just enough for me to sit on his lap. Richard thinks to himself. But the next second, as if heaven heard his wish, a sudden break throws us into each other's arms. The driver outside teases Anbayan, what heavy cargo are you carrying? The director realizes something is wrong and then the two children hiding under the carriage are immediately caught. What are you two doing following me? Go back immediately. I immediately shake my head vigorously. Anbayan is helpless. Then I need to know the reason. Being so secretive like this, the capital is dangerous. I can only say, I have someone very important I need to meet. You know it's dangerous, but you're still going? If there's anything, I can pass on the message. You two go back first. I frantically explain. Only I can find this person. Besides, I promised Richard that I would explain his identity to Duke Colin. At this point, the second male lead also speaks up to help me. Ban wants to go. Please don't stop us. I also provide a more credible reason. I have to return this to the Itam family. I know them, so it's best if I deliver it personally. Anbayan becomes curious about how I know people from the Itam family. When I was still a lizard, I had some dealings with them. But I refuse to provide more information. I keep pleading with the director to come along. If I don't go, something terrible will happen. Anbayan is surprised. Maybe the girl isn't just going to play. All right, when we get to the capital, you must follow me. No running around. But Richard is still lost in thought about the Itam family. This is the first time Banban has mentioned her past. Aren't they her family? Why didn't she confide in him? In another development, Arno is frantically searching for Ailen. The berserker cells in his body can only be soothed by the heroine. Just a little. But the girl finds her uncle's condition very strange. Normally, a 10-minute treatment is enough. But the more treatments he receives, the longer the soothing process takes, and Arno starts to lose his patience, pulling his hand back directly. Even though the purification process isn't complete, he just wants to find his daughter. With the sound of a slamming door, only the heroine is left standing alone. Coincidentally, Kalayan and Killian meet their father and immediately ask if there's any new about their little sister. Despite receiving reports every day, Ailen's whereabouts remain unknown. He is confident. For his daughter's sake, he knows he must pull himself together. Seeing that his father hasn't found his daughter, Kalayan says smugly, I've been monitoring my sister's bank account from the very beginning. Although there's no activity yet. People have to spend money eventually. This can't be wrong. We just have to wait. And right now, Arno just wants to find his little daughter. He remembers how every morning when he woke up, the little girl would smile brightly and call him Daddy. And now, the little girl would smile brightly and call him Daddy. Now, all that's left for him is a cold, empty bed. Although he initially adopted her out of curiosity and amusement, he doesn't know when that child became a daughter. She had entered his heart. Even he finds this change hard to believe. The girl had become a daughter. Even so, she still risked her life to save him since that time. He can already envision a happy future for the two of them. Kalayan sees his father smiling and asks with confusion, "Father, are you really worried about little sister? Didn't you just find it interesting?" Faced with his son's question, he doesn't answer, only saying he will help. "I'll be out for a few days." After saying that, he leaves Ailen's room, wondering to himself, "My treasure. Where are you? Are you like me, trying every way to get back home?" Just a few days ago, she had just tricked the director into taking them to the capital. And Richard was fuming, standing off to the side. She thought he was about to go crazy, but instead, he enthusiastically praised her quick thinking. How could you come up with such a perfect reason with just one gem? Hearing that, she didn't know how to explain, because it was the truth. But Richard doesn't give her a chance, pulling her directly onto the carriage. But she understands well. That one lie requires countless other lies to justify it. It's like a game of Jenga. If the foundation isn't solid, the more you lie, the more dangerous it becomes. After arriving at the place the director arranged, Richard sees a man. He looks at the splendid room and the colorful plate of macarons, asking as he eats, "Can we eat this?" At this moment, Anbayan says he has to go out. "You two have gone out. Be good and stay here. Don't run around." But Ailen didn't come to the capital to be a good girl. Early the next morning, making sure Richard was still fast asleep, she had already brought Richard home. She checks the things the director left behind and finds some gold coins. The girl decides to leave right now. Chuck Richards will understand her. After a moment's thought, she still writes him a letter. Once he finds his family, he'll be even happier. After getting dressed, she prepares to set off. She's only 5, but she's the one who knows the script. At this moment, her stomach rumbles, so she puts aside her grand ambitions and heads to a breakfast shop. Even though she bought bread, she still doesn't know that she bought bread. But in her heart, a poor girl's tear falls. Holding the meager amount of money she has left, she must quickly find a carriage. Suddenly having to rely on these short legs to walk to the Duke's mansion will take forever. At this moment, a rumbling stomach sound is heard from the side of the road. Ailen realizes there's a child sitting by the street. The child, wearing a cloak and huddled in a corner, looks very pitiful. She looks at the bread in her hand. She suppresses her reluctance and offers the strawberry bread. "Here. If you don't like it, I also have black tea flavor." At this moment, the boy looks up. Ailen is stunned. This is very likely the male lead from the novel. This unparalleled beauty and unique hair color are the exclusive identifying features of the male lead. But right now, she just wants to quickly help the second male lead find his parents, and then return the earring to Arnold. After that, she can frolic freely at the orphanage. She can't afford any more trouble right now. Seeing this, she immediately turns to leave. But after only a few steps, Ailen feels someone following her. The familiar figure from before appears in her sight again. With the mentality that this road doesn't belong to her alone, maybe they're just going the same way. She should just ignore him. But the intense gaze and persistent footsteps of the white-haired boy make it impossible for him to see. This forces her to turn around and ask, "Why are you following me?" "No." To her surprise, he drops to his knees. "I want to be your dog." Ailen is horrified. "I wouldn't dare accept." But the white-haired boy doesn't care about her rejection. "As long as I am sincere, my master will surely be moved." Right after, he starts banging his head on the ground, attracting curious glances from passers-by. To escape this awkward situation, she temporarily lets the male lead follow her, thinking she'll just humor him for now and figure it out later. Just then, she spots a carriage driver. Ailen immediately runs over to negotiate a price, but unexpectedly, the man doesn't even spare her a glance, turning away to pick up other customers. Ailen is indignant. Is she being looked down on just because she's young? Without a carriage, how can she get to the Colin Duke's mansion? At this moment, the white-haired boy who has been following her speaks up. I know the address. I can take you there, master. Seeing this, she has no choice but to follow him, though she thinks to herself, if they just walk, who knows how long it will take to get there. To her surprise, in just a mere 10 seconds, they are standing in front of the gate of the Colin Duke's mansion. Can you tell me why the Duke's mansion is right at the end of the street? This makes me look like an idiot. In another development, Ion is asking about Ailen. Any news about that child yet? If that servant hadn't framed her back then, maybe things wouldn't have gotten to this point. But the family head also bears some responsibility for this. Maya protests, I was just conducting a normal interrogation at the time. Besides, all Itam descendants are educated this way. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Isn't that what everyone does? The butler sighs. I know you want what's best for all, my lady, but your presence terrifies even adults. It's only natural that she would run away in fear. The family head changes the subject, asking what Arno has been up to lately. But when he learns his son has been away from home for 3 days, he gets so angry he crushes the cookie in his hand. Meanwhile, at a tavern, director Anbayan throws a bag of gold coins to exchange for a golden ticket, which is the entrance ticket to the auction. A man exclaims, the scale of this auction is truly unprecedented. The amount of jade alone is in the tens of thousands. Of course, the slave trade there is also legalized. Many powers from the Crescent Moon, even the royal family, don't dare to casually interfere. Anbayan understands the other is warning him. He immediately affirms, I won't meddle in others' affairs. I just want to save a few children and bring them back to the orphanage. Just then, a call from outside the door catches the attention of the two. The newcomer is none other than Arnold. His target is also the Crescent Moon auction. The man whispers, I heard his daughter is missing. His reason for joining the auction is clear. Anbayan sighs. He's a pitiful father too. After saying that, he leaves, intending to go home and check if the 2 kids are behaving. However, when Richard wakes up, he finds that Ban has disappeared, even though she left a letter explaining the reason. He can't help but feel heartbroken. We were clearly family. We promised to be together forever. Why did you abandon me? With sobs, the purple-haired boy becomes increasingly frantic. Ban, where are you? You belong to me. Any child born into the Colin family is innately awakened to the extremely special ice magic. Because their magical power is so immense, the family has great difficulty having children. And yet, a woman would cruelly give such an adorable baby to slave traders simply because she couldn't bear to see a happy and complete family. If your father drove my family out, then you can atone for their sins. The slave trader reminds her, this is the child of a mage. The risk is too great. I won't pay you for this. The woman acts nonchalantly. What she wants has never been money. She just wants the Colin family to suffer misfortune. At the gate of the Duke Colin's mansion, the guard looks at Ailen with suspicion. But when he hears she has a clue about the young master, he doesn't dare to make a decision on his own and immediately reports to the Duke. With permission, the guard leads the girl into the study, but doesn't forget to warn her, I hope you are not hiding anything. The Duke hates liars the most. If you intend to deceive him, it's best you turn back now. But Ailen remains firm in her resolve, then pushes open the door. She finally gets to meet Duke Colin. The moment she sees him, she is immediately captivated by his stunning beauty. However, Duke Colin doesn't even look up, coldly telling her to quickly hand over all the information she knows. When she doesn't speak, he looks up with a murderous gaze. You should know the consequences of deceiving me. His eyes look at her as if she were a corpse. He's as handsome as Richard. Ailen doesn't know where to begin. But to survive, She knows she can't remain silent. She carefully and meticulously describes Richard's appearance. After listening, the Duke appears deep in thought. The girl understands that appearance alone won't earn his trust. Suddenly, she remembers Richard's earring. He has a white rectangular earring. Hearing this, Colin can't hold back any longer and immediately takes out the other earring, emotionally asking, "Is it like this?" "Yes, that's it." But when he uses ice magic, the earring gets covered in a layer of frost. Colin confirms that the child is indeed his son. He immediately demands that Ailen take him to Richard. Seeing the Duke's extreme impatience, the little girl hesitates. "I have something else to do, so can we wait until tomorrow?" "Whatever you have to do, just leave it to the butler. He will handle it properly." His implication is clear. He wants to see his son immediately. Right now. Ailen thinks for a moment and replies, "I haven't discussed it with Richard beforehand. Coming so suddenly, let's just wait until tomorrow. I'll bring him here." Hearing this, the Duke regains some composure and questions her back. "How can you be so sure that child is my son?" As expected, one lie needs many others to be justified. Luckily, the novel mentions that the heroine recognizes the Colin family's bloodline through a missing person notice posted on a bulletin board in the capital. So, she replies that she saw the notice and that the father and son look exactly alike. In the original story, the heroine only discovers the truth when the purple-haired boy is an adult. The orphanage is too far from the capital, so Anne Boleyn didn't recognize any clues. Although Duke Colin remains skeptical of Ailen's explanation, he decides to trust the little girl this one time. He politely asks, "Do I need to arrange a carriage to take you back?" "No need. My friend is waiting outside." After saying that, the little girl leaves. As soon as she steps out of the gate, the male lead rushes over. "Master, you're finally out. I was worried sick. I thought you had left. As a good dog. How could I leave my master?" Ailen is speechless, but still politely says thank you. With him, things went so smoothly. She was about to give the white-haired boy a few gold coins as a reward, but just then, the broken pieces of jade in her bag fall out. It seems they will bounce far away, but the male lead quickly picks them up. Ailen is silently relieved, because if she had lost them, it would have been big trouble. But the male lead turns around, staring at the jade pieces in his hand. "I have two just like this." Ailen is stunned. Looking at the jade pieces in the male lead's hand, she suddenly remembers that in the original story, only the main characters could possess these fragments. The Itam family's balancing holy relic has a total of 7 of these fragments. Her father and Richard each possess one piece, but unexpectedly, the male lead has 2. Of the remaining 3 pieces, 2 are in the hands of the future high priest. So, where's the last piece? In the novel, the high priest also possesses 2 jade pieces. So, what is the true identity of this remaining puppy? As for his jade, Ailen absolutely dares not accept it. This item is not a good thing. On the contrary, it's very dangerous for her. Faced with the boy's earnest flattery, she can only refuse. They just look similar. They're not the same kind. You should keep them. She thinks to herself, this can't be the future high priest, can it? Right now he should still be in the temple, being tormented by the current high priest. Although the high priest in the novel is extremely fierce and arrogant, compared to the boy in front of her who always calls himself Master's dog, they are definitely not the same person. The male lead seems to realize he's of no value to his master and sits in a corner, crying pitifully. Ailen, seeing this, says helplessly, "If you have nowhere to go, you can follow me." "Really? Master, you're the best. I will become your most loyal dog." It seems this form of address can't be fixed. So be it. But I'm not alone, you know. When the 2 arrive at the inn, it's already getting dark. She tells the boy to wait outside. "I need to talk to my friend first." Unexpectedly, he drops to his knees on the spot, vowing to be completely obedient. "You don't have to kneel. Just be good and stay here." In front of the room, Ailen still feels anxious. After all, She left without a word and is now bringing back another burden. Hopefully, Richard won't be angry. When she opens the door, she is greeted by complete darkness. Richard, are you in there? I'm back. Sorry for leaving without saying anything earlier. The next moment, she feels a strange sensation under her feet, the sound of breaking glass. What happened? Just then, Richard speaks up. Ailen, did you find them? My family. Of course. Tomorrow, you can take a carriage to meet them. You won't believe it when I saw your father. I was shocked. You two look exactly alike. We can go meet them tomorrow. Are you happy? But I don't know. The second male lead clenches his fists tightly. Is that why you left me? Why do I have to go to that place? We promised we would never be apart. You even said we were a family. But why do you want to abandon me too? I treated you so well, gave you my whole heart. Why did you turn your back on your promise? Is my heart worthless in your eyes? But Ailen always thought those words were just childish jokes. They were the mutual comfort of two lonely souls, so she never took it as a serious promise. From the beginning, she never wanted to get too deeply involved with any of the main characters. Perhaps because she's always been adrift, she doesn't think she can be with anyone forever. Richard. I didn't lie, and I didn't abandon you. I like you very much. We will always be a family. But your family also loves you very much. They never abandoned you. In fact, they've always been looking for you. After speaking, she takes out the Duke's family's missing person notice. For the past 10 years, they never gave up. You were just kidnapped by bad people. They've always been waiting for you to come home. So, will you go with me tomorrow? Please. Richard holds the notice, his voice trembling. Ban, you're not lying to me, are you? Is all of this true? I know you don't believe it now, but tomorrow, when you go to the Duke's mansion, you'll understand everything. Elsewhere, Duke Colin is still lost in memories of his son, listening to his subordinates report that the little lizard girl wasn't lying. He believes that the little lizard girl wasn't lying. He believes that child is very likely his biological son. The man strokes a photo from his son's first birthday and smiles. He says, "My son, you are still alive." At this moment, in the carriage, the purple-haired boy is staring blankly out the window, his heart filled with anxiety about meeting the family he has never seen. Moreover, why is this annoying kid following them? Seeing Richard's unhappy face, Ailen asks caringly. The purple-haired boy immediately voices his confusion, but the white-haired male lead quickly answers. Of course, it's because I'm my master's dog. Richard, annoyed by his overly familiar attitude with his Ban, retorts sarcastically, "You're not a real dog. You don't need to follow me. If you want, the most I'll let you do is guard the house." The male lead doesn't get angry at all, even playfully barking a few times. This shamelessness leaves the purple-haired young master at a loss, even making him suspect the guy has a screw loose. Ailen sees this and chuckles, trying to mediate. He has nowhere to go. I think you two can live peacefully together, maybe even become friends. But clearly, neither of them thinks so. At this moment, Ailen's eyes are drawn to the green leaves outside the window amidst the bickering of the two boys. She reflects that things seem pretty good right now. Upon arriving at the Duke's mansion, a long line of servants is already there to welcome them. Amidst the astonished gazes, a maid steps forward. His Grace the Duke is in the drawing room. Please follow me. After countless stairs and long, winding corridors and opening hundreds of doors, the three finally arrive before the drawing room. Seeing Richard's anxious face, the little girl takes his hand to comfort him. Don't worry, you have nothing to be nervous about. Everyone here really likes you. Thanks to Ban's reassurance, the purple-haired boy gradually calms down. Ban, you're so good. Thank you for being with me. When the drawing room doors open, the maid reports to the Duke, "My lord, the young master and his friends have arrived." With the sparkling light from his earring, the man says gently, "Let them in." He has been waiting for this day for 10 long years. His gaze falls upon the three children who just entered. Your Grace, as promised, I have brought your son, Richard. Now, go say hello to your father. The purple-haired boy takes a half-step forward and removes his hat, revealing his stunning features. The moment the Duke sees the earring, he knows this is his son. His feet unconsciously move forward, and he finally embraces Richard. He pulls him into a hug. My son, you're finally home. But the purple-haired young master just silently endures the hug. Then suddenly pushes Duke Colin away. How do I know if you're my father? What if you're mistaken? Besides, back then, didn't you abandon me? Seeing his son in a panicked, incoherent state, the Duke's heart aches as if pierced by needles. Richard, please believe me. You are definitely my son. Your mother and I have been in anguish every day because we couldn't find you. Why were you wandering outside? I will explain everything. But for now, let's go eat together first. But just as Duke Colin is about to take his son to enjoy the world, just the two of them, the purple-haired boy grabs onto Ailen tightly. Ban, you come with us. Seeing his son pull away from him, the Duke instantly freezes, turning his glare on the little pink-haired girl. You dare to steal my son? Richard, completely unaware of his father's attitude, pitifully begs Ban to stay. Understanding the Duke's warning gaze, Ailen has no choice but to agree, assuring him, I won't go anywhere. The Duke is also satisfied and orders the servants to prepare tea. Thank you very much for bringing my son back. Since I lost him, it's been a long time since I've had guests. As for those who caused our separation, I will find every single one of them. Anyone who has ever hurt my son should now prepare to face the wrath of the Colin family. Both insane adoptive fathers lost their children, the only difference being that Duke Colin was lucky enough to find his. But even though he found his son, and the father and son have reunited, it still can't shake the little girl's position in the purple-haired boy's heart. He also recognizes Ailen's importance to his son. He gently invites them to enjoy afternoon tea together. Thinking of the suffering his son endured all these years, he wishes he could drag those slave traders out and torture them 1,000 times over. Even though he caught them back then, using ice magic to torture them relentlessly, his Richard was still missing. 10 years have passed. That wicked woman, I will definitely chop her into 1,000 pieces. Ailen is startled by this and quickly looks over at the purple-haired boy. How could this man say such cruel things in front of a child? Richard's personality is already somewhat obsessive. She worked so hard to raise him into a kind and lovely child. What if he picks up bad habits? But the purple-haired boy looks at the Duke with eyes full of admiration. Dad, you're so cool. I'll learn from you in the future. Praised by his son. The man looks at Richard with a gentle gaze. Next time there's a chance, I'll definitely take you with me. This evil gene. My son and the white-haired kid go first. This young lady and I have some matters to discuss. But the purple-haired boy isn't leaving so easily. He insists on staying with Ban. Richard, be good. It'll only take a moment. Don't worry, your Ban won't go anywhere. Then, despite the boy's loud crying, he orders the attendants to take the children away. Just a moment ago, he was so warm and gentle like a spring breeze in front of his son, but when he turns to Ailen, he exudes a chilling aura, coldly asking about the boy's past. The first time I met him was at the orphanage. My poor Richard was thrown. There? Were many people bullying him? As a mage, both his appearance and abilities would make him an easy target for isolation. And I wasn't there for him. Seeing his expression darken, Ailen can guess what the Duke is imagining and quickly explains, in the orphanage, there's a director. He took very good care of Richard and even taught him how to use magic. Oh, right, the director is Anbayan. The man has a revelation. So it was him. If it's him, then you're not lying. I was planning to settle you all in and then have that place razed to the ground. Now it seems that's no longer necessary. Ailen breathes a sigh of relief, not expecting that one sentence from her would save the entire orphanage. Tell me what you want. As a reward for finding Richard, feel free to ask for anything. The little girl begins to seriously consider her future plans. She doesn't lack money or treasures. After all, her father gave her a large sum before. Suddenly, an idea strikes her. Remembering she doesn't have a stable place to live, she makes a request. If possible, I would like a house. It would be perfect if it's located between the Itam family and the bank. After hearing this, Duke Colin puts down his teacup. Your request is not unreasonable, but I must remind you, it's very dangerous for a girl to live alone, especially when you're a beast man. The danger is multiplied. Ailen is stunned. How did you know my identity? She frantically turns to check. Her tail isn't showing. You hide it very well, but it's useless. In front of me, as a mage, through the flow of mana, I can easily see through your identity. You should know that an unowned beastman in the Empire is almost unprotected by the law. This means even if you have your own house, you will always be under threat. The safest option is to return to your own kind. Only there will you be truly safe. By the way, what will you do? What race do you belong to? I'm a lizard person. A lizard person? But your mana and appearance are completely different. I really am a lizard person, I just don't know how to control my transformation. You don't need to worry, I have no ill intentions. It seems you don't plan on returning to your kind for now. Then he opens a magic book and writes a contract. Ailen looks at the paper in front of her. On it is written that the Duke will adopt her, but in return, she must stay and be Richard's companion until he comes of age. All of this is beyond the little girl's expectations. She never knew the status of beastmen was so low. Elsewhere, a boy in a black cloak is navigating through the alleys. He looks at the map in his hand while grumbling, what kind of godforsaken place is this? The roads go in circles. When I get home, I'll have to tell father to fix the roads. Here. But my sister's birthday present can't be delayed. While walking, the boy accidentally bumps into a passerby. A red-haired, blue-eyed teenager flashes past his vision. Although he quickly pulls up his hood, that moment has already been caught by those with ill intentions. Not long ago, after learning Ailen's identity, to ensure her safety and fulfill his son's lifelong wish, Duke Colin decided to adopt her. He thought the girl would happily agree, but unexpectedly, Ailen hesitated. This reminds the Duke of their first meeting. The maturity and understanding that radiated from her eyes had surprised him. Therefore, despite Ailen's refusal, he firmly insists that this adoption agreement is effective. Permanently. Whenever you've thought it through, you can come find me anytime. Or, do you still want to go back to the orphanage? Hearing the man's disdain. For the orphanage, the little girl replies seriously, I don't know what you think of the orphanage, but for me. And for the other children, it's a very warm place. Besides, if it weren't for the Sunshine Orphanage, I wouldn't have met Richard. Seeing the little girl seriously defending the orphanage with a maturity beyond her years, the Duke realizes this is not a child who grew up in a happy family. He again thinks of his son. Perhaps she also grew up amidst discrimination and bullying. Maybe even abandoned by her parents. Is that why she doesn't want to go home? If her special appearance was revered by her own kind, she wouldn't have had to wander outside. So there's only one truth, she was kicked out of her home. Because of that unique appearance, she suffered immense hardship. Becoming a homeless child, she wandered to the orphanage and then met Richard and Anne. That's why the little girl matured so early. Faced with this chain of reasoning, I can only say, I'm speechless. Why do this father and son duo love to make up their own stories? The Duke becomes even more certain of his thoughts, secretly planning to nurture Ailen into a talent. However, he will also let her grow up happily because children's smiles are his ultimate goal. He calls for the head maid, Lai. He gives her the director's contact information, instructing her to treat Anne with utmost respect and courtesy. Thank him on my behalf. Thank him for his dedicated care of the children over the years. Also, tell him not to worry about their safety. I will personally visit to express my gratitude someday. The maid respectfully accepts the order and leaves. Meanwhile, Ailen finally gets to go back to her room to rest. Today has been utterly exhausting. Not only was she attacked by bandits, suspected of being a monster by the Duke, and had to apologize to the director for leaving without permission. She didn't even get to eat dinner properly. On top of that, she still needs to give the balancing relic fragment to her father. But handing it to him directly is too risky. What if she's suspected of being a thief again? It would be best to clear her name from Mila's scheme first. Perhaps she should write a letter to the female lead. Richard's voice interrupts her train of thought. His impatient demeanor startles her. The purple-haired boy points at the white-haired male lead and yells angrily, "He's been spouting nonsense this whole time." The white-haired boy's eyes well up with tears. "I was only telling the truth, my lady. Look at him, he keeps deluding himself that you won't stay. Daydreaming like that isn't good." This further infuriates Richard, who declares, "I'm going to marry Bam. Ailen is stunned. Where did this bold declaration come from? She tells them both to calm down. Fed up with the two kids, she decides to step outside, but Richard continues to argue with the other boy. He turns to the white-haired boy. "We made a promise last time, didn't we?" But when he looks back, he discovers Ban has vanished. At that moment, the two boys realize with a start that Ailen has slipped away. "Master, where are you going?" "I'll come with you. I have a bit of a headache. I want to get some fresh air. I'll be back soon," Richard says anxiously, but the food is about to be served. The white-haired boy cuts in. "Didn't you hear the master say she wants to be alone?" Richard instinctively yells. "You annoying dog." The white-haired boy tearfully replies, "I'm a good dog, so I'll go keep the master company. But I want to be alone." After saying this, she steps out of the bedroom and crosses the vast garden courtyard. Ailen carefully pulls her hood over her head. Ever since she learned that a mage could see through her identity, she always wears the magic-concealing cloak the Duke gave her. He also told her that her magic power would increase with age and advised her to find a mage to learn how to control it. If this power spirals out of control, it could be extremely dangerous. But she doesn't remember any part of the novel mentioning this. Just then, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground behind her startles her. She bends down to pick up the case. "Sir, you dropped this." To her surprise, the man turns around to look at her with a haggard and weary expression. He thanks her and hastily leaves with the case. His staggering posture makes her wonder if she should go and help. But seeing that the sky is getting dark, she decides to buy an envelope and a stamp first. She arrives at a general store, where the owner happens to be a witch. She immediately senses the flow of magic emanating from the little girl, even though she's wearing a magic-blocking cloak. Seeing her pink hair, the witch is certain this beast man is no ordinary being. This power is truly intoxicating. "My little lamb, I will definitely find you." The little girl, once cherished by the purple-haired boy, now unluckily appears in the black market, becoming a commodity for people to choose at will. After leaving the inn, and Bien is on his way to the Crescent Moon's secret base. Sitting in the carriage, he reads Ailen's letter. The polite, cautious words and elegant handwriting prove that the girl has received a proper aristocratic education. But why did she appear in the form of a small lizard during their first meeting? Where did she really come from? He was originally planning to return immediately, but the girl called him. Through a magic circle, she assured him that they were fine. Duke Colin also sent a thank-you gift, which finally put in Bien's mind at ease. He dons a wolf mask and enters the auction hall of Crescent Moon. No matter how lavishly decorated the exterior is, it cannot conceal the dirty dealings happening in the shadows. Under the powerful influence of Crescent Moon, this place is a paradise for the super-rich. As long as you have money, you can buy anything in the world. The purpose of the director's trip is to rescue some kidnapped children. After checking his admission ticket, he exchanges it for a corresponding number card. To ensure VIP customers receive the best service, the manager personally greets him, enthusiastically promoting the most valuable item of the night. But when he sees this product, the director is stunned. He freezes on the spot. The little girl stares blankly at him as well. The manager, however, continues to chatter in his ear, a lizard beastman of this quality is a rare find indeed. Whether you buy her for entertainment or as a decoration, she's worth every penny. Hearing those words, and Bien unconsciously tightens his grip on the number card. The manager continues to drone on, items from Crescent Moon are always guaranteed to be of the best quality. But in the next second, along with the shattered pieces of the card falling to the ground, and Bien growls, "Is this the quality you speak of?" The manager praises the director's strength while hastily saying he will prepare a new card for him. After the man is gone, he turns to the little girl. "It's me, the director. Do you remember? Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Seeing the confused look on Ailen's face, he can only sigh helplessly. "For now, just stay here quietly. I'll go find a way to get you out, but you must not do anything rash." Just then, the manager rushes over. "My apologies for the wait. If you are pleased with this beastman, we can offer you a 1% discount." And Bien immediately turns away sharply. "Take me to see the other children." Watching the two of them leave, Ailen doesn't understand what's happening. She doesn't even know why she was kidnapped. Just a moment ago, she had just finished shopping and was happily skipping home. But in the blink of an eye, she blacked out. When she woke up, she found herself trapped in this dark, suffocating cage, only to be caught red-handed by the director. Moreover, why does this plot feel so familiar? While contemplating her existence in the dungeon, Ailen suddenly recalls a detail from the story. The female lead was once kidnapped, and Bien happened to rescue her. During that time, he also conveniently saved the prince who was imprisoned in the dungeon. This means the female lead and that prince are very likely here right now. Should she do something? But remembering the director's warning, she suppresses her racing heart. Just then, the sound of cursing echoes from a distance, followed by the sound of a lock turning. A man throws the person he's carrying straight into the cell. "You better pray someone buys you tonight, or else you won't be keeping that tongue of yours." The blonde-haired boy yells, "You peasants, do you know who I am? Just wait until I get out of here. I will personally send all of you to the chopping block." Then his gaze lands on Ailen. "What are you looking at? You country bumpkin, don't you have the decency not to look directly at a noble?" The girl recoils in disgust. Where did this psycho come from? The rude, blonde boy suddenly feels unwell and starts coughing violently. The severity of his cough makes Ailen feel a little sorry for him. Thinking they're in the same boat, she figures helping him out a little wouldn't hurt. She looks at her cloak, then at the blonde boy shivering from the cold, and drapes her cloak over him. This action startles the boy. "You little demon, how dare you eye my body?" Ailen has to explain, "I was just afraid you'd get sick." But the blonde boy is completely deaf to her words. He even shoves her hand away, coughing as he says, "Don't fall in love with me, it's hopeless." This guy is genuinely sick in the head. But looking at his clothes, plus his blue eyes and blonde hair, she has a bad feeling. This appearance, combined with his narcissistic attitude and frail body, perfectly matches the description of the prince in the original story. Ailen is certain that he shares the same tragic fate. As her in the novel, he's the side character prince who will die from an incurable disease. While the little lizard, now enveloped in love, is accidentally kidnapped by the Crescent Moon organization. Out there, the purple-haired young master turns into a crybaby upon discovering Ban's disappearance. Meanwhile, the white-haired young master anxiously prays on the rooftop. In the dungeon, Ailen recalls the story's plot after learning about the prince's illness. Due to the poor conditions at the time, his health deteriorates daily, and the blonde boy begins to give up. But the female lead can't let him fall into despair like that. She constantly encourages him, saying that as long as one holds on to hope, nothing is impossible to overcome. But despite her efforts after escaping the dungeon, the prince's illness shows no signs of improving. Even the doctors are forced to declare defeat. Finally, on a cold winter day, the blonde boy passes away forever. The emperor is heartbroken by his son's death. When he learns that his son contracted the disease from a knight, He orders the massacre of the knight's entire family, plunging the empire into a sea of fire and misery. Anyone caught celebrating is thrown into prison. The emperor rejects anything related to joy. This horrific torture lasts for 10 years. The female lead understands that if things continue this way, the world will soon meet its end, so she bravely stands up. She launches a campaign to save the world. Reading up to this point, I'm at a loss for words. Darling, this pose is a bit too cool. Besides, you have a whole squad of male leads to back you up. Why do you need to step up personally? It seems this novel is starting to mistreat my female lead. Right now, she doesn't have much time to complain, as she needs to secure her future. To do that, she must take a risk. She vows to save the prince at all costs. But can someone just tell her how to wake up someone who's pretending to be asleep? Faced with the blonde boy's sky-high ego, Ailen sighs. If only Richard were here, he would teach this narcissist a lesson. Meanwhile, the prince is still busy bragging about his beloved, how elegant and intelligent she is. You childish lump of dough, you're not even worth a single strand of her hair, so don't you dare imagine I'd fall for you. Hey, if you want to praise your lover, fine, but don't put others down. Besides, who told you I like you? I have someone I admire too, you know. She's 1,000 times more beautiful and elegant than your lover. The blonde boy, seeing Ailen's dissatisfaction, concedes, I respect your love. My apologies for the misunderstanding earlier. Now, shall we hug? It's too cold in here. Whatever, I'll let it slide since you're sick. Fine. Time slowly passes. The young boy gradually drifts off to sleep. Seeing this, Ailen stealthily tries to take off the cloak, but unexpectedly wakes the blonde boy. He blocks her way. What are you sneakily doing? I was just going to take out this letter paper to jot down a few important things. Is that so? Then give me a sheet. Not to be rude, but your paper quality is terrible. But since you're a country bumpkin, I'll reluctantly make do. Ailen is speechless. This guy is so hard to please. In truth, the blonde boy is well aware of his physical condition. Facing his deteriorating health, he understands that this may very well be the last letter he ever writes. Thinking of his beloved, a smile unconsciously forms on his lips, even if they can never meet again. As long as she is safe and happy, he is content. Elsewhere, Duke Colin has discovered Ailen's disappearance and is sending people to search everywhere. In the mansion, Richard is sobbing uncontrollably, demanding to find Ban Ban. The male lead is praying ceaselessly, Master, where are you? I will definitely find you. 2 frantic adoptive fathers and 3 male leads are desperately searching for the little lizard, and even the director is secretly taking action. Despite all this, Ailen just wishes someone would come and save this wretched blonde boy immediately, because he has already thrown up all over her. Seeing the male lead appear like a descending god, she silently muses, so the white-haired male lead is the prince's true love after all. Before the male lead arrived, Ailen took out the jade fragment the purple-haired boy gave her, determined to give this balancing relic fragment to her father. Then, she puts the jade into an envelope, intending to give it to the female lead once they escape, certain she will deliver it to Arno. But right now, she's also incredibly conflicted because this letter contains not just the jade, but also the cure for the plague. Although Colin would discover this cure on his own in 10 years, during that time, countless people would have died, pushing the world to the brink of destruction. After his successful research, Kalyan generously provides the cure to all citizens of the empire, earning the Itam family universal respect. This act indirectly supports the female lead's revolution. However, the war in the empire does not end because of it. Things haven't gone too far yet. As long as she saves the prince and eradicates the plague, this war will also disappear. A piece of letter paper suddenly flies out, interrupting her train of thought. The blonde boy coughs weakly. It's a love letter. You read it first. Seeing Ailen's annoyed expression, he quickly clarifies, it's not for you, it's for my fiancé. Read it for me, but don't you dare fall for me because of it. The girl, frustrated, Tears open the letter and reads, "To my dearest Lillian, you don't need to avoid me anymore. You will never find anyone as handsome and charming as me, but perhaps we will never meet again." The letter ends with a postscript, "From someone who has been silently watching over you." Ailen is so embarrassed she wants to dig a sea view villa with her toes. Yet the clueless prince still demands her opinion. The girl can only muster, "I just think you sound like a narcissistic stalker." The blonde prince is devastated. Is it really that bad? Meanwhile, Ailen can't help but wonder about the name Lillian. It sounds very familiar, but she has never met this person. Her memory seems to be forcibly sealed by something, as if an invisible hand is manipulating everything. Seeing his dejected look, Ailen asks, "Why weren't you more sincere when you wrote the letter? You should have expressed your feelings more." The blonde prince suddenly hesitates. "Sincere? No one ever taught me anything like that." Before he can finish, he starts coughing violently. Seeing the fresh blood coming from his mouth, the pink-haired girl frantically rushes to the door, banging on it for help. However, despite her screaming until her throat is raw, there is no response. Damn it, why is there no one around at such a crucial moment? Hearing the blonde boy's incessant coughing, she keeps comforting him, "Don't worry, someone will be here soon." The prince's condition is getting worse, and Ailen is helpless. She can only stay by his side, praying constantly, "Please save him, anyone." Isn't it true that in novels, a god appears when you're at your wit's end? Please, God, save this poor patient. Just then, the male lead appears before Ailen like an angel. "Master, I'm here to save you." In another development, the crescent moon auction is in full swing. A familiar figure slowly walks in, grabs a masked man, and throws him into the middle of the aisle. The man whose seat was stolen angrily yells, "Guards, throw this madman out." But when he sees the dragon-shaped mask on the man's face, he realizes in horror that the person is from the Itam family. So when the guards arrive, the man can only force a smile and explain that he accidentally tripped. Meanwhile, Arnold focuses on the auction stage, wondering if he can find any news about his daughter at the Crescent Moon house. "Ailen, where are you?" The darling he cherished in his hands has now been turned into a commodity for others to appraise. The Duke glares at the host with murderous eyes, but for his daughter's safety, he bites his tongue. However, the little lizard that everyone is frantically searching for has already been snatched away by the male lead. Earlier, due to his worsening condition, the blonde prince had fallen into a coma. In his delirium, he relives his engagement day with Lillian. He knows his body won't last the year, but his father is adamant about finding him a wife. Even though he's unwilling, he can't bear to disappoint his father. Even on his engagement day, he still thinks he shouldn't ruin a girl's future like this. The engagement ceremony begins amidst everyone's blessings. The prince takes the garnet diamond ring from the bridesmaid's hand. He is still plotting how to ruin the ceremony in his head. At that moment, the priest asks the bride to lift her head. The moment he sees her beautiful face, the prince is instantly smitten. In a daze, he completes the engagement ceremony. By the time he comes to his senses, the engagement is a done deal. But for the girl's happiness, the prince begins to pretend to live a dissolute life. He believes that this way, she won't be too sad when he passes away. Amidst his dreamlike recollections, a mumbling voice by his ear suddenly wakes him. The blonde boy discovers he's being carried on a stranger's back. Panicked, he shoves the person away. He shouts, "Who are you to dare touch my precious body?" At this, Ailen quickly intervenes, "We're trying to escape." The prince looks suspiciously at the male lead who saved him. "How?" Hearing noises from outside, the white-haired male lead knows they're running out of time. Ailen also begs the prince to trust them. With no other choice, the blonde boy complies. As they pass through the backstage area, they hear the host introducing a red-haired, blue-eyed teenager. Hearing the man brag about the rarity of this item, the prince grinds his teeth. "How dare they treat me like an object? Just wait until I get out of here. I'll make them pay." The host then introduces the next item. This is a pink lizard beast man. One of a kind in the world. Not only is she young, but she also possesses beautiful pink hair. Hearing this, the Duke immediately shoots to his feet. Ailen sees him too. Someone daring to wear a black dragon mask besides Arno, she can't think of anyone else. But in the original story, he never came to the auction house. Why is the plot going so off track? Is this really the world from the novel? Noticing that his master isn't keeping up, the white-haired boy waves for her to hurry. Ailen temporarily sets aside her doubts and quickly leaves. Finally, all three breathe a sigh of relief as they escape to a forest. The male lead immediately switches to fawning puppy mode. My apologies for being late, master. Though Ailen doesn't mind, I'm just grateful you came to save me. But the prince suspiciously asks, how did you find us? Who are you and what's your identity? Hearing this, the white-haired boy doesn't get angry at all and says, my name is Lucilian. My master and I are psychically linked. We understand each other with just a glance, which is how I found you too. The blonde boy is stunned. It turns out there's someone in this world even more shameless than him. At this moment, Ailen asks Lucilian to return to the auction hall to deliver 2 letters to the men. Wearing the red dragon mask and the gray wolf mask. How could I refuse my master's request? But I'll need a hug from my master to recharge my energy. Though confused, the little lizard steps forward to hug him. Unexpectedly, the male lead leans close to her ear. Master, perhaps you're not a lizard after all. After saying this, he reluctantly lets her go and carefully sets up a protective magic spell. He then instructs the 2 of them that as long as they don't move around or make loud noises, they won't be discovered. I'll be back quickly. Lucilian disappears into the night, leaving Ailen. Still pondering his words, if I'm not a lizard, then what am I? Inside the magic circle, Ailen and the prince meticulously follow the white-haired male lead's instructions. Sure enough, in the next second, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes as black-clad guards swarm the area, searching. Even though the 2 are standing right in front of them, the guards don't notice them. After the guards are gone, the girl is so cold she's shivering, able only to blow warm air onto her hands. Just then, she notices the prince trying to suppress a cough and asks worriedly, are you all right? The blonde boy looks at her unhappily. Doughball, why aren't you using honorifics? Our statuses are worlds apart. Not wanting more trouble, Ailen quietly apologizes. Seeing this, the prince has nothing more to say to her. The prince takes out the letter he wrote, and with a single squeeze of his hand, the letter instantly crumbles into tiny pieces. Ailen is utterly shocked, not understanding why he would do that. Isn't this the letter you wrote for your beloved? The blonde boy calmly replies, didn't you say it was poorly written? So I changed my mind. There shouldn't be any more ties between her and me. Forgetting is the best gift we can give each other. Hearing these words, Ailen is completely bewildered. If there's a misunderstanding between a couple, shouldn't they communicate more? The prince looks up at the sky. But I won't survive this winter. So why should I use my short life to hold someone else back? Even though his father finds all sorts of rare medicinal herbs to prolong his life every year, he's afraid he won't make it this time. This trip out was also because I wanted to buy a birthday cake for Lillian. The decorative flowers on it were as elegant and splendid as she is. That's why I can't ruin a beautiful person's future, right? These heartfelt words leave Ailen speechless. After a moment of internal struggle, she firmly grips the blonde boy's shoulders. After we get back, you must immediately go find Kellyan of the Itam family. He has a medicine that kills parasites. No matter what incurable disease you have, that medicine can cure at least half of it. The prince is curious. How does a doughball like you know Kellyan Itam? Dissatisfaction is clear on the pink-haired girl's face. What doughball? My name is Ailen. Remember it. I know, you weird little doughball. But in the next second, he starts to cough violently. Seeing this, Ailen doesn't know what to do other than get closer to soothe him. The prince's coughing attracts the attention of the Crescent Moon guards. If they're discovered, they're done for. The prince's coughing shows no sign of stopping, causing Ailen to panic. Closing her eyes, she screams internally, Lucilian. Unexpectedly, the male lead truly appears right in front of her. He uses magic to temporarily soothe the prince's cough. This causes the guards to doubt themselves and disperse to search elsewhere. Seeing the two of them hugging, the prince finally succumbs and faints. The male lead checks him over and says, "With this congenital disease, there's nothing I can do." It seems the men in black are still lurking around here. We should leave quickly. At this point, Ailen suggests he take the prince first. No, how could I leave my master in such a dangerous place? But if we go together, we'll be too big of a target. We won't be able to escape. Ailen remains firm. Knowing he can't persuade his master, Lucilian compromises. Since my master has commanded it, I will obey. He then hoists the prince onto his back and flies into the air. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to remind Ailen to wait for his return, then uses magic to disappear. Only when she's sure the two have left does Ailen feel a shiver of fear. She hopes that what she did today will bring a happy ending for everyone. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps comes from ahead. The girl fearfully presses herself against a tree trunk, covering her mouth, determined not to be found by those hunters. But when she sees clearly who is approaching, she is so shocked she forgets to breathe. The man with black hair and exquisite features, isn't it Arno? The Duke calls out, "My daughter, are you there?" Earlier, to avenge his daughter, the Duke not only executed the traitorous maid, but also taunted Ailen's overbearing old father, stunning the butler standing beside him. The young master had always been indifferent to everything around him, occasionally teasing his juniors for fun, but it was all an act, never showing genuine affection. But with Lady Ailen, it's completely different. Not only did he place the stuffed tiger she loved most under a photo of him and his late wife, but he also relentlessly searched for her whereabouts. Every time he heard a child call Daddy outside the window, he would immediately rush out to see if she had returned. But the result was always disappointment. The longing for his daughter gives Arno a severe headache. Even though he has found the balancing fragment, it can't soothe the murderous aura raging around him. The butler standing beside him can only try to console him. Just then, he happens to see the invitation to the Crescent Moon auction. "Young master, are you planning to go to the auction?" "Yes. Maybe there will be news of Ailen there." Seeing the butler's hesitant expression, Arno lies to himself. "Just this last time." But the butler knows full well this is just the young master's excuse. And so, he goes to the auction. As soon as he sits down, he hears the host introduce the star item of the night, a pink-haired lizard beast man. His sixth sense tells Arno that it's his daughter. He grabs a staff member, threatening him to take him to the girl immediately. But when he arrives, all he sees is an empty cell. The guards couldn't find the escaped item either and immediately split up to search. However, the Duke discovers a lock of pink hair left behind in the cell. This is definitely his daughter's hair. Just as he is about to follow the trail, the white-haired male lead suddenly appears. Yet, those around them seem not to see the boy. Just as Arno is about to unleash his magic, Lucilian places them in an illusion. He quickly speaks up, "The beast man asked me to give this to you." Seeing Ailen's signature on the envelope, he is about to ask about his daughter's condition when the male lead uses magic to disappear on the spot. Arno opens the letter to read it. Though the handwriting is a bit messy, the letter fills the entire page. However, after reading it, he can't believe it because throughout the letter, his daughter never once mentions wanting to come home, but instead repeatedly emphasizes in the postscript that she is not a thief. Does his daughter not need this father anymore? Just then, through his magic, he detects Ailen's presence. Following the pink aura, he finds her hiding in the magic circle. But the little pink-haired girl has no idea how much her father loves her. She doesn't dare to utter a word, afraid the Duke will take her back and punish her as a thief. When the Duke approaches, the magic circle suddenly vanishes. The father kneels before her. Ailen frighteningly pulls her hood down, trying to hide her identity and get through the situation. Seeing his daughter trembling with fear, Arno says painfully, "Do you hate me? I am your father now. Why did you suddenly disappear and not want to come home anymore? I said I would treat you like my own daughter. Aren't we a family?" Hiding under her hood, Ailen vigorously shakes her head. Seeing this, Arno smiles. "Then come home with me." Hearing his gentle words and seeing her father's outstretched hand, Ailen recalls the moment she was wrongly accused and climbed onto the pillar. Back then, Arno also reached out to her with a look of utter pain. It turns out her father never hated her, he just hoped she could trust him. The little lizard looks at the Duke, urging her to come home. It turns out her father never disliked her, in fact, he doted on her immensely. But as she looks at Arno's outstretched hand, just as she's about to place her own hand in his, she pulls back. She remembers all that has happened. What's the point of going back now? It won't change the fact that she's a lizard beast man, despised by everyone. Seeing the unhappy look on his daughter's face, Arno kindly asks, "Your sudden disappearance worried me a lot. It's my fault for not protecting you well. If there's anything bothering you, just tell me." Unexpectedly, Ailen blurts out, "In this family game, everyone was very happy. But if you don't want to play anymore, then I'll have to leave. Even though I was happy at home, all of it will eventually vanish. Instead of returning only to be kicked out again, it's better if we cut ties here. Even if it's a bit selfish, I don't want to be hurt again." The feeling of being hurt is truly terrifying. Arno didn't expect his daughter to understand things so deeply. He explains, "At first, I did think that way. But that one time when everyone ran away as I went berserk, only you ran towards me, braving the danger to save my life. From that moment on, I truly saw you as my daughter. My own flesh and blood. But I'm a disgusting lizard. Don't you hate lizards?" "Not at all. My darling daughter is always the most adorable person. I was angry at the party because that maid hurt you. Besides, I've known your true identity for a long time. I just didn't realize you cared so much about your original form. It's not your fault. It's all my fault for not being a trustworthy father." The little girl hesitates. "I caused trouble at the party." The Duke immediately reassures her, "It's okay, I've taken care of everything. But I still have many secrets. My daughter can do whatever she wants." Feeling her father's unconditional love, Ailen's wavering heart gradually finds its footing. Arno speaks again, "Let's go home, my treasure." Seeing her less resistant attitude, he knows his daughter has truly come back. Arno lifts Ailen up, embracing her tightly. He holds her close, "My treasure, rest well now. I'm taking you home." The pink-haired girl also falls asleep in her father's loving arms. But 2 seconds later, the Duke immediately summons his shadow guard, Ailen. "I don't want to hear any more information about that auction house." The shadow guard immediately obeys and leaves. Arno looks at the girl sleeping soundly in his arms. "My treasure, I will never lose you again." Elsewhere, Ailen relays the young master's orders to his comrades: rescue the hostages at the auction house, then destroy the place. They are the top assassin organization backing the Itam family. This is the first time Arno has summoned them. This makes the man wonder, has the young master changed? Because he never intended to inherit the family, he never contacted us. If we hadn't been keeping an eye on him, I would have mistaken him for someone else. Everyone, remember the good news Lady Ailen brings. With a leader like this, the family will only grow stronger. The man nods in agreement, then leads his subordinates to carry out the mission. When they arrive at the auction house gates, the guards arrogantly declare, "No entry without an invitation." But the only response is a blood-curdling scream. Watching the guard fall, the man says coldly, "The young master has ordered the destruction of this place." Soon, the smell of blood and horrific screams engulf the entire hall. Meanwhile, the white-haired male lead returns to the original spot. Seeing the empty tree trunk, he immediately panics and searches the area. There are no signs of a struggle, so my master must have been kidnapped. The noise he makes attracts the attention of the Crescent Moon guards. Little one, why are you here alone so late? The guard looks as if he's found a prize. With a sly tone, he says, "You're quite a looker, kid." The guard smirks to himself. This is definitely a high-quality product. Come with me, I'll treat you to something delicious. Lucilian doesn't waste words and directly uses magic to hypnotize the man. It's because of people like you that my master was kidnapped. But the gods will give sinners a chance to repent. The male lead uses magic to rewrite the man's sinful life, casting a curse that will make him regret it for the rest of his days. Then, he quietly leaves. All that remains at the scene is a man muttering about kindness as he stumbles deeper into the forest. Because their little sister was kidnapped, the two foolish older brothers have voluntarily stood guard by her bed, watching over their treasure. The little girl has finally returned but has been in a coma for 2 straight days. Unexpectedly, in the next second, she sits up. But they're unaware that Ailen just had a nightmare. She felt like she had returned to the modern world. The people and things she had deliberately forgotten suddenly appeared. It was as if a cocoon was being peeled away layer by layer, revealing the truth. She suddenly remembers. That was her family. That day, she was abandoned at home, then transported to this fantasy world. Her body remained in the modern world. She must have been found and taken to the hospital. The doctor coldly announces that the patient doesn't want to wake up. Her mother complains, "This useless thing is so troublesome." Her younger brothers also express their dissatisfaction with their sister, this laughingstock. "How long is this brat going to burden our family?" The arguments and hatred from her family are the last straw that breaks her. Even though it was just a dream, the feeling of being hurt is still as sharp as a knife's edge. The calls, urgently coming from outside, pull Ailen back to reality. Looking at her two brothers, the girl still hasn't grasped what's happening. Kallian looks at his sister with tears in his eyes. "Ailen, you're finally awake. You've been asleep for 2 days." The girl on the bed weakly replies, "I have." But in the next second, she snaps awake and sits up. She grabs Kallian tightly. "What about the plague? Has a cure been developed? Are Richard, Lucilian, the prince, and everyone at home okay?" The boy has to calm her down first, then begins to recount everything that happened after she left home. Grandfather has to deal with a mountain of headache-inducing paperwork every day, with no time for anything else. Father, to warn the servants not to repeat their mistakes, has been executing them daily. As for Cillian, he's been hiding in his room making dolls. Kallian, after receiving her letter, has been staying up all night in his lab concocting the medicine. The result was astonishing. The medicine she mentioned was successfully created. Just a few days later, when the disease began to spread, the family immediately distributed the cure. The plague was nipped in the bud before it could become an epidemic. "Ailen, it's thanks to your good fortune that we are all safe." The little girl bows her head. Actually, it was all just a misunderstanding. But Kallian's next words make her eyes widen. "How did you know that medicine could counter the plague? That's a groundbreaking discovery in medicine." Facing the curious gazes of her two brothers, the girl becomes even more flustered, not knowing how to explain. She knew everything from the novel, and this medicine was supposed to be discovered by Kallian and the female lead together. Just as she is in a dilemma, the Duke pushes the door open. "Treasure, how are you feeling? It's a good thing I came to check, or I would have missed you waking up. Is there anything you want to eat?" Ailen gently shakes her head. "I want to rest a little more. I'm sorry for making everyone worry." Hearing his daughter's formal words, Arnold squeezes her small hand. "You are my daughter. You don't need to apologize. No matter what you do, I will always be on your side." The girl unconsciously smiles. "Thank you, father." The Duke looks at his daughter affectionately, then stands up to lead his two sons out. Meeting his father's threatening gaze, Kallian very reluctantly lets his brother drag him away. Arno tells his daughter that he has investigated her background, but her records are completely blank. But none of that matters. Just pick a day you like and make it your birthday. I've already prepared a gift for you. Kallian also takes the opportunity to invite her, "Whenever you're free, come play with us." The girl, who had been drowsy, is suddenly speechless. After everyone leaves, she finally relaxes and plops down on the bed. But remembering her brother's question from earlier, she feels like a fraud who has stolen her sister's credit. Someone like her doesn't deserve any reward. In the hallway, the two brothers ask their father why Ailen's name isn't recorded in the Itam family tree. For a person of unknown origin to be adopted by a noble, they must have the approval of the royal family. It's a law to prevent children from being forced into marriage, political pawns, or slaves. To keep our treasure, I've decided to go to the royal palace to complete the registration process for her. Furthermore, the position of the next family head will be passed down to Ailen. This shocking news stuns the two brothers. A lizard who hid her identity, once considered useless, is now being fought over for adoption by two great dukes. When he learns the other party submitted an application 2 days ago, the smile on Arno's face instantly freezes. A murderous aura erupts from him. That damned Colin dares to steal my daughter. As soon as Ailen wakes up, he immediately heads to the palace. He even finds a man. Without waiting for the emperor's summons, he barges straight into the royal lounge. The emperor is leisurely sipping a glass of red wine. Seeing the duke, he bursts out laughing. What wind brings the heir of the Itam family here today? Although this is a title he has always rejected, the thought of his daughter makes the corners of his lips curl up slightly. He smiles and replies, I have an important matter that requires your majesty's help. Then, he doesn't forget to flatter, Your Majesty looks so radiant. It is truly a great blessing for the empire. It seems Duke Arno takes this matter very seriously. Recently, not only did you help find the little prince, but the Itam family also donated medicine to cure the plague, which helped bring down the prince's fever. Although his health hasn't fully recovered, I'm much less worried now. So, as long as your request isn't too unreasonable, I will definitely help. The Duke continues to praise his divine wisdom. The Emperor is extremely surprised. Is this still the same Arno who defies heaven and earth? He cuts off the empty compliments and gets straight to the point. The Duke immediately presents the prepared adoption form. You just need to sign here, Your Majesty. The Emperor takes it, examines it carefully, then asks curiously, is adopting lizard beastmen a trend these days? Please don't joke, Your Majesty. I'm not joking. 2 days ago, Duke Colin also submitted an identical application. Arno is startled. An identical application? That's right. This child has already been adopted. I remember her name is Ailen Colin. The Colin family's adoption application has his daughter's picture on it, but the name Ailen Colin is an eyesore. Arnold is furious and uses magic to burn the form to ashes. How dare you? Steal someone from the Itam family? Colin, you just wait. Elsewhere, Bien walks down the long corridor and arrives in front of Richard's bedroom door. He happens to meet a maid who is worried because the young master is on a hunger strike. When he states his identity and requests to see the boy, the maid hastily steps aside but doesn't forget to mention the young master has been refusing visitors these past few days. Is that so? I was planning to discuss Ailen's matter with him. If it's about the young lady, perhaps it's possible. The next second, the door opens. A haggard Richard anxiously asks, is there any news about Ban? The two of them sit down. And Bien looks at the boy with a disapproving gaze. I understand how you feel, but if you don't take care of your body like this, Ailen will be worried when she finds out. The purple-haired boy quickly asks, is Ban back? Currently. There's no news yet. I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. But I brought you this. Richard is stunned. Isn't this Ban's stuffed tiger? I believe Ailen will return, and you'll be happy to see this, so I brought it here. Looking at the familiar tiger in his hands, the purple-haired boy's anxious heart is soothed a little. He hugs the tiger and rubs his face against it, as if Ban were right there beside him. He whispers, Ban, let's wait for our sister to come home together, okay? This sentence makes Bien, who is drinking tea, startle and spit out the water. What? Since when did Ailen become your sister? Richard boasts, director, you don't know? My family has adopted Ailen. From now on, we are one family and will live together forever. The daughter he desperately searched for has been snatched away by that wretched, purple-haired brat. This is something he absolutely cannot forgive. When he hears that his darling has become the Cullen family's daughter, Arno flies into a rage, vowing to teach that person a lesson. His erupting murderous aura makes the Emperor sweat profusely. He hastily explains the Cullen family recently found their long-lost child. That child happened to save Ailen's life, and the two became close friends at the orphanage. Ailen even helped Richard find his family. Therefore, Duke Cullen adopted her out of gratitude. That's no reason to steal someone else's darling. She is my daughter. Your Majesty just needs to tell me where Cullen is. Seeing the blazing fire in Arno's eyes, the Emperor knows he is on the verge of a rampage. For the peace of the Empire, he has no choice but to advise him. As the heir to the Itam family, I think you need to maintain necessary composure. Moreover, you are also the father of 2 children. For their sake, you shouldn't be so impulsive. That is the basic quality of a good father. Hearing this, Arno instantly sobers up. The Emperor's words remind him of his late wife. She had once gently but firmly begged him to take good care of the children. For their sake, Arno proactively retracts his magic. But this doesn't mean the matter is over. Seeing him finally calm down, the Emperor begins to recount how attached Richard is to Ailen and that the only condition for the boy to come home was to live with her. After speaking, he scratches his head in embarrassment. This is also my fault for not thoroughly investigating Ailen's background. I just thought I could make Duke Cullen owe me a favor, so I agreed. But I believe everyone wants what's best for Ailen, so there's no need to resort to violence. You can sit down and negotiate properly. If both sides reconcile and amend the adoption application, that would be fine too. But Arno doesn't respond and directly stands up to leave. Just as the Emperor is feeling smug, thinking he has persuaded him, the man suddenly stops. I heard the sudden disappearance of a duke would be quite a sensational event, wouldn't it? This sentence leaves the Emperor bewildered. Before he can ask, Arno continues, since things have come to this, my only option is to make the other party disappear. If the duke who submitted the adoption application suddenly dies, then that application will also be nullified. After saying this, he walks away decisively, leaving the Emperor with a chill down his spine. It seems he's planning to go all out. In another development, Ailen is being hugged tightly by the female lead. Little sister, you're finally back. I missed you so much. You have no idea how miserable it was without you. Uncle is so gloomy. Callian locks himself in the lab all day. And cousin Cillian is even quieter, like a carbon copy of Uncle, training with his sword all day, as if ready to fight someone to the death. My little sister is the best, so soft, fragrant, and adorable. Promise me, you won't go anywhere again. Ailen is startled by the female lead's words. Why has the plot deviated so much? In the original story, everyone in the family was supposed to be very fond of the female lead. Just then, she interrupts the girl's thoughts. Ailen can only wave back in response. Suddenly, she feels a chill down her spine. A stern and familiar voice rings out. The little girl nervously turns her head. Sure enough, it's her grandfather who always disliked her. Why didn't you answer my question that day and ran away instead? You even dared to run away from home, causing the whole family to search frantically, only to end up being kidnapped and taken to the auction house. The words of blame leave Ailen unsure how to respond. She thinks back to the time she lived in constant fear in this house. Because of her lizard identity, not only being threatened by the maid into helping Crescent Moon, but also ending up being framed for theft. And yet, her grandfather only interrogates her relentlessly. Seeing the family head's constant scolding, Ailen clutches her skirt, repeatedly murmuring, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Tears well up in her eyes. The butler standing beside them can't bear it and quickly takes out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. He gently comforts her. Actually, no one blames you, miss. The family head is just too worried. He's always like this, his bark is worse than his bite. The old man is very dissatisfied upon hearing this. I warn you not to talk nonsense. But the butler pays no mind to the stubborn family head and continues, during the days the young lady was unconscious, the family head stayed up all night worrying. This makes the old man even more embarrassed and angry, and he starts shouting loudly to salvage his fragile ego. Seeing this, Ailen understands completely. Her grandfather's expression is so adorable it makes her giggle. Seeing this, the old man's face turns red. He scolds his granddaughter for being disrespectful, daring to laugh at her elder. Laugh again, and I'll tear your mouth open. As soon as the words leave his mouth, a blast of magic flies past his face, momentarily blinding him. He freezes on the spot, but Arno doesn't care. He only knows that someone dared to bully his darling when he wasn't home. So, was it you who just said you wanted to tear my daughter's mouth open? The little darling is being fiercely fought over by two fathers, yet at home, she's being intimidated by the family head. Seeing his daughter tremble with fear from his father's threat, the man instantly transforms into the Mad Duke. Arno uses dark magic to assert his authority, even openly showing affection for his daughter in front of the family head. The butler standing nearby can't help but smile like a gentle, aging father. The black-haired man angrily scolds his son, I told you not to use dark magic anymore. But Arno walks straight to Ailen. Treasure, don't be afraid. Father is here. Let's not pay attention to this grumpy old man. His words cause the family head to curse loudly behind them. The butler doesn't forget to remind him, send the bill for the wall repair to the young master. Please. Arno acts as if he heard nothing. All his money belongs to his darling. Besides her, he won't give anyone a single cent. The butler smiles. The young master finally has someone to care about. The old man watches his son's departing figure with a headache, but still calls the two of them back. About the party the other day. I feel I need to explain something. First, I apologize for being too harsh with you. Second, I never considered you the culprit. It's just that as the family head, I need the most accurate information. Arno immediately scoffs, accurate indeed. How many people did you wrongfully arrest? Someone almost lost their life. The old man, embarrassed, snaps, you brat, can't you be quiet? But Ailen doesn't mind and says she has returned safely. Seeing this, the family head also feels remorseful and clears his throat. Even though you hid your identity. Considering your young age, I'll let it slide this time. Hearing the criticism aimed at his daughter, Arno is about to go crazy again. The butler, seeing the situation is not good, quickly explains, the bloodline test is just a formality. The family head won't kick anyone out because of it. The family head, embarrassed and angry, retorts, when did I ever say that? Looking at the bickering father and son, Ailen smiles and promises, I will definitely become an outstanding member of the Itam family. I look forward to your performance. If you want to be an outstanding member, start by studying math, physics, and chemistry. Ailen, full of energy just a moment ago, suddenly wilts. Her character was supposed to be a useless young lady. Now she's expected to be a perfect, all-around talent. Looking at the pile of books taller than herself, the girl begins to question her existence. Arno, however, pays no mind and even boasts naturally. You can probably finish these books in 2 days. Dad, not everyone is a genius like you. The man squats down in front of Ailen. My treasure deserves the best things in the world. Seeing her father's radiant smile, the little girl blurts out, I like everything you give me. Seeing his daughter's adorable demeanor, Arno gives her a quick kiss and tells her he has to go. See you at dinner. The clever girl responds in kind, giving him a peck on the cheek and shyly making a small heart shape with her hands. See you at dinner, Dad. Arno freezes. How can his darling be so cute? Why can't he just stuff her in his pocket and take her with him? Then he hastily walks out, punching the wall so hard it startles a guard. What's agitating the young master? The man is fuming with a sudden urge to destroy the world. But remembering his daughter's affectionate gaze, the corners of his lips involuntarily lift. This is his treasure. At that moment, a guard's panicked voice comes from the distance. Duke Colin has defeated the Imperial Guards and escaped. I didn't realize that cowardly rat could run so fast. But if you don't catch him within a week, you don't need to stay here anymore. Elsewhere, Duke Colin finds himself at a tavern again. Although it looks ordinary, it's actually a contact point for Crescent Moon. You dared to touch my daughter. It's time to pay the price. Just then, hearing a noise, a man steps out. Honored guest, we are closed. Please come back tomorrow. But when Colin speaks the Crescent Moon contact password, the man's friendly face immediately turns sinister. In the fight for custody of the little lizard, the two great family heads have become enemies. Arno has even sent assassins to kill Colin. If it weren't for wanting to spend a little more time with his darling, he would have personally eliminated that wretched thief. Of course, as the most powerful mage in the Empire, Duke Colin has also noticed the unusual recent events. But being too busy with his daily work, he has to resort to underground forces. Following the man down the stairs and into the living room, Colin furrows his brow at the surrounding decor. Honored guest, it's a shame you have to come to this humble place. How can we help you? Recently, an assassin has been constantly harassing me. You want us to protect you? I guess you've been having sleepless nights. Hearing this, Colin is speechless. He didn't come here to be teased. The red-haired man, getting the hint, asks for the details. The assassin started sneaking into my room a week ago. Every night, he skillfully finds ways to attack me. Luckily, he hasn't gone to my wife's and son's rooms. This unusual behavior, compared to other assassins, makes the man curious. Besides that, are there any other clues? For example, have you offended anyone recently? As the strongest mage, the number of people who envy me is countless, but when we confronted each other, he kept accusing me of being a thief. You're so wealthy, why would you need to steal? Of course not. How could I possibly steal? All right, Your Grace, the information you've provided has been noted. So your request is to investigate the opponent's identity and protect you. At this point, Colin takes out the little girl's file. Her name is Ailen. She is a lizard beastman. She's been missing since leaving the orphanage a month ago. This is all the information about her. Can you find her? Of course. Our job is to help others. Hearing this, Colin finally breathes a sigh of relief. If he can't find Ailen, his foolish son will likely cry day and night. This organization must be able to deliver on its promises. He asks about the price and payment method. The man smiles and replies, to complete these tasks, it will only cost 2 billion gold coins. Colin is shocked. This guy must think he's a fool to be extorted like this. The man retorts, the higher the risk, the higher the cost. Besides, with your vast fortune, this amount is just a drop in the ocean. In that case, I will come back next time to finalize the detailed terms. But the Crescent Moon organization never lets a customer leave empty-handed. Even a beggar passing by would have to leave his shorts behind. The dark-skinned maid directly deploys her ultimate weapon. Colin looks at the photo in her hand. His pupils immediately widen. This is a photo of Lady Isabella's growth diary. Not only does it have her baby photos and elementary school admission photos, but even a commemorative photo. As Queen of the Spring Ball, if you buy all 3 volumes, we'll give you a special 2-cent discount. That enthusiastic sales pitch makes Colin grind his teeth. These shameless people are trying to use his wife's photos to swindle money from him again. No way. But in the next second, he can't help but buy everything related to his beloved wife. After all, he really wants to collect Isabella's childhood photos. After seeing Duke Colin off, the 2 members of Crescent Moon drop their disguise. The man grumbles, these nobles have a lot of money, but their demands are way too strict. But it's interesting, this is the 3rd time we've received a mission to find this girl. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The more detailed the information, the easier it will be for us to find that damn lizard. A long tail like that is easy to step on. But that girl's identity is definitely not ordinary. Last time after she escaped from the auction house, a group of masked people stormed in, not only trampling our territory, but also freeing all our goods. It's obvious they're connected to that lizard. So, what I need to do is not kill her. My collection happens to be missing a pink lizard. That little darling will surely love the new home I've prepared for her. Although the man doesn't agree with his boss's methods, he still promises to handle today's mission immediately. No matter what, we must capture that lizard beast man alive. The blue-haired man smirks slightly. I'm looking forward to our next meeting, Ailen. Meanwhile, the little darling is still grieving over the fact that she will have to be separated from the male leads. The next day, Lucilian is packed up and brought home by his father. Master, it's been a while. I missed you. The little pink lizard has successfully resolved the syrup-spilling incident caused by their rivalry for affection. But when she transforms back into her beast form, a pair of small wings sprouts from Ailen's back. Arnold is answering. He suddenly remembers the white-haired boy's words that Ailen is not an ordinary lizard beast man. He also mentioned the master is currently in a growth phase. Her appetite and food intake will increase dramatically, and it may be accompanied by growing pains. Therefore, she needs more meticulous care than before. Even managing her surrounding environment requires special attention of Ailen than I do. Besides, why should we trust you? But Lucilian refuses to reveal more, only confidently asserting, because I am the master's loyal dog. Looking at the stubborn white-haired boy, the man thinks irritably, I shouldn't have brought him back. But then he remembers the light emanating from Ailen yesterday that soothed his berserk symptoms. In that moment, he even seemed to smell a pure fragrance, so what this brat says is probably true. In any case, as long as his treasure grows up healthy, as a father, he asks for nothing more. Of course, that scoundrel Colin cannot be forgiven. He must win back the right to adopt his treasure. A few days ago, he went to Duke Colin's mansion again. Colin is annoyed. What do you want from me? Playing dumb to this extent is a talent in itself. Fine, I'll be direct. I heard the Duke's residence has a visitor every night. I came to confirm whether you're still alive, but unfortunately, your limbs are still intact. In an instant, Colin understands that the culprit is right in front of him. So it was you. Are you planning to declare war on me in the name of your family? Arno laughs brightly. You suspect me? Do you have any proof? That arrogant demeanor infuriates Colin, who jumps to his feet. What are you angry about? You're the one who stole my daughter, yet you act all righteous. You've got some nerve. This sentence makes the purple-haired young master slam the table and shoot up. What nonsense have you two been spouting all this time? It's one thing to visit unannounced, but to slander others is another. As soon as he finishes, he remembers the assassin also called his father a thief, so he's certain that person was sent by Arno. How dare you send someone to my residence, where my wife and son live, to carry out an assassination? But the man simply snaps his fingers. A familiar file appears before the two of them. Ailen, Tam is a child from a side branch of the family. I had already intended to adopt her. Only then does Colin react. This child is from the Itam family? Before he can say more, he hears Arno speak coldly. My daughter was stolen by a rat-like schemer. You'd better cancel the adoption immediately. This is also the wish of my daughter, who is at my home. So Ailen is at my house now. You say she's your daughter, but the first time I met her was at the orphanage. I confirmed that she has no birth certificate. If you really wanted to adopt her, you wouldn't have waited until now. Someone like you who lives for pleasure and whims should not harm that innocent and kind child. I, on the other hand, am confident. I can raise Ailen to be more outstanding. That's all. Don't let me see you again. I'm curious if you'll still be able to say these words when your head hits the ground. So Ailen knows her father sent someone to assassinate the person who helped her? My son and Ailen have a very close pet and master relationship, you know. Seeing Arno's clueless expression, he adds sarcastically, it seems the young master of the Itam family and his daughter aren't very close. Are they? Returning to his mansion, the Duke frowns deeply. It seems a lot has happened recently that he was unaware of. His gaze unintentionally falls on the teenager in the corner. The familiar magical aura emanating from him causes him pain. Arno is certain that the masked teenager at the auction house was him. Celine patiently awaits the young master's arrangements. Arnold ponders for a moment and comes up with an idea. Bring that person in the black cloak here. Do you know him? He looks so dirty. The man nonchalantly says, I don't. But I'll let him be my daughter's pet. I see. A pet is fine. I'll bring him here immediately. By the time he comes to his senses, he confirms in horror, you brought me here to be a pet? Arno couldn't be bothered. A pet and master relationship? Every family has one. He goes to his daughter's room to call her for dinner, but upon opening the door, he finds his treasure is missing. Puzzled, he hears a gurgling sound. Immediately after, a stomach rumble that could shake the heavens comes from under the pillow. Ailen is hiding there. The amused father lifts the pillow. Little treasure, I found you. 300 tons of delicious pudding are waiting for you. But in the next second, his smile fades. He sees Ailen trembling, curled up tightly into a ball, her hands limp, and tears silently streaming down her face. This sends Arno into a panic. He quickly approaches to ask if the food doesn't suit her taste. Hearing her father's words, the little lizard feels even more wronged. The intelligent Arno immediately understands. Men, drag everyone from the kitchen out and execute them for me. Hearing this, Ailen fearfully shakes her head 360 degrees in refusal. It's not about the food? Then why are you? The lizard lowers her small head. Recently, she's been feeling hungry all the time. Since waking up, she has been constantly eating steak. She even devours hundreds of servings of snail noodle soup. She eats ravenously, but her stomach feels like a bottomless pit, never full. The changes in her body, coupled with her pig-like eating habits, have thrown her into a panic. In her past life, her two younger brothers always despised her for eating too much. They mocked her, calling her a pig. She really doesn't want to go through that feeling again. Seemingly understanding his daughter's unspoken sorrow, he gently strokes Ailen's small head. For a chef, having someone love their food is the most meaningful thing. By satisfying your palate, their efforts are recognized. It's not just them. Your presence in this house makes everyone feel happy. You are the miracle and the good fortune of our Itam family. So you don't need to be sad, because no matter what happens, we will always be on your side. These gentle words make Ailen's tears fall uncontrollably. It turns out she can bring happiness to others too. At this moment, she really wants to confide in her father about her insecurities. As this thought flashes through her mind, her tail suddenly emits a magical light. Ailen. With a shake of her body, she returns to her human form. She expresses her worries. What if I turn into a giant lizard? Even if my treasure turns into Godzilla, I will still love you. But that won't be beautiful, it'll be very ugly. Arno firmly reassures her, right now you are an adorable darling. Even if you turn into a giant lizard, you'll be an incredibly adorable giant darling. Ailen is about to continue listing the drawbacks of growing bigger when her stomach involuntarily growls. For a moment, the two of them stare at each other awkwardly, still unaware that this is only the beginning. In front of everyone, the little lizard completely transforms into a glutton. To fill the endless void in her stomach, Ailen decides to let go and ravages the delicacies on the table. Arno dotingly watches his treasure. My little princess must eat her fill. Seeing his daughter is getting full, he quickly orders his attendants to bring out another 66 dessert dishes. Ailen gloomily eats her pudding. Am I possessed by a hungry ghost? Arno then asks his daughter how she transformed back to her original form. The little girl thinks for a moment. At that time, she just longed to talk to her father. Just like yesterday, seeing her father unwell, she was very worried and sincerely prayed in her heart for her family's health. She didn't want to lose the family she had found with such difficulty, and then suddenly, she transformed. After speaking, she looks at her father shyly. It turns out that speaking her mind is so embarrassing. Her adorable appearance makes Arno burst out laughing. Did you just laugh, Dad? It's just because you're too cute. That's a compliment for you. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I have 2 pieces of news for you. First, the tutor I mentioned before will arrive tomorrow. Second, I've arranged for you to have a personal maid. Greetings, young lady. I am Roland, your new assistant. Ailen happily wags her tail to greet the woman. She asks if she knows where her sister Sarkin's room is. The maid just stands there, frozen, not answering her. For a moment, the atmosphere freezes. Ailen looks at the maid in confusion, her wagging tail also stops. At this moment, Roland snaps back to reality, quickly apologizes, and says, I will take you there right away. But the sensitive little lizard starts to feel sad. She knows Roland's expression changed after seeing her tail. It seems not everyone can accept a lizard person like her. Although she might feel a little hurt, to her, family is the most important thing. However, she doesn't know that Roland was just mesmerized by her cuteness. And another lizard fanatic is craving her tail, desperately wanting to bring this little pink dragon darling home. Therefore, during the days without the little lizard, the purple-haired young master loses his appetite and sleep, becoming increasingly haggard with worry. Seeing his treasure growing thinner by the day, Duke Colin feels heartbroken. To please his child, he brings him an admission letter to the Royal Academy. He says excitedly, it's extremely rare to be actively invited to enroll. It's an academy that only selects a few elites, and it will be very beneficial for you to inherit the family in the future. So, what do you think? Do you want to enroll? But all he gets is a firm refusal from Richard. I'm not going. He shows no interest and tosses the file aside. Right now, his heart is only set on Ban. The purple-haired young master worriedly asks, everything you said before was true, right? That Ailen is safe. Seeing the doubtful look in his father's eyes, Richard becomes even more melancholic. Colin quickly explains, of course. Although I can't pinpoint where she is, a reliable informant told me that Ailen is very safe. You'll probably get to see her soon, so you don't need to be so anxious. Besides, Ailen definitely misses you too. The reason she hasn't contacted you yet is probably because she hasn't settled things, so just wait a little longer. She must have her reasons. Richard tells himself that it took him 10 years to meet Ailen. Even if he has to wait another half a year, he is willing as long as he can see her. Most importantly, his Ban will definitely not break the pact between them. Colin is puzzled. Pact? What pact? Did you and that child promise to be best friends for life? Of course not. We promised to get married. Hearing this bombshell, the Duke feels like he's cracking on the spot. Richard, however, doesn't notice his father's abnormality and continues, we promise to become one family. But doesn't that mean marriage? So I think you're right, Dad. Ban must have a reason for not being able to contact me. I'm understanding enough to get that. This scares Colin so much that he quickly backpedals. Marriage isn't that simple. Besides, I think your interpretation is a bit flawed. Before he can continue, Richard speaks coldly. Are you not giving your consent for me and Ailen to marry? Not wanting to lose his son, the Duke backs down. I think you two are a perfect match. I knew everyone thought so. I really want to see Ban soon. She must be waiting for me. But behind him, Colin looks at him with a desperate gaze. Leaving aside whether Ailen herself agrees, her intimidating family will likely be the biggest obstacle. The little lizard, free to choose, goes to the palace to find documents, but unexpectedly meets the son of the empire. When the two arrive at the royal palace, a maid cheerfully greets Lady Ailen. Sargon is surprised. You know my sister? Of course, I've admired her for a long time. I never expected to meet her in person today. The prince will surely be delighted to know you're here. The two sisters look at each other in confusion, still not understanding her meaning. Just as they're invited in, Sargon has to go treat the blonde prince first. Ailen, just wait for me around here for a bit. I'll come find you after I'm done. It won't be long. The maid takes the pink-haired girl for a stroll. She sees a guard pushing a cart of books. She asks curiously, "Is there a library here?" Of course. The royal library houses the most books in the empire. Ailen then suggests that she could go there to read while waiting for her sister. But when the maid brings her to the library, she is still overwhelmed by the magnificent and massive bookshelves before her. Elisa smiles and says, "If you need any help, please just call me." The little lizard immerses herself in the sea of books at the royal library. She seems so small here, but she also understands that it will be easier to find the documents she needs. After some searching and flipping through pages, she successfully finds the World Flora Encyclopedia. This book will be of great use to her. Perhaps she can find a medicinal herb to treat the prince. However, the height of the bookshelf is a huge challenge for a short child like her. Even with a 10-meter ladder, she's still a little short. At that moment, a pair of large hands reaches out and takes the book Ailen wanted. "Little one, do you want this book?" The girl immediately expresses her gratitude. It's so nice of him to help her. But the man curiously says, "You're so young, yet you're already reading such advanced books? My youngest son was just playing in the mud at your age." It seems this young lady is very interested in plants. Ailen looks at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man before her, recalling her father's words that this is a symbol of royal blood. "I can't be so unlucky as to meet His Majesty the Emperor, can I? He must just be a member of the royal family or a close relative." She silently warns herself not to offend this person. The girl shyly says, "There's something I need to find in the book. In that case, feel free to look." As she politely thanks him and prepares to take the book, the man unexpectedly pulls it back. Before she can speak, he holds the book out again. But in the next second, he retracts his hand again and says he's changed his mind. "I've realized this book is quite useful. I want to read it first. Sorry, but could you let me have it?" Seeing this, Ailen agrees to the man's request, saying she can find another book. As she walks away, she thinks to herself, all blonde people are the same, childish and weird. Are all members of the royal family so immature? It seems she'll have to obediently wait for her sister in the reception room. Just then, the maid waiting outside startles, then kneels down in the next second. "Greetings to the glorious son of the great Empire." Ailen is petrified. She really is unlucky. This man is the legendary emperor himself. The man playfully says, "I will take care of this young lady from now on. I happen to need to find Oren. Follow me, I'll show you the way. He's been talking about you constantly lately. You've met my son before, right? That boy always has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He even gave you the nickname Doughball, but he actually really likes you. I was about to summon you to the palace. So, would you like to go see him?" The little girl immediately nods, saying she also wants to know how he's doing. "Is that so? Thank you then." However, the current situation is not very optimistic. The room is probably a mess. Please bear with it. Sure enough, the blonde prince inside is roaring, chasing Sarknout. Although angry, her sister doesn't bother arguing with a patient like him. She happens to see her little sister walk in. Ailen is also stunned looking at the prince in the room. She knew the prince's condition wouldn't be good, but she didn't expect that under her sister's treatment, his illness would show no improvement at all. When danger strikes, the little lizard doesn't hesitate to stand in front of her sister. Despite her own frail body, she resolutely exposes the blonde boy's unreasonable behavior. When Ailen follows the emperor into the bedroom, the two are glaring at each other as if they want to eat each other alive. The female lead says seriously, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Getting angry like this won't solve anything. I am here to help you. Please trust me and try to endure it a little." The blonde prince disdainfully replies, "I don't need your purification. It has no effect on me. I have to say it. How many more times?" Before Sarkn can continue to persuade him, the blonde boy flies into a rage, about to strike her. Ailen immediately shields her sister. Under the crown prince's incredulous gaze, The female lead just wants to hide her sister away. The emperor speaks coldly, Lady Sarkin, thank you for your help. But the prince's health seems to be very poor. So please withdraw for today. It will be fine to leave Ailen here. Although the female lead is reluctant, the emperor assures her that the girl is just visiting a friend, so she doesn't need to worry. Ailen also speaks up to comfort her sister. I'll go find you right after I talk to the crown prince. Please wait for me a little while. Sarkin knows she can't change anything and compromises, waiting for her sister in the guest room. Then I shall take my leave, Your Majesty. Please take your time. Watching her sister leave in a huff, Ailen also feels helpless. The blonde prince doesn't hold back and directly asks about the white-haired teenager, that guy who threw me at the palace gate like a sack of potatoes. Who is he? Hearing this, Ailen knows immediately he's talking about Lucilian. Actually, I'm not sure either. I just met him by chance. He's currently staying at the Itam estate. The blonde boy says angrily, if it weren't for the fact that he saved me, I would definitely have that insolent brat charged with a capital crime. Then he abruptly turns to the emperor. Father, what are you doing here? The emperor kindly asks about his son's health. Do you even have to ask? Don't people report to you every day? Or do you want me to say with my own mouth that I'm about to die? I just care about how you've been feeling lately. How can the feeling of dying be? It's the same question I have to hear a dozen times a day. I don't want to hear you ask those questions anymore. The emperor is stunned, his heart feeling as if it's being squeezed. Seeing his son in pain, he can do nothing. The world that the little lizard is desperately trying to protect is now on the verge of being destroyed by the future crown princess. The first time she met Lillian, Ailen knew that if she couldn't save the blonde prince, everything good she currently has would vanish. In another development, Lillian is finally allowed by her father to visit the prince. But the closer she gets to the royal palace, the more uneasy she feels. Karen, tell me, how has His Highness's health been lately? Although she wants to comfort her lady, the truth is that despite the doctor's best efforts, the prince's condition has not improved at all. The maid can only offer words of comfort. His Highness will get well one day. Haven't you always been praying for that day? His Highness will definitely pull through. Lillian looks out the window, watching the lush green trees, hoping for the best. Guided by a maid, she arrives at the blonde prince's chambers. But what's that crashing sound coming from inside? The maid also angrily questions, what are you all doing? Don't you know you should go check on His Highness when it's this loud, instead of standing around lazily? In the next second, the door suddenly flies open. The blonde boy grins broadly. What are you wearing? You look like a plucked goose. Everyone outside is astonished by the prince's smile. The constantly grumpy Highness is actually smiling. Orad happily tells the maid to step aside. He wants to go for a walk today. After all, his father has already given him permission. He casually adds, prepare tea and cakes in the inner courtyard on the first floor. Before he finishes speaking, he sees the person he's been longing for day and night. For a moment, the blonde boy doesn't know what to do. Ailen, not yet seeing Lillian, unabashedly asks, isn't it a bit inappropriate to go for a walk dressed so messily? Seeing this, Lillian bites her lip and says coldly, it seems I shouldn't have come today. Since you have an appointment, I'll take my leave. But before she leaves, she can't help but add a harsh remark. Though it's our first time meeting, I want to remind you to be aware of your station. When dealing with others, you must have some self-respect. That sharp gaze jolts Ailen awake. The sealed door of her memory suddenly opens. Wavy, fiery red hair and green eyes sparkling like the sun. In the original story, she was one of the masterminds who turned the Empire into hell after Orad's death. This is Lillian, the fiancé who is blindly in love with the prince who is also blindly in love. The little lizard finally discovers the crown princess's unknown true face. It turns out the crazy Lillian also had a lovesick side. She was secretly in love with Oren in a strange way. In the novel, the blonde prince passed away on a cold winter day. The people who came to pay their respects only showed their faces for a moment before leaving. It was clear how unpopular he was, as everyone knew how terrible his temper was. The nobility even felt secretly lucky not to have to serve this tyrant. The servants who usually served the prince were finally freed from the grave keeper's eyes. Only Lillian endured in silence, whispering, "Now you are at peace. If you want a companion, I will bring you one. Before you left, you shouldn't have said anything to me. This world is so disgusting. If everyone says you were the worst prince, then as the one who was your match, how could I let them live in peace?" Sure enough, people began to hate Lillian just as they had hated the prince. She cruelly trampled on everything she disliked, committing many evil deeds without hesitation. This caused the prince's name to be constantly mentioned with fear. As time went on, the people, outraged by the royal family's tyrannical rule, rose up in rebellion. But even as the empire fell, Orid's name was not forgotten but passed down from generation to generation. It was as if this world could not tolerate his name fading into oblivion. Although the priority now is to treat the blonde prince for the world to be at peace, these two must be brought together. There's no more time to wait. She has to do something now. Ailen runs up to Orin and asks nervously, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, could you possibly invite that beautiful lady to enjoy tea and cakes with us? The more, the merrier. It would be great if we were all together. Don't delude yourself. Lady Lillian is not like you. She's very busy." But Ailen doesn't give up easily. She turns to invite Lillian. "Lady Lillian, could you play with us today?" Lillian hesitates, unsure if the prince truly welcomes her. Perhaps she shouldn't bother His Highness. The Crown Princess's true face is about to be exposed. It turns out that the seemingly cruel Lillian can also be shy. Facing Ailen's invitation, she mumbles about her schedule for the day. Although the little lizard hopes she'll say she's not busy, Lillian still doesn't know whether to accept. Only when she sees Ailen's expectant, teary eyes does she reply, "Before coming here today, I had already taken care of everything, so I'm quite free now." Everyone is overjoyed to hear this news. But in the next second, Orin throws cold water on her. "You don't have to force yourself. She's just a dough ball who doesn't know her place." The little lizard doesn't know what to do with this clueless boy. Fortunately, Lillian takes another step forward, affirming that she's not forcing herself and that she really has time. Seeing this, the blonde boy can only clench his fists, but Ailen has noticed his unusual behavior. This idiot is too shy to speak up, but if he doesn't say it, how can Lady Lillian understand his feelings? Seeing Lillian's expression grow increasingly sour, Ailen doesn't know what to do. The next second, Lucilian gives the prince a loud pat on the shoulder. The blonde boy looks at him in shock. Can't this guy see he's feeling shy? The white-haired boy enunciates each word. "Please answer. You're making my master feel awkward." Orin has to explain awkwardly, "I was a bit distracted just now." Then he turns to Lillian and extends an invitation. "You might find it boring. We're just going for a simple walk and having some tea and cakes, but if you're okay with it, please join us." At the prince's invitation, Lillian's cheeks turn pink. She has been waiting for His Highness to say this for a long time. "How could I possibly find it boring? Your invitation is a great honor to me." The romantic atmosphere between the couple continues to spread. Whether the prince's illness can be cured or not, at least they won't have the same regrets as before. Attending the prince's tea party for the first time, Lillian makes the little lizard, a novice in love, get goosebumps. Someone from the 21st century, like her, can't believe that when in love, not only does one's IQ drop, but people also become so shy and awkward. Before the tea, Lillian quietly recites a poem she wrote herself. As soon as she finishes, everyone enthusiastically applauds her, calling it a perfect combination of a writer and an artist. But Lillian remains modest. It's just a basic skill. The blonde prince doesn't hesitate to scold. As a noble lady, not being able to do even this is a disgrace to the family. But it's natural that you don't know how. Learn carefully, dough ball, because this is a basic quality. Ailen looks at the prince, speechless. She somewhat understands why these two had such a tragic ending in the original story. Even Lillian isn't honest enough, which is why there are so many misunderstandings between them. Hopefully, today's tea party will help them be less awkward. At this moment, Lillian asks for the name of the white-haired male lead. He proudly replies immediately, "My name is Lucilian, and I am my master's pet." Ailen frantically explains, "We're friends. He's not a noble young master or anything. To be precise, he's a lodger at my house." So he's not a noble? He behaves very politely, so I thought he was. It's a rare thing to see. If only someone else could learn a little from him. Being subtly criticized, the little lizard retorts, "I didn't do anything. Why does your highness keep picking on me?" "So, you little doughball, you're going to defy me again? I was clearly asking you a very serious question. Don't you know that those of lower status are not allowed to talk back to me?" Seeing how close the two are, Lillian curiously asks how they met. "The first time we met?" It's a long story. Before Ailen can tell the truth, the blonde prince shoots her a warning glare. "If you dare say it, I will never forgive you." This is a stain on his life. How could he let others know about it? Although Ailen deliberately changes the subject, they forget that Lucilian is right beside them. The memory scanner has switched to screen sharing mode. Ailen now realizes that bringing the male lead into the royal palace was a fatal mistake. So when Lillian asks how she and the prince met, the little lizard, threatened by his terrifying gaze, can only give a vague answer. Oren also explains, "We just met by chance. You don't need to worry about it." Although I'm very curious, if it's not convenient to say, I won't ask further. But the white-haired boy directly exposes them. A few months ago, His Highness the Crown Prince was kidnapped. He met my master, who was also kidnapped at that time. That's why they are so close now. Oh, by the way, what I just told you is top secret. Lady Lillian, you must not reveal it to anyone. Hearing this, Ailen wants to collapse. It was supposed to be a secret, yet he blurted it all out. Lillian looks worriedly at Oren. "Your Highness, what is this all about?" The blonde prince forces a laugh. "That's not what happened. This guy is talking nonsense." Then he becomes embarrassed and angry. "You're getting more and more out of line. Daring to speak recklessly about this matter, I'll have the guards cut out your tongue immediately." "So you want to keep avoiding it?" But avoidance won't solve anything. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, you can't win someone's heart. When will you be able to put down your ego? Please be a little more honest, because you never know when one day you might want to speak but no longer have the chance. His words hitting a sore spot, Oren becomes even angrier. "You insolent brat, you think I don't dare to punish you?" Ailen sees the situation is getting bad. If they don't leave quickly, they're doomed. She quickly says, "Oh my. It's so late. Lucilian, we have to go. My father must be waiting for me." "But didn't you say you just had to be back before dinner?" "Don't talk, just listen to me." "As you command." Before leaving, the little girl doesn't forget to invite Lillian in 2 days. "We're having a tea party. Please come, Sister Lillian." Seeing her hesitation, the blonde prince also speaks up. "I hope you can come, Lady Lillian. If you can attend the tea party next time, we would all be very happy. If your highness invites me, I will definitely come." Hearing this, Ailen finally breathes a sigh of relief. At least this can be considered one problem solved. The little darling, cherished by the whole family, has been adopted by someone else. But before Richard can celebrate, he discovers that Ban Ban is missing. Just a moment ago, Ailen found out she had been adopted by Duke Colin. Seeing his daughter's shocked expression, before he can secretly rejoice that this is just the Colin family's one-sided delusion, he hears his treasure timidly recount how the Duke had asked for her opinion before, and at that time, she had replied that she would think about it. "I see. It seems I must pay a visit to Duke Colin's residence. Should I break his limbs or just kill him outright?" His words scare Ailen, who quickly changes the subject. "Dad, have you met Duke Colin already?" "Not long ago, I went to the Duke's residence to speak with him, though that conversation was not very pleasant." However, what the little lizard cares about is not this. She proactively brings up the son Duke Colin recently found. He's a friend I met at the orphanage. He's a boy with green hair and red eyes. A boy. It seems my daughter's life outside has been quite eventful. A chill runs down Eileen's spine. I don't have contact with him anymore. I just want to know if he's doing well. I'm happy he's reunited with his family, but he really suffered a lot before. Even though I brought him home, I still hope everything is resolved properly. Arno smiles gently. My daughter is very kind. But you don't need to do anything. I have my ways of handling it. But Ailen is still worried her father will do something rash. Unexpectedly, Arno changes the subject, asking about her search for the medicinal herb. How is it progressing? I'm trying my best to find it, but I don't even know the name of His Highness's disease, so I'm a bit confused about where to start. Of course, I'm also trying to learn other things. Actually, cures for incurable diseases of unknown origin are not non-existent. Legend says that DLG grass can cure all diseases. Books also record it as the panacea of the Aurea Empire, but its seeds are very hard to find, so it has become a legendary plant. Although people know which flowers are needed to breed it, no one has ever successfully grown this grass. Therefore, whether it truly exists is still a mystery. Perhaps only legendary figures or creatures know how to grow it. Ailen looks at the herb in the book. To save the prince now, this is the only way, so she decides to grow DLAG grass. Just then, her teacher brings a letter from the little lizard. Director, there's a letter from the Itam family for you. But she waits and receives no answer. That's strange. He was just here. Before she can turn to leave, she sees the director appear shirtless. His chiseled 8-pack makes Cynthia blush and lower her head, hastily leaving. She shoves the letter into his hand and quickly escapes. The clueless man, however, thinks she's in a real hurry. Then he looks at the sender's name on the envelope. Ailen. Hello, Director in Bien. I am doing very well here. Every day is filled with indescribable happiness. But I heard Richard is very sad because of me. Though I don't know what to do. I also really want to see him. But I truly have a compelling reason why I can't meet him right now. Therefore, I plan to find him when I grow up. The person who gave you the letter at the auction house last time is my friend. Actually, I was previously kicked out of the Itam family home, and a lot happened during that time. Please keep this a secret. From Richard. You don't need to worry too much about me either. I now have a loving family. I've started my studies lately. Thanks to my tutor, I'm making rapid progress. Oh, right, I'm currently looking for a plant called DLAG grass. If you've ever heard of it, please write and tell me. Even though you said I have many secrets, the truth is, I can't deny it. But please believe that I will not harm anyone. After rambling on, I didn't realize the sun has already set. Please send my regards to the children at the orphanage. I wish you good health and happiness. Sincerely. Ailen, Tam. And Bien reads the letter and can't help but sigh. This child is truly unpredictable. But what is Eileen's identity's connection to dragons? The little lizard's dragon identity is about to be exposed. Legend says that dragons possess unparalleled power, but due to humanity's endless greed, they have been gone for centuries. In the Empire's history, when a new dragon is born, it acts purely on instinct, like a child. Freshly hatched, they will see the first creature they lay eyes on as their parent. Only by receiving a parent's love can a young dragon mature. Therefore, the young dragon will blindly offer absolute loyalty, while humans exploit them to satisfy their own greed. The head of the Shadow Merchant Guild is collecting all records on the little lizard. He tells his subordinate that the escaped lizard beastman is actually a dragon. The man looks at the tiny pair of wings in the photo, unconvinced for a moment. But dragons have hidden their tracks for hundreds of years. Furthermore, this lizard beastman is said to be a child from a side branch of the Itam family. But don't forget, it was thanks to the contribution of the dragon under the control of the first head of the Itam family that the Empire's long war could end. But due to the incitement and despicable ambitions of humans, Countless dragons were massacred, plunging them into extreme sorrow. The dragons who could not bear it chose to leave the human world, leaving only the dragon of the first Itam family head behind. The dragon said, "O you who are fated to die, between you and me, a special, unparalleled bond has been formed. To praise our harmony, I personally grant you my protection. Your descendants for generations will inherit the full power of the dragon. Not only that, in the future, a life inheriting my bloodline will be born into your lineage. Based on this record, it's highly likely that Ailen is the life mentioned in the prophecy. Although it can't be confirmed yet, who knows? If my guess is correct, this kid must be in an unclaimed state. That means I also have a chance. Just the thought of possessing it. Moreover, she is a very interesting little girl." He recalls the words she once spoke. Only those who grow up in an environment full of love and blessings can solve problems with tears. When I cried, no one reached out to help. Therefore, tears are truly useless. Only power holds the right to decide. The white-haired puppy actually has such a domineering and crazy side. On a summer morning, Ailen is with the male lead and the prince. Even though the weather is a sweltering 70 degrees Celsius, it doesn't affect Lucilian's mood. The reason is that his beloved master actually gave him a gift. This is the first time in his life he's received one. Ailen is surprised. "You've never received a birthday gift?" "Where I lived, we didn't have this custom. Besides, I don't know my birthday. But I find receiving gifts to be very interesting." So, the reason Master prepared gifts for them today is because their birthdays are coming up. The little lizard's main purpose in giving gifts is to commemorate their friendship, hoping everyone will help and support each other more in the future. The white-haired boy suddenly understands, so it's to bribe the prince. Before Ailen can argue, Oren's roar suddenly echoes from ahead. "I don't want to see you. All of you get out. Your Highness, please calm down. It will be fine in a moment. Get out. Are you all deaf?" Looking at Lillian, who is on the verge of tears, "Sister, are you okay? What happened?" At this moment, Lillian looks at the prince in pain, unable to speak. Ored continues to roar, "This is the final warning, get out now. If you don't, I'll kill all of you." Lucilian, however, fearlessly steps forward. "Master, you and Lady Lillian go have some tea. I'll handle things here. Please don't worry, I'll come find you soon." This action angers the blonde prince. "You brat, daring to ignore my words." But the moment he makes eye contact with Lucilian, he suddenly falls silent. Then, the male lead politely asks the others to leave. If anyone doesn't cooperate, he immediately casts a spell. The attendants instantly become obedient and follow his arrangements. Only when the door slams shut do they snap out of their daze. "What's going on? Why are we out here?" Just then, the emperor rushes over with the doctor. "What's all this noise outside the prince's room?" No one is allowed near except for those involved. The young woman can do nothing but shed tears. The most adorable little lizard in the empire can now only helplessly watch her sister cry in silence because the prince's illness is getting progressively worse. Just now, when Ailen and Lucilian met, Lillian was sent to the reception room. Lillian covers her face in despair. She never expected His Highness's condition to become so severe. Although he has overcome critical moments many times, this time it seems Oren will really leave her. She's terrified that His Highness will disappear from this world. Ailen looks at the panicking young woman, stands up, and comforts her. "Sister, please don't worry too much. I've found a miracle drug that can cure all diseases. It's called DLAG grass. Although the seeds of this herb are extremely hard to find, as long as we have it, we can cure the crown prince's illness. So let's grow it together." But even the best doctors in the empire have given up. How can such a miraculous herb exist? Ailen proudly declares, "No matter how slim the hope, we should still try, right? Besides, we promise to have a tea party every week." But Lillian just bows her head in sorrow, silently expressing her despair. At this moment, the little lizard takes out the meticulously prepared gift. She originally intended to wait until everyone was present. to give it, but given the current situation, Ailen decides to give it to Lillian right away. Please keep the crown princess part as well. I hope that in our future tea parties, we will always bring it with us. Although the next tea party might be postponed, if we always think about it and nurture hope, that day will surely come. At this, the young woman suddenly asks Ailen, "How old are you this year?" The little lizard thinks. She almost blurts out her real age, but catches herself and quickly replies that she's 5. Lillian melancholically says, "When I was young, I was just like you, always full of confidence, thinking that hard work could overcome any difficulty. But sometimes, effort is useless. For things that are impossible, it's best not to hold on to hope." Before Ailen can speak up to console her, the young woman continues, "Although it's really foolish, I want to be a fool. One more time. Ailen, please tell me what I need to do." The little lizard smiles. This summer, her plan to grow DLG grass has gained a powerful ally. And so, the first time the little lizard asks for help, she gets a sleepover request from a genius pharmacist. After Ailen decides to grow DLG, she begins researching related documents. Legend has it that its seed is created from 5 different types of flowers. To get the seed, they must cultivate 3 species of flowers and perform artificial pollination. The first flower is the snow glacier flower, said to grow only on the sheer cliffs of the frigid northern region. The second flower is the flame jade flower, rumored to bloom in the hot lava flows of the Fire Lake volcano, a place hotter than the Gulf. Cross-pollinating these 2 rare flowers will create the snow field flower. Then, pollinating the deep sea flower, which grows at the bottom of the ocean, with the snow field flower will yield the seeds of DLAG grass. As long as they succeed in growing, this herb Orin will be saved. Lucilian, what do you think? I don't think this will work. Of course not. What do we do now? The prince's health is deteriorating by the day. That day, after the male lead had a private conversation with the emperor, it seemed the prince's abilities had some healing effect on him to a certain extent. So now, only Lucilian can visit the blonde boy. Remembering her firm promises to Lillian, Ailen is truly stressed. It seems she has to find help. First, she needs to get the snow glacier flower. When Callian hears his sister's request, he immediately puffs out his chest and guarantees, "Leave this to me. I'm an expert in this field." But when he sees the research notebook on DLAG grass in Ailen's hand, he is surprised. He asks, "You want to cultivate DLAG grass?" Receiving his sister's nod, he feels a bit hesitant. Even though I'm a genius, cultivating a herb of this level is beyond me. But you can ask grandfather. I heard he once participated in research on DLAG grass. The little lizard happily says she will definitely go ask. At this point, Callian makes a small request. "You can leave the snow glacier flower to me. The condition is that you have to sleep with me for a week." Ailen thinks for a moment. Just as Callian thinks she's about to refuse, the little lizard says very seriously, "For such a difficult task, we must sleep together for at least a month, and we have to hold hands while sleeping." Hearing this, the boy is overjoyed. He finally has a chance to be alone with his sister. The little lizard's first time acting spoiled leaves the usually cold family head flustered. And even the butler who has served him for many years is petrified. Ailen goes to her grandfather for help. She was about to retreat upon seeing he was busy, but the family head says he was just about to go to his study. "You came at the right time. I'll reluctantly listen to your request." He then opens his arms wide. Ailen is stunned. What is this? But the old man remains firm, his arms outstretched, the corner of his mouth twitching. Could it be what she's thinking? "Will you grant my request?" "Thank you, Grandpa." She rushes into his arms. This little rascal in front of your grandfather, you have no manners at all. All right, since you've hugged the family head of such high status, you are only allowed to act spoiled with me. Because only I am incredibly lenient with you, you know. I know. The grandfather thinks to himself, it seems this approach is more effective than I thought. After arriving at the study, the old man begins to question his granddaughter. But as soon as she enters, Ailen notices the floor is littered with decorations shaped like Arctic dogs. These animal statues look familiar. But why are they in the study? Before she can ask, the family head awkwardly steps out and slams the door shut. The old man coldly orders the butler to clean up the mess inside, then puts on a transparently fake smile. How about we go for a walk, you little fluffball? But Grandpa, it's raining outside. It's fine. We'll walk inside, watching the rain as we go. Ailen quietly watches her grandfather's act. It seems he doesn't want anyone to know about his special hobby. A little later, after understanding his granddaughter's purpose, the family head immediately admits he once participated in research on DLAG grass. But that was decades ago. We overcame countless difficulties to obtain the seeds of DLAG grass. Whether we ultimately succeeded in growing it or not, I can't quite remember. I can understand your feelings, but this process is extremely arduous. The second prince is truly fortunate to have a friend like you who can help him both materially and spiritually. Ailen is shocked. How did you know I'm doing this for the prince? Lately, you've been frowning while holding a flora encyclopedia and frequently visiting the prince. At the royal palace, who do you think it's for? But you still have your grandfather here, don't worry. I will help you get the flame jade flower and the deep sea flower. During this time, just focus on your studies. The little lizard immediately switches to flattery mode. Grandpa is the most handsome man in the world. A grandfather's doting on his granddaughter can be so intense that just a few simple imaginings can make Richard obediently withdraw. After all, his granddaughter is so hardworking, countless times more capable than that useless son of his. If things go smoothly, maybe she could become a candidate for the position of Master of the Magic Tower. Recently, there have been rumors that the Magic Tower is looking for an heir. The Magic Tower is composed of the strongest mages in the Empire. Stepping into. It means becoming an elite in a certain field. For our Ailen, not just a candidate, even the position of Master of the Magic Tower is within reach. Of course, being so smart, she might even climb higher than the Master of the Magic Tower. Or an Imperial Mage. Speaking of the Magic Tower, the little lizard remembers Richard, wondering how he's been doing. Meanwhile, the purple-haired boy coincidentally receives an Ailen-shaped toy model. Time flies. Half a year later, that toy model has spread widely, even attracting the attention of people outside the mansion. The young girl looks at the small model in her hand, emotionally thanking her friend. You're so good at begging, that's why I gave it to you. But I must remind you, no matter what happens, you must not tell anyone. This model was a gift from a servant of the Itam family. If we're discovered, we'll be dead for sure. Her friend quickly swears to keep the secret. As a result, she is caught red-handed in the next second. Richard stares sternly at the maid. So you're the one who made this model. You spied on the drawing in my notebook while cleaning my room, thought it was cute, and made this model, right? The maid is terrified. But to protect her friend, she has to confess. Young master, please forgive me this time. But the purple-haired boy cuts her off. I think this item is acceptable. Although your act of spying on my notebook is despicable, I will make an exception and forgive you. From now on, make a few more models and bring them here. Seeing the maid standing there, seemingly unwilling, Richard calls for his father to threaten her. The frightened girl immediately agrees. The purple-haired boy demands delivery within the next week. Of course, since I'm taking up your time, I'll make sure you're well compensated. I'll pay you double your current salary for a custom figurine. The maid's eyes light up at the offer, and she immediately agrees, saying it's not a problem at all. Tat reiterates that it must be finished within a week, then dismisses her with a wave of his hand. He looks at the cute Ailen figurine in his hand, lost in thought. Making a figurine myself? Why didn't I think of that, he wonders. As he says this, magic begins to flow from his fingertips. A small lizard figurine made of ice materializes in his hand. He muses that having his own little lizard figurine could become a new hobby. He then wonders aloud, so, my little one, when will you return to my side? The little lizard, once detested by everyone, has now become the darling of the Itam family. To make their sister happy, her brothers even create an ecological environment in their garden to cultivate the dalag herb. It turns out that after Ailen asked her brothers and grandfather for help, a major research project led by the Itam family officially began. The research has now reached its middle stage and has made significant achievements in the academic world. To celebrate and boost morale, they even throw a grand party. Right now, Ailen is showing his little sister the latest research results on the dalag herb. Ailen marvels at her brother's talent, but he humbly replies that since she was the one who asked, of course he had to help with such a small matter. He tells her to brace herself, because the sight inside is sure to startle her. The little lizard is immediately captivated. While it's scorching hot outside, snow is falling inside this facility. Ailen explains from the side. The alternating 4 seasons here are created using the most advanced magic technology, known as an artificial ecological garden. Although obtaining the seeds for the snow ice flower was difficult, after countless efforts, they've managed to cultivate many of them. However, the cost and efficiency still need improvement. Although the red-haired young man is slightly dissatisfied, for Ailen, this is more than enough. This means they can now grow the snow domain flower. She thanks Ailen, calling him the most brilliant and handsome scientist in the world. The red-haired boy is immediately ecstatic from his sister's praise, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Even though he didn't achieve these results alone, his sister's praise is all that matters. Now, the problem lies with the snow domain flower. After all, the pollination process is different from direct sowing, and the prince's condition can only hold out until winter at best. Ailen immediately offers to help, but Ailen tells her that just growing up healthy and obedient is help enough. Although the little lizard insists multiple times that she can truly help, Ailen just laughs it off. As long as his sister is happy, that's all that matters. The little lizard, showered with affection, still can't escape the clutches of homework. After Ailen finishes showing his sister the artificial ecological garden, Arno hears a noise and rushes over. When he realizes it's his 2 children, he retracts his magic. He was just planning to take a stroll. However, if anyone had dared to break into the research lab, they would have had to beg for God's mercy. Ailen senses her father's ruthless thoughts and quickly changes the subject to the ecological garden. She calls it a miracle and expresses her gratitude, promising not to disappoint everyone. She vows to make the dalag herb bloom, which would make the Itam family the first to successfully cultivate the divine medicine. Arno and his son exchange a look, deciding to keep a secret from the little girl for now. He encourages her, saying she will surely succeed. Because our Ailen wishes for it so earnestly, I will pray with you, he says. But when they return to her room, a mountain of homework awaits the little lizard. Oh heavens, please make this homework disappear, she pleads. The reality is that her tutor is coming tomorrow. No matter how frustrating the present is, the morning will still come. CL begins his literature lesson. Although he lectures passionately, the little lizard is lost in her own world. As a good teacher, he naturally has to bring her wandering spirit back. Are you all right? Why have you been so down since this morning? He asks. If you have something on your mind, you can tell me. Ailen, knowing his true identity, is somewhat wary. But since the man before her owns the Crescent Moon auction house, hiding things is useless. She decides to be frank. Actually, I have a friend who is gravely ill. For his sake, I've been trying to grow a rare herb. My family and I are all working hard on it. But I don't know if we'll succeed. If we fail, what are we supposed to do? CL knows she's talking about cultivating the dalag herb. Although it sounds foolish, if she is truly a dragon, she will succeed. This is a free opportunity to verify her identity, one he can't miss. So, he decides to bide his time. But the little lizard is still unaware that only a dragon can make the dalag herb bloom. Ailen's identity as a dragon is on the verge of being exposed, but she remains completely oblivious. Meanwhile, she is still fretting over the cultivation of the dalag herb. CL consoles her, although I'd love to help, I'm not good with plants. However, I'll be cheering for you. Besides, your kind heart is the greatest comfort to your friend. He then pretends to be envious, wishing he had a friend like her. Seeing him so dejected, the little lizard quickly reassures him, "Teacher, you must believe that one day you'll find friends like that. Fate always arrives at the most unexpected moments. Perhaps we can become soulmates too." But Seal feels that what she wants is more than just friendship. He smiles and explains, "Young miss, you truly surprise me. You even give me the feeling that you're actually an adult just pretending to be a child." This startles Ailen. It's truly difficult to get him to show his sincere side. His terrible personality in the original story was infamous. Although she doesn't know his motive for posing as a tutor, she won't let him get his way. After all, world peace is what's most important. In fact, even without seeing Oral, the little lizard studies diligently while closely monitoring the Dlag herb research. Time flies, and by autumn of that year, they finally succeed in cultivating the snow domain flower. Ailen uses her university knowledge from her past life to successfully pollinate the snow domain flower and the deep sea flower. In the early days of winter, they finally harvest the seeds of the Dlag herb. We succeeded. Next, let's each take half of the seeds and plant them ourselves. Let's promise to greet each other with big smiles the next time we meet. However, bad news follows. No matter how hard they try, they ultimately fail. Arno sees his daughter's gloomy expression and comforts her with a heavy heart. Ailen, life is full of things that don't go as planned. No matter how much you try, some things are beyond human control. You've done so well up to now. For your friends, you've studied and researched day and night. You've done everything in your power, so please don't be too sad. But Ailen knows the truth. Only a dragon can make the Dlag herb bloom. She overheard this on her way to the research lab earlier. So how could a mere lizard like her make the divine medicine bloom? Her brothers, seeing her sorrow, told everyone to hide this fact from her. "I'm sorry, everyone. It's because I made a foolish request. If I had known, you wouldn't have had to work so hard, and I wouldn't have given Lillian false hope." Seeing his daughter's sadness, Arno can only pat her on the shoulder comfortingly. "It's not your fault. We're the ones who chose to hide it. I'm sorry for not telling you the truth. But now is not the time to give up, Ailen. It's not entirely impossible. Let's place our final hope in this. Let's put our final hope into it, because we still have one more chance." Wanting to protect his family, the mad villain decides to search for dragon's blood. After a period of quiet, the seed shows no reaction. Arno looks at the documents on his desk, tormented by the words of comfort he gave his daughter yesterday. He knew it was impossible. But seeing Ailen's sad face, he couldn't help but give her a glimmer of false hope. All signs indicate that the Dlag herb will never bloom. With no other choice, he summons his shadow guard, Ailen. "Any news on the dragon's blood? What did the magic tower master say?" "He said dragons have been extinct for a long time. So no one is even sure if dragon's blood still exists in this world. I heard some bones might be preserved, but no one knows where. Right now, Arno can only hope to find dragon's blood, even just a single drop. As long as it exists, he will do anything to obtain it. Whether it's spoiled or fresh, it doesn't matter." After receiving his orders, the subordinate immediately leaves. The man looks out the window, sighing to himself. "This is so frustrating. Who can bear to see my treasure's tears?" Although he knows it's a ridiculous thought, at this very moment he truly wishes that a real, living dragon still exists somewhere. The next day when she wakes up, Ailen looks in the mirror, poking her puffy eyelids. Crying yourself to sleep makes your eyes swell, but it still stings a little to touch. Thinking about that last seed makes her even more dejected. She has tried everything, but she still can't make the Dlag herb sprout. It's only natural. She isn't a dragon, just a small, weak lizard. Wringing her hands in frustration, she wonders how she'll ever face Oral and Lillian. But the very next second, she lets out a cry of excitement. She runs out gleefully to stop Lucilian. "Lucilian, I did it." The white-haired boy sees his master running towards him. Worried, he moves to catch her, but before he can even speak, Ailen grabs his hands. For a moment, Lucilian blushes at the soft touch. Ailen doesn't notice and just urges him to hurry. Lucilian dutifully helps his master into the carriage, and soon, they arrive at the royal palace. A maid knocks on the door to announce the prince has a visitor, but is met with only silence. However, since the emperor had already granted them permission to visit, the maid has no choice but to open the door and let them in. Inside the room, only their footsteps echo. Seeing Oral lying motionless on the bed, the little lizard steps forward to greet him and casually mentions her recent plans. The dalag has sprouted, so now we just have to wait for it to bloom, and you'll be completely cured. Please hang on a little longer. Next time, I'll definitely bring you the flower. But the blonde-haired boy is truly tired. The repeated, useless treatments, Lillian's affection, and the fervent expectations have all become too much of a luxury for him now. He can only use a cold, harsh attitude as a shield. Perhaps if he does this, people won't be so heartbroken when he's gone. The prince just wants to protect the one he loves, but he chooses to push everyone away at the very moment he needs love the most. He'd rather depart in solitude than have his loved one collapse in tears before his grave. But Ailen can't bear to see him wither away in his prime. She tries her best to convince him that she will definitely save him. But the ailing blonde scoffs loudly. A panacea that cures all ills? What nonsense. To be honest, I've detested you from the first time we met. I only played along with you because you looked pitiful. You're ungrateful and arrogant. You disgusting lizard beast get out of here now. Hearing this, Aileen sadly lowers her head, but the white-haired boy refuses to yield to his stubbornness. He steps forward, yanks open the curtains, and retorts, "It doesn't matter if you hate it. Curing you is my duty. Besides, my master wants to see you." The little lizard is about to explain that she's fine. But when she sees the handkerchief stained with Oral's blood, she immediately looks down and turns away. Prince. Seeing this, the prince mocks her even more. How ridiculous. Is this how you plan to save me? Scared by a little blood. So let me say it one last time. Please, stop caring about me. And don't mention doctors or any kind of treatment. Just shut up. I don't care about your disappointment or expectations. Right now, I just want to die quietly. Don't do anything else, and don't come looking for me. Just pretend I no longer exist. The next second, Lillian bursts into the room. The blonde boy stares in shock at the girl who suddenly appeared. The red-haired girl bites her lip and speaks coldly, "Your Highness, you're a fool. You tell us to leave you alone, hoping we'll forget you. Do you hope I'll do that too? After all this time, you still don't understand my heart. Why are you always so selfish? I just want to be with you forever. Even a few minutes, a few seconds, are precious. But why are you always so self-righteous?" Oral helplessly tries to comfort his fiancé. Perhaps he doesn't know. He shouldn't be so selfish. Departing without regrets is what he should be doing. Arno finally discovers a little-known loophole in the family rules. It turns out that ever since he found his treasure, he has been planning step by step. Looking at the butler who came to relay the family head's order, he says bluntly, "I will handle this. Tell him not to look for me unless he has the key." The butler respectfully replies that he will definitely deliver the message. Seeing Arno busy with his duties, he silently marvels. The young master has been working so diligently lately. Perhaps he finally intends to inherit the position of family head. The old man believes it's natural for his son to take over. At his age, he should be more sensible, especially now that he has such an obedient daughter. He recalls how, in the past, his son did all sorts of crazy things to avoid succession. Pretending to be gay, gambling, all sorts of chaos. Now that he has finally come to his senses. I should also consider retiring. I can finally get a good night's sleep. But he never expected Arno to be so uncompromising. Arno carefully flips through the Itam family rules. With the royal family's consent and a guardian present, a person has the right to exercise the authority of the family head upon turning 10. All other conditions are met. Now, all he has to do is wait. Elsewhere, Aileen silently rejoices as she watches the two pour out their hearts to each other. The prince finally has the will to live on. The next second, a sharp headache hits her, causing her to stumble. Lucilian worriedly catches his master. The little lizard quickly explains, "I just lost my footing, I'm fine. I'll just step outside for some fresh air." She declines the white-haired boy's company and steps out the door. As soon as she reaches the reception room and sets down the dag herb, the headache she's had since morning intensifies. It feels like her head is about to split open. It's as if her body has just been violently slammed into something. Her consciousness begins to fade. A sound echoes in her ears, getting closer and closer. Old memories flash through her mind. The pain, the fear, the trembling, all of it makes her feel disgusted. But it's followed by a powerful surge of life force. Arno is finally about to keep his precious daughter in the family forever. But the next second, his plan to monopolize Ailen shatters. The little lizard has suddenly been transported back to her old world. The piercing beeps, the city's noise, and the smell of disinfectant assault her nose, waking the young woman completely. She truly can't figure it out. Rubbing her throbbing forehead, she looks at her surroundings, at her two younger brothers dozing off. The sound from the game show on TV blares endlessly. She understands. She has returned to the real world. But why do I always come back to this place? Was Ailen's life just a dream? Have I been living in a dream all along? It can't be. How could it be a dream? She immediately rips out her four-tube. Ignoring her two startled brothers, she jumps up, oblivious to everything around her, muttering, "I have to go back. I don't want to stay in this hellish place." Her two brothers call her name, grabbing her bleeding arm. "Sis, what's wrong? We're your brothers." But the young woman repeatedly denies it. "I am Ailen. My family are the ones who always love, worry about, and protect me. You are not my family." The next moment, she hears Arno's voice. She looks up in a daze, tears streaming down her face. "Father. God, please take me back. God, whichever side is the dream, please let me return. No matter what, I don't want to come back to this place. Please let me go back, let me be Ailen." The wheel of fate turns once more. It silently witnesses all the scattered fragments of memory. A broken sigh echoes in her ear. We're at the limit. There's no more time. The pain will come for us soon. Ailen, what are you going to do? Lost in a dark world, the girl is unaware that 5 years have passed in the outside world. The entire Itam duchy is worried about her health. Ailen slept for 5 seconds. In the real world, but it was 5 years in the other world. To the little lizard, it seems like she only had a short dream. Arno, who has been constantly watching over Ailen, immediately notices something unusual about her. He exclaims with joy, "My treasure, you're finally awake. I've waited so long for this moment. 5 years have passed, but I'm so happy to see you again." Ailen is frozen. Not 5 hours or 5 days, but 5 years have passed? She jumps up in panic, hovering in midair. Arno chuckles. "I'm glad you woke up safely. Otherwise, the Imperial Palace would no longer need to exist. Let me give you a hug, my treasure." Ailen is also happy, but being hugged right after waking up makes her a bit shy. Her father's warm smile and appearance make Ailen happily nestle into his arms, rubbing against him. The man asks worriedly, "My treasure, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" The little lizard just lets out a small animal-like whimper. Arno chuckles and pats her head. "That means you're fine, right?" Just then, Ailen remembers something. She flaps her wings to the window, points towards the palace, and lets out a few coos. "You want to know about the second prince? Don't worry, I'll tell you all about it later. It's all good news, don't worry. For now, there are many people who want to see you. Let me take you to them first." Facing her siblings after so long, Ailen is half excited, half apprehensive. But her true family would never let her down. They will only cherish these precious moments together even more. How adorable will the little lizard be when she grows up? Her appearance alone is enough to create a sensation. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and Ailen has her first reunion with her family after waking up. Before fainting, she never imagined that what felt like a brief moment would last for a full 5 years. As soon as they meet, her brothers start fussing over her, pinching her legs here, touching her hair there. Even her tiny ears aren't spared. Ailen has grown so much in 5 years, Colleen exclaims in amazement. My little sister is so adorable. All this time, we've been living in constant fear. Everyone was worried sick. After Ailen comforts her brother, her sister swoops in and carries her away. It's so good that we can be together again like this. Colleen protests, not wanting to give her up. Hey, why did you steal Ailen away? Everyone knows she's adorable. Why are you stating the obvious? Now it's my turn. What do you know about sisterly affection? The boy continues to shout angrily. Killian helplessly tries to mediate. Brother, please let her have her turn. Ever since she woke up, Ailen has been in a daze. At first, she thought her father was teasing her. But now, seeing how much everyone has grown, she has to accept the truth. 5 years have passed. It has indeed changed many things, including herself. Not just her body. Her limbs are chubbier, but most importantly, she has grown wings. But in a fantasy world, nothing is impossible. Judging by her siblings' expressions, it seems this isn't strange at all. Then, she suddenly remembers Lucilian. Why isn't he here? At that moment, a maid reminds everyone that it's time for dinner. Hearing this, Arno happily announces, the day has finally come. Ailen, I've prepared a huge gift for you. It's very valuable, so you can look forward to it. Ailen just slept for 5 years, and upon waking, she is ready to devour everything in sight. In the dining room, the old man impatiently taps on the table. Arno can't stand it anymore and says bluntly, if you're that anxious, just go and greet her. The family head arrogantly replies, I'm just not used to it yet. But the sound from outside the door immediately catches his attention. He sees the little lizard's pink head peeking out. You little brat. You slept for 5 whole years. Do you know how worried we were? Your scales look quite pretty. Let me hold you and see if you've lost any weight. Come here. Arno, having anticipated this, snatches his daughter away. He lectures Ailen, careless contact with the elderly can lead to stubborn illnesses. Then, ignoring his fuming old father, he carries his darling to the dining table and sits down comfortably. But the little lizard wonders why her father has seated her at the head of the table. The man snaps his fingers, magic flashes, and the food covers are lifted. A dazzling array of delicacies is spread before Ailen. She stares with her mouth agape in excitement. All this delicious food is for her? Her little claws reach forward, and she dives straight into the food. Her left and right hands work swiftly, stuffing food into her mouth, completely unaware that her tail is covered in sauce. Arno is stunned by his daughter's ravenous eating, and her grandfather frowns with concern. How long has this child been starved? Ailen ignores everyone and devours her food, even slurping down noodles frantically. Her tail wags so wildly it knocks a soup ladle to the floor. Arno watches his daughter eat with gusto but can't help but frown. He gently takes her little paws, telling his treasure to slow down. There's plenty of food, and it would break my heart if you choked. Ailen growls threateningly in response. The family head is stunned. What is this rebellious behavior? But Arno remains firm. No. My daughter can do whatever she wants, but this unhealthy eating habit is absolutely not allowed. The little lizard can only reluctantly slow down her eating pace. That's my good girl. Her grandfather watches the deep father-daughter bond with a meaningful look, wondering if Ailen will still be so obedient when she receives her gift. The little lizard has only eaten a dozen cakes, and has already been tricked by her father into signing away her life. After Ailen has satisfyingly devoured all the delicacies, Arno has the maids bring out the gift he carefully prepared. He asks happily, "Are you full, my treasure?" After getting his daughter's confirmation. He continues, "Then, please stamp this document. Just one press is all it takes." Ailen doesn't think much of it and obediently presses her little paw print on the paper. Looking at the document in his hand, the man exclaims that the final procedure is complete. First, the first gift, the key to the Itam family's treasury. You can go in whenever you want. The second gift is an announcement. Starting from today, you are the head of our Itam family. From now on, the family's affairs are in your hands. My dear head. After snapping out of her shock, she immediately objects. How can that be? How's that possible? I'm still a child. Besides, as a lizard, how can I be the family head? Arno looks reassuring. It's good that you feel honored. I knew my daughter would accept. Ailen is completely shocked. That's not what I meant. The former family head knew this would happen. This despicable man is so unreliable. Before, he even pretended to work hard, acting as if he was ready to take over as family head. He put on such a show that I almost believed him. I can't believe he'd say something so ridiculous and even praise himself for it. I've been doing the work of the family head for half a year now. While handling these matters, I realized you are more than capable of taking on the position. Some old man has been sitting in this position for decades, so my daughter will surely have no problem. My treasure, my daughter will surely have no problem. You don't need to worry too much. Even if you become the head, your grandfather and I will still handle the paperwork. You just need to grant us the necessary authority. But no matter how he puts it, making a child like her the family head is just too absurd. In front of the former family head, the little lizard is forced onto the throne, completely unaware of the situation. She doesn't know her true identity, nor does she understand what's happening. Ailen says excitedly, I'm just a lizard. How can I be the head of the Itam family? Seeing the old man's confused expression, Arno has to act as his daughter's interpreter. The old man finally understands his granddaughter's meaning. He looks up to the sky and wails, stepping back repeatedly. You rascal. You still haven't told her. Honestly, the fact that you think you're a lizard is the most absurd thing here. Only then does Arno speak to her very seriously. Ailen, you are not a lizard. You are a dragon. You probably know that in the entire empire, only our Itam family possesses the bloodline of the ancient dragons. This is because our ancestors signed a contract with the Black Dragon, and we received a prophecy that a true dragon would be born into our family. And you are the protagonist of that prophecy. The man holds the little lizard's hand and recounts the events of the past 5 years. Ailen begins to doubt her own existence. She thinks this must be a dream. Her father and grandfather must be mistaken. She has to tell them the truth. So she struggles with all her might, the magic on her tail glowing brighter. The next second, a flash of light appears, and the little lizard transforms into her human form, materializing before them. She speaks very seriously. I'm sorry for worrying everyone all these years. But I really am just a lizard beastskin. If you don't believe me, look at my tail. Just then, Ailen realizes her tail has disappeared. She panics and fumbles behind her back. Arno quickly reassures her. Don't worry about it. While you were asleep, I confirmed with the Beastin tribe. They said you are not one of them. But seeing the disbelief still on his daughter's face, the man asks worriedly, do you not like being a dragon, or do you not want to be the head of the Itam family? Whatever you choose, we will respect it. Her grandfather, standing beside them, also nods in agreement. So, my lovely granddaughter, could you please help out by being the family head for a little while? Ailen doesn't know how to answer. After all, she's still too young and is caught in a dilemma. Ailen, you are more special than you can imagine. I'm glad you don't resent dragons, and you don't need to keep doubting yourself. You can be a little more confident, my treasure. Then he smiles and says, although from your expression, it seems you don't trust yourself at all, I want to tell you that it doesn't matter whether you're a dragon or not. Because from the very beginning, I intended to pass the position of family head to you. I was originally going to tell you on your birthday 5 years ago. But then the incident at the Imperial Palace happened. So this time, our preparations were a bit rushed, but I believe that no matter what you do, I will clean up the mess for you. Because you're the core of our family. Do whatever you want, and everyone will support you with all their might. Later, Ailen lies in bed, looking at the key in her hand, recalling her father's gentle words from 3 days ago. Everyone trusts her and wants her to be the head of the Itam family, but she never thought about becoming the family head. In that situation, facing everyone's expectant gazes, how could she refuse? So she temporarily accepted the position. It seems Lucilian once said something similar. Could it be that he knew she was a dragon all along? After all, he is the high priest in the original story. But why didn't he tell her clearly? She vaguely remembers the story mentioning a reason, but what was it? Why can't she recall it? Following her wandering thoughts, the little lizard soon falls asleep. Meanwhile, in an unnamed town, an old man is leisurely fishing by the sea. A man politely asks for directions to the capital. Just head north and follow the signs. But the road is rough, you should bring a compass. To thank the old man for his kindness, the man takes out a vial of medicine as a gift. He claims it's a mysterious thirst-quenching drink that will boost energy. The old man, without any suspicion, drinks it all and feels invigorated, just as the young man said. The old man immediately asks for a few more vials to share with his neighbors. Of course, you can have as many as you want. Good things should be shared. But the smirk on the man's face is chilling. After a 5-year absence, Ailen's return is met with a new challenge. Hindered by his studies, he can only tearfully watch his treasure go to the palace alone. As Ailen steps through the door, Oral's eyes are locked on her. The little lizard from his memory, whose small tail always clung to him, is now still a short little girl. And now you're the head of the Itam family? What's with this delicate, soft look? Lillian sees the little lizard's eyes turning red and calls out in annoyance, "Your Highness." The blonde boy coughs and reluctantly says, "I was just kidding." He then opens his arms with a smile. "Come here, give me a hug. His Highness Crown Prince Oral has specially granted you a hug." The girl standing next to him smiles and reminds him, "You have to squat down first." Although the blonde's tone is condescending. Seeing Ailen not moving, he awkwardly says if she doesn't want to, then forget it. "I was just saying it casually. We haven't seen each other in 5 years, we should at least greet each other." Before he finishes his sentence, the pink-haired girl rushes into Oral's arms, joyfully exclaiming, "This is wonderful." She was so worried. Although the Empire seems peaceful, before she fainted, the Dlag herb had not yet been successfully crossbred. Along the way, she imagined countless scenarios. What if the outcome was terrible? What would she do? Before the maid opened the door, her heart was pounding with anxiety. She even considered running away. She had to summon all her courage just to stare at the figure inside. Only when she was certain it was the grown-up Oral could she finally let go of the burden in her heart. The blonde prince hugs the little lizard, initially stunned, then relieved. He replies, "Yes, it is wonderful. Everyone is still here. It's been a long time, Ailen. It's all thanks to you. I'm so glad to see you again." In front of everyone, the little lizard misses the golden opportunity to inject the sacred stone. Like a child, she thanks him and is glad to see him again. Actually, after Ailen fell into a deep sleep, the white-haired boy searched through all sorts of documents to find the cause. Legend has it that after a dragon hatches, it needs to absorb sacred stones to grow strong and quickly. But the little lizard had never been in contact with sacred stones since birth, leading to malnutrition and falling into a deep slumber. Ailen looks at the sacred stone and asks doubtfully, "Did I eat this while I was sleeping?" The blonde boy immediately corrects her. "It's more accurate to say you absorbed it in the first few months of your sleep, because you missed the golden opportunity. To absorb the sacred stone, your condition became critical. But thanks to Lucilian, who exhausted himself to protect you. Because you needed a large amount of sacred stones while you slept, he took all the sacred stones from the temple for you. He even provided you with sacred stones he made himself. This further weakened his already frail body. Later on, for your sake, he even took the temple's national treasure, the sacred stone." The high priest was furious and intended to sentence him to extreme punishment. Seeing the worried look on the little one's face, Oral continues, "Of course, I wouldn't stand by and watch that kid get bullied, so I let the high priest know that you are a dragon. But Lucilian committed a grave crime and still had to be punished. Oh, and your family was frantically searching for records about dragons for the past 5 years. Your father never left your side, watching over you 24/7. Ailen lowers her head sadly and asks softly, "Is Lucilian still at the temple?" "Yes. But it's very difficult to see him now. Even we, the royal family, cannot interfere in the temple's affairs." The little lizard feels even more ashamed upon hearing this. The blonde boy, seeing her sadness, consoles her. "That kid did it for you. Besides, it concerned your life." "Oh, right. How did your adoption go?" Ailen's attention is immediately caught. She had been worrying about this. Oral huffs arrogantly, "If you want to know, come to the next tea party. I'll tell you all the details then. Now that you're the family head, it'll probably be hard for everyone to get together. You can use this as an excuse to go see him." The male lead, who wholeheartedly protected the little lizard, was severely punished for stealing the sacred stone. Bruised all over, he was thrown into confinement. And over here, after waking up, Ailen learns of his sacrifices from the blonde boy. Although she is very worried about Lucilian's current state, since waking up, there have been too many things for her to sort out. Whether it's being forced to become the family head over a meal, or the fact that her true identity isn't a beast-in but a dragon. Just thinking about it makes her head spin. At this moment, Oral looks like he's eager for gossip. "Ailen, the news that you're a dragon has spread throughout the aristocracy. Although I don't know where it came from. Why did it spread so fast? What's going on?" The prince also expresses his helplessness. "Why don't you know anything? But the fact that you've become the head of the Itam family doesn't seem to have been leaked yet. Even so, you should be careful these days. News travels fast among nobles, and many ill-intentioned people will come looking for you." Thinking of the frenzy of the upper class, Ailen shows a worried expression. Seeing this, Lillian comforts her, "Don't worry too much, I'll protect you. Of course, you're the only one who's nice to me." The blonde boy hears this and immediately becomes indignant. "Hey, little one, I'm the big brother here." Ailen replies perfunctorily, yes, your highness the crown prince is also very reliable." But Oral sees through her pretense, and the two bicker for a bit. Ailen then gets on the carriage to go home. Looking at the object in her hand, she remembers the Emperor's words. Although she doesn't know what this is for before she left. The Emperor specifically instructed her to give it to Arno. "Also, think about what you want. You saved my life, so whatever you ask for, we will grant it." But Ailen thinks that she has no desires at the moment. After all, she already has wealth and fame, albeit vaguely. Perhaps she should make a simple request, like a travel pass for the entire country. The sound of laughter from outside the carriage catches Ailen's attention. She curiously looks out and sees people in an alley laughing and talking, accompanied by the sound of gulping. What could be making everyone so happy? The little lizard suddenly notices that passers-by are all drinking some kind of beverage, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. The guard, Ailen, sees the young master staring at them and explains, "It seems people have been drinking that a lot lately. Although I'm not sure. My friends say that people in the Empire have been drinking something that makes them feel inexplicably happy. It's said to be a mysterious drink circulating among the poor. It lifts your spirits and is cheaper than alcohol, so it's very popular now. But its origin is unknown. It could be considered an illegal beverage, and who knows when it will cause a major disaster." Ailen gets a look of realization. This sounds a lot like Hada from the novel. It also appeared around this time, and later caused a nationwide rebellion. The rocking of the carriage snaps the little lizard out of her thoughts. She immediately realizes this is Hada. Elsewhere, the sunset dyes Arno's back red. He stares at the pocket watch in his hand, worriedly wondering why his treasure isn't back yet. The next second, Ailen's call of "Father" rings out. She runs towards him, sweetly calling out, "Father, I'm home." She smiles and asks, "Did you come out to greet me? This is a gift His Majesty the Emperor asked me to give you." "Oh, I have something urgent to discuss with you. Can we meet in the living room in 30 minutes? The father smiles brightly at his daughter and replies, "Of course. my treasure, see you in a bit. I heard that while I was asleep for 5 years, you were always by my side. Everyone took great care of me. Thank you, father. From now on, I will study hard, listen obediently, and become a good daughter to repay everyone's love. I mean it. Tomorrow, I'll work hard on my homework. Arno is slightly taken aback, then smiles gently. Ailen, ever since you appeared, my life has completely changed. So, the one who should be saying thank you is me. To celebrate her becoming the family head, Arno has invited all the main branch members of the family to attend. When Ailen discovers that Hada has appeared, she asks to meet her father in the living room to discuss it. The pink-haired girl lifts her teacup for a sip. The tea is a bit bitter, but after eating so many sweets, it tastes just right. Arno sees that she seems to like it. He smiles and says, "This is green tea from the Far East. If you like it, I'll bring back more next time." The little girl happily accepts her father's kind gesture, then asks about the mysterious drink that has recently appeared. But Arno doesn't know much about it. He's heard the rumors, but he hasn't received any official reports. The rumor is true. That drink will definitely have a serious impact on the Empire. Ailen recalls the descriptions of Hada in the book. It was one of the main causes of the Orion Empire's downfall. It looks like clear water but has a sweet taste. It has a similar effect to alcohol but is much cheaper, so it initially spread among the poor. However, Hada's original purpose was not as an alcohol substitute. It was a conspiracy by someone with a grudge against the Empire. Drinking it makes people feel happy, but continuous consumption leads to severe addiction and withdrawal symptoms, making people crave it desperately. By the time the nobility discovered its existence and severity, the suppliers had suddenly disappeared, causing chaos. But the emperor at that time, grieving over his son's death, took no action against Hada, leading to the situation worsening. However, now that Oral's terminal illness is cured and Seal hasn't joined the rebellion, they must seize this opportunity before any victims appear and eradicate this problem at its root. Arno also suggests holding a family meeting later to discuss the matter together. Ailen asks, "What family meeting?" "After you woke up, I sent a notice to the entire main branch. Our family has a dragon, so we must celebrate. Just for being the only dragon in the world, the little lizard is imprinted upon." Arno tells the pink-haired girl that he will preside over the family meeting, but he will not participate in it. Seeing his daughter's curious why, the man smiles and explains, "This meeting is for you. With a dragon in the family, our duty is considered complete. You'll understand these things later. By the way, although this meeting is very important, there's one person who won't be attending. I heard he refused to come himself. It seems he's very busy. It's better that he doesn't come. I don't want you to have anything to do with that scumbag." At this moment, an assistant comes to report that it's time to leave. Seeing her father about to go, Ailen speaks up. "Father, can we still meet tonight?" "Of course. I will never be absent from our dinner." "Then can I come find you before I go to bed?" "Anytime, my treasure." "Then tomorrow morning and the day after. I want to see you every day." Arno gently strokes his daughter's small head, smiling. "You've become more clingy lately. Perhaps, as the rumors say, you've completed the imprinting." "Imprinting? What's imprinting, father?" "You'll find out soon enough. You'll learn a lot of things." Actually, the little lizard has also noticed the change in herself. It seems she's been thinking about her father more and more lately. Even after seeing him many times in a day, she still wants to see him, to stick to him wherever he goes. Holding a pile of study materials, her thoughts unintentionally drift far away. The word imprinting never appeared in the novel. Of course, the dragon wasn't the main character, so it's natural there was no description of it. But I'm supposed to know the plot. Why are there still so many things I don't know? The villain with a tragic childhood has become the little lizard's tutor. As Ailen picks up a book to prepare for her lesson, she happens to notice that it belongs to Seal. So, after 5 years, this tutor is still here. But isn't he the head of the Crescent Moon auction house? Why is he still her teacher? Full of questions. The pink-haired girl returns to her bedroom. Since waking up, she has only just discovered a heartbreaking truth. After sleeping for 5 years, she hasn't grown taller at all, but her tail has grown to be as long as her body. What is that villain's purpose for staying here? When they meet again the next day, CL still maintains the appearance of a kind gentleman. Hello, Ailen. It's a pleasure to see you again. Hello, teacher. I look forward to your guidance in today's lesson. Although Ailen had considered getting a different teacher, remembering that the person before her is the notorious villain from the novel and is also closely connected to the culprit behind the mysterious drink, she realizes that even if she dismisses him, it won't do much good. It's better to keep him by her side for supervision. Though the chances are slim, she might just be able to find the mastermind behind Hada. The man seems to notice Ailen's unusual gaze and is about to ask if she has any questions, but she quickly covers it up with a forced smile. It's nothing. However, as soon as class is over, CL says his goodbyes. Although Ailen is still full of suspicion towards him, when she sees him trip and fall flat on his face right at the door, she can only think to herself, no matter how I look at him, he doesn't seem like someone who wants to harm me. But so much has happened in the past 5 years that she is unaware of. So what should she do next? Lost in thought, she accidentally bumps into a blonde-haired man. She rubs her aching head, repeatedly apologizing. However, the person looks at her with a cold, impatient gaze, ignoring her apology. He walks past her, leaving Ailen standing there awkwardly scratching her head until she convinces herself to leave. Judging by his attire, he seems to be from the temple, but kind people like her sister are a minority. It's best to just go eat some pudding. But the next second, she recalls a description from the book. This person is not an ordinary priest, but the high priest of the central temple. This means he's the one who knows Lucilian's whereabouts best. More importantly, he is Bruno Itam, the 5th son of the Itam family. In the meeting room, a woman slams the table and stands up. I've tried to understand this. But letting a child, not even 10 years old, be the family head, are they serious? What can a child possibly do? A man tells her to calm down. The 4th brother and father must have their reasons for doing this. Besides, that child is the first true dragon to be born into our family. A woman covers her mouth with a fan and smiles. Don't forget, she also cultivated the Dlag herb, not only curing the prince's incurable disease, but also predicting the plague. Although I also think it's a bit early for her to be the family head. I'm very curious to see what kind of girl she is to be so doted on by them. The next second, the meeting room door opens and Ailen and Arno walk in leisurely. All the members immediately stand up to welcome the two as they approach the head seat. Arno pulls out a chair for his precious daughter and even thoughtfully prepares a small stool for her feet. The others immediately kneel in reverence. Greetings to the Eternal Master, the head of the family. Arno, standing beside them, tells everyone they can raise their heads. Please raise your heads and be seated. Thank you for taking the time to come here. As you can see, the youngest family head and also the first dragon of our family has been born. To commemorate this event, we will also take this opportunity to discuss some important matters. Now, I invite the family head to speak. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Ailen Itam. After introducing herself, Ailen says nervously, before we begin the meeting, please introduce yourselves. My name is Yen Itam. I am the eldest son and the captain of the Night Order. If you have any difficulties, please let me know. I am Milia Zayden, the 2nd daughter, currently running a small merchant guild. Arno adds from the side, this is the largest merchant guild in the empire. Most of the country's goods pass through her hands. The little lizard nods blankly. No wonder the fan in her hand is made of iron. At a glance, you can even see the bulging muscles on her arm. A man timidly speaks up. Is it my turn now? But he is immediately interrupted by a long-haired beauty. I am Andre Saba, the 3rd daughter, mainly active in social circles. I heard Arno had a daughter, but I never dreamed he would give this position to you. I heard you still have many shortcomings. We will observe you and help you correct your flaws. Also, Arno, what's with that glare? Are you dissatisfied? Yes, You should worry about yourself. You haven't even reached the position of a candidate for family head. What right do you have to criticize my daughter? At this moment, a hesitant hand is raised. Can I speak now? I am Itam, the second son, ranked third. Andre scoffs. Not only are you a professor at a prestigious university, but your temper is also the worst among us. Although the man doesn't know, he also knows. The man repeatedly denies it but can't say anything more. He looks to the person beside him. It's your turn, Bruno. I am Bruno Itam, currently the Secretary Bishop of the Central Temple of the Empire. Ailen looks at him. This is the person her father said absolutely didn't want to come. She wonders what changed his mind. At this point, everyone raises the issue of how to find Ailen's biological father. Even the Itam family can't find the person. He must have intentionally gone into hiding. She could also do a DNA test with Arno. But Bruno disagrees. Although she is from a side branch, it is not appropriate for her to receive the family's protection without confirming her bloodline. Therefore, I believe the most important thing right now is to capture her biological father for a DNA test. I agree. But that man's whereabouts are too mysterious. Hio, you investigate with me. So the matter of finding the man is settled. Bruno, this should be acceptable, right? He reluctantly compromises. For now, this is the only way. To cover up her brother's obsession with the little lizard, Andre has to issue a warning. Earlier, the Itam family held its first family meeting, and the search for Ailen's biological father was put on the agenda. A woman looks at the head and asks, I heard you have something very important to say. That's right. Recently, a suspicious drink has been circulating within the empire. It's highly addictive but very cheap. It's mainly traded underground among the poor, and its safety has not been verified by any official agency. Some people have already shown abnormal reactions, so I believe we need to take intervention measures. When the situation becomes clearer, we will also submit a request for an investigation to the Imperial Palace. Bruno speaks up. If you know so much about the issue, you must also know the name of that drink. Ailen says grimly, it's called Hada. So everyone, please investigate together. In the next meeting, we will discuss a countermeasure. If there are no other questions, the meeting is adjourned. Watching everyone stand up to leave one by one, Ailen shrewdly calls Bruno to stay behind, using the excuse that her adoptive father has something to discuss with him privately. Outside, the three siblings discuss Hada as they walk. Lilia notices her younger sister keeps looking back and can't help but laugh. My, it seems you're quite smitten with the family head. The woman blushes and argues. What's wrong with wanting to look at the family head a few more times? Chan Yen suddenly steps forward. You're a fan of the family head, aren't you? Haven't you been collecting items related to the pink lizard? You're so lucky today. The next second, the iron fan lands a sharp slap on his face. Andre, with a stormy expression, glares at her brother. I told you not to talk nonsense outside, didn't you forget? Besides, I've told you time and again to keep my collecting hobby a secret. Noticing someone else is there. She slaps her brother on the shoulder hard. You're so naughty. Don't do that again, okay? The true dragon the Itam family has awaited for millennia is disgustingly called a monster by Bruno. When Ailen asks Bruno to stay, she politely asks, Uncle, did you tell me I couldn't see Lucilian because he's busy lately? Or did he refuse to see me, or is there another reason? He bluntly replies without any courtesy. According to the rules, priest candidates are not allowed to go out. This is to prevent them from coming into contact with evil things from the outside. Moreover, they must maintain purity in both body and soul. I heard you're 10 years old, but your body is still like a 5-year-old's. Even if you use all the sacred artifacts from our temple, it will be useless. As expected, you are a bizarre and abnormal existence. You're no different from a monster. Priest candidates are not allowed to meet non-human creatures. So from now on, don't even think about seeing Lucilian again. Although the little lizard retorts that she is not a monster, Bruno firmly insists. Of course you are a monster. You're not some all-powerful being. Only our savior, Anma, is the one true god of the empire. This is not a position. that a stupid beast can aspire to. Don't be as arrogant as your ancestors. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Remember my advice. May blessings always be with you. Ailen reflects on his words, which are just like what her grandmother in her past life used to say. An unloved child will always be a stumbling block. Isn't she already used to this? Just then, her father's voice calls out, Ailen, what's wrong? Nothing, father, I'm coming right now. She has a family that loves her. So the strange one isn't her, but this world. Although she can't completely trust her uncle's words, she is a dragon and a 10-year-old child, so she still wants to prove to him that she's not a monster. As night falls, Ailen quietly prays to the moon goddess. Please let me have the body of a 10-year-old tomorrow. The little lizard's first gift to her father after growing up is a head-to-toe drenching. After Ailen makes her wish to the moon goddess, she wakes up the next morning. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, it seems her wish has truly come true. Roland, please step out for a moment. I need to speak with Ailen privately. The maid, who always longed to dote on the young miss, reluctantly closes the door. Arno asks worriedly, were you in any pain last night? No, it didn't hurt, father. Actually, last night I made a wish. I wanted my body to be like my peers, and then I just grew like this. He strokes his treasure's head, gently comforting her. Growing up is a good thing. I'm glad you weren't in pain from the growth spurt. Actually, while you were sleeping, we looked up a lot of documents and found out that all of a dragon's wishes come true. Although this ability varies between individuals, its core principle is that if there is an expectation, it will become a reality. Only then does Ailen realize that when she didn't want her identity revealed, her appearance at the orphanage was due to this ability. Lucilien's miraculous appearance when she was trapped at the auction house, and her wish for her father not to be sick, all of these were not coincidences, but the power of a dragon. Seeing his daughter's skeptical expression, Arno suggests she try out the ability right now. The little lizard thinks for a moment and says she wants a drink of water. Now, imagine what you want appearing in front of you. The little one immediately closes her eyes and prays, please give me a glass of clear, cool water. Hearing strange noises from the room, Roland peeks in curiously. Unexpectedly, the next second, a torrent of water crashes straight into Arno's face. She's horrified. This is too much. Her small wish has somehow created a tsunami. Although drenched from head to toe, Arno calmly brushes back his hair and laughs. Just as I thought. My guess was right. My daughter is a true dragon. To prove she wasn't a monster, the little lizard grew significantly overnight. But the first time she used her dragon powers, she accidentally caused a tsunami. Arno looks at his daughter with amusement, marveling. As expected of my daughter. The attendants rush to clean up the water in the room. After understanding the basic principles of her ability, Ailen prepares to go find Lucilien. Before she leaves, Arno repeatedly reminds her, right now, your ability is still not strong, and its power is limited. So don't worry about causing a major disaster. Also, remember to be specific about what you want when you use your ability. Ailen obediently nods. Yes, father, I'll remember. But Arno is still uneasy, muttering, I'm just afraid some scoundrel will be rude to my beautiful daughter. You don't need to worry, father. I'm only 10. He then looks at the guard beside him and gives a stern order. No matter what happens, my daughter's safety is the top priority. If any suspicious person approaches, eliminate them immediately. Yes, Your Grace. I will protect the young Mrs. Safety with the honor of my family. Very good. I am pleased with your spirit. With that, he reluctantly sees his daughter off. Arriving at the gate of the Orion Empire's central temple, Ailen places her hand on it. Please take me to see Lucilien. She wants to both rescue him and avoid the scenario where Bruno is purged in the original story. That is the best goal for today. But the next second, sounds of beating and curses come from a corner. Do you know what this water is? How dare you steal it? Is one drink a day not enough for you? Seeing the attacker becoming more and more ruthless, Ailen immediately steps in to intervene. Wait a minute. I don't know what happened, but if you continue like this, You'll kill him. What? Who are you to meddle in our affairs? But when he sees Ailen's noble attire, he immediately reassesses the situation. He is clearly at a disadvantage because the girl in front of him is at least the daughter of a marquis. The bishop, known for his kind appearance, is brutally whipping someone else. It even shocks the visiting little lizard. Just now Ailen prevented the tragedy of a beastkin being beaten to death. Realizing she is a noble, the man immediately bows his head and puts away the whip. He forces a smile and says, I was just teaching him a lesson. Since when is beating someone half to death called teaching a lesson? Esteemed lady, please don't worry. A beating like this won't kill him. Of course, Ailen doesn't believe him. She immediately orders Ailen to protect the beast-in and have the guards take him to the hospital for treatment. The man awkwardly tries to stop her. This matter is under the jurisdiction of our temple. But when he meets the fiery gaze of the pink-haired girl, he immediately changes his tune and agrees. She asks, do you know where Uncle Bruno is? Only then does the man realize. She is not an ordinary noble, but the young lady of the Itam family. Terrified, he quickly kneels to apologize. I have offended you. I will take you to the bishop's training room immediately. He then explains that it is currently a period of confinement, and asks her to wait nearby for a moment. But the little lizard doesn't care and walks straight ahead. Before she gets close, she hears the sound of a whip cracking against flesh. Bruno grits his teeth, enduring the physical pain, remembering his deceased lover. If only I had the power to exorcise evil like she did, she wouldn't have had to die so tragically. And you were right. If I hadn't taken you to that forest, if I hadn't taken you to see that magical beast, none of this would have happened. My bishop. Bruno, you've worked hard. That's enough for today. Besides, you have a new guest in your room. Oh my, look who it is. Isn't it the dragon lady of the Itam family? It's an honor to meet you. By the way, did you get lost? Ailen has to awkwardly admit to this lame excuse. But the next second, she asks, why are you whipping my uncle? This is an act of atonement, a ritual to cleanse one's sins. I was wondering, our family donates so much money. Why are you hitting my uncle? Without waiting for his reply, she walks towards Bruno. Why are you letting yourself be beaten like this? The family will be very worried. Besides, this won't wash away your sins. Bruno is not grateful at all and scolds Ailen for not knowing anything. Although I can't absolve your sins, I have another way to help you avoid this torment and still become happier. The high priest standing nearby explains in confusion, young miss, it seems there's a misunderstanding. This is a retreat, not torture or abuse. This is to ask for Lady N's forgiveness, and Bishop Bruno is doing it voluntarily. Clearly, Bruno thinks so too. He tells Ailen to get out. But the little lizard doesn't want to argue further and just says to the high priest, Your Eminence, can I borrow my uncle for a moment? But the bishop's current health condition is not suitable for moving. Of course, it won't be that much trouble. I'll treat him right here. Ignoring the high priest's protests, she grabs Bruno's hand. Bruno exclaims in shock. What on earth are you doing? The little lizard closes her eyes and focuses all her thoughts on healing. In an instant, the room is filled with warm magical power. The blinding light makes the high priest unable to open his eyes. When he looks back at them, he is shocked to find that the wounds on Bruno's back are completely healed. He can't believe it. How is this possible? The wounds healed in an instant. Why wouldn't it be possible? A dragon's power is stronger than any magic. So, can you come with me now? Bruno looks to the high priest for help. In this situation, the high priest has no choice but to let him go. Ailen joyfully dances around, trailing after Bruno, constantly calling, Uncle, Uncle Bruno. Uncle, don't you notice anything different about me? It's so obvious. Why won't you say anything? He replies helplessly, Yes, you've grown up. You're right. Also, Uncle, guess who I want to see the most right now? He reaches his limit and snaps in frustration. Stop bothering me. I was about to take you to see him anyway. Bruno irritably replies that he will take her to see Lucilian. I'm not taking you there to grant you a favor or for any benefit. I'm just following the orders of the Itam family head. So from now on, don't appear in front of me again. Ailen immediately agrees, and also discovers Bruno's true nature. It turns out Bruno is the legendary model student. When they arrive at the door of the room, the little lizard asks, "Is Lucilian making sacred stones in this room?" Yes, but this room is protected by a very complex magic circle. I'll need some time to open it. But can you just call him out? Bruno looks at her as if she's a child. You idiot, this is a magic circle. No matter how loud it is outside, the person inside won't hear anything. But Ailen doesn't believe him. She takes a deep breath. The next second, she unleashes her lion's roar, shouting Lucilian's name. He clutches his aching ears and yells, "What are you doing? Please don't make a scene here." Unexpectedly, the next second, he is proven wrong. The door opens from the inside. "I have been waiting for you, master. You've finally woken up and even came to find me. I am truly honored." Ailen rushes forward happily. "It's been a long time, Lucilian. Thank you for always waiting for me and for everything you've done for me." The white-haired boy kneels reverently. "I am honored and very happy. I'm so glad you have grown up safely, master. All of this is what I should do." This unexpected turn of events truly stuns Bruno. This gesture panics Ailen, and she quickly explains to Bruno that they are just like this because they haven't seen each other in a long time. Bruno clearly doesn't quite believe it, but Lucilian smiles and asks, "Master, do you want to go to the festival with me?" "That's right. There's a festival in the Empire." Seeing the white-haired boy's expectant gaze, the little lizard guiltily replies, "Yes, I'm really happy. I will do my best to serve you during the festival." But Bruno, standing beside them, speaks up. "Since when did he become a slave?" Ailen says sternly, "He is not a slave." Lucilian chimes in, "That's right, I'm not a slave. I'm my master's pet." And so, the little lizard gets another jumbled explanation from her fan, but it fails to convince anyone. In another corner, at an unnamed casino, documents about Ailen are spread across the table. A blond man silently looks at the stack of documents in his hand. A moment later, a man in a black robe enters, saying warmly, "It's a pleasure to see you again." Skip the pleasantries. I'm not here to chat with you today. Have you considered my proposal? Are you referring to the previous proposal? I've decided. I will do everything in my power to bring my daughter back. After making his promise, the man goes alone to a small tavern and casually shows off the gold coins in his hand. The tavern owner asks curiously, "Where did you get this money? Did you snag another rich noblewoman?" "TSK, what kind of scoundrel do you take me for?" "Oh, really? Is that why you were kicked out of the Duke's mansion?" "This is money I earned with my own abilities. Just you wait. The glory and wealth that belong to me are about to return." In a dimly lit room, documents about Ailen are scattered on the table. CL smirks coldly. "What a fool. That's why. He was used his whole life and then thrown away. But I'm glad we think alike." Although he calls himself Ailen's father, he's now been kicked out by the Itam family, so it's very likely he's lying. The green-haired man laughs. Whether it's true or false doesn't matter. Hearing this, he doesn't ask further and just inquires about the plan. What's next? For now, we can only wait. Wait until this country becomes more chaotic. Our opportunity will come. When that time comes, let's start our move. Hopefully, our plan will go as expected. After all, manipulating a small, naive dragon is very easy. As long as we get the imprint from the dragon, everything we desire will become a reality. In a flash, it's time for Ailen's class. Looking at the notes in the book, the little lizard mutters, "So dragons will imprint on the first creature they see as their parent. And a dragon that hasn't chosen a parent cannot grow. If it doesn't have a parent during its development phase, it will undergo a second imprinting during its incubation period. Only when caressed by a parent can a dragon mature. So, the existence of a parent is extremely important." Ailen marvels at how miraculous this is. Dragons are close to divine beings, so there must be many people who would want to become their parents. That's right. Because becoming a dragon's parent means gaining unparalleled power. In that era, Wars often broke out over this. But now that dragons are extinct, these things have faded into oblivion. But if they were to be revived, everyone in this world would fight for it at any cost. Hearing these words, the little lizard furrows her brow. So, the attentive care. Her father has shown her all this time, along with giving her the position of family head. Does it really stem from love? The little lizard, who only took the college entrance exam and did mock tests for 5 years, has been taken advantage of by her tutor, CL. It was all part of his scheme to sow discord between Ailen and the Itam family. Just by reading the documents about dragons in the book, coupled with CL's deliberate guidance, the little lizard begins to doubt her family's love. The unwavering care her father gave her during the 5 years she was asleep might just be because she is a dragon. It makes sense. How could a child like her receive such complete love? All the good things surrounding her probably stem from this reason. At this moment, CL asks, "Was today's lesson interesting?" He then exclaims, "Perhaps one day, a real dragon will appear in this world. That would be a historical artifact of immense significance." Ailen awkwardly replies, "Yes, I'm looking forward to it too." "Oh, right, I almost forgot. This is a gift I prepared. Premium green tea from the East. I hope you like it." "Of course. I especially like this kind of tea that is bitter at first, but sweet later. Also, the situation outside seems unusual lately. You should be careful." "It seems. I heard someone is intentionally distributing some kind of drug. They are conducting secret smuggling operations in the dark." Hearing this, Ailen looks at him with an indescribable expression. "Oh, really? Smuggling, that's so scary." Sensing the girl's gaze, CL asks curiously, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that, young miss?" "Of course, it's because you're so handsome. How can someone be so young and handsome even as an adult?" Hearing Ailen's compliment, CL laughs out loud. "Young miss, you're quite the flatterer. I hope our next lesson will be just as enjoyable." The girl who replaced the original owner received the family's love, but now she doubts if that love is real. She stubbornly believes that a humble person like herself doesn't deserve to be loved. As she stands on the rooftop, looking into the distance, Arno gently asks how she felt at the temple. "Father, everyone treated me very well. Uncle was also very nice. He didn't mention me coming home, so you don't have to worry." Arno is relieved to hear this. "If that guy dares to look down on you, even if he's from the temple, I'll drag him out and beat him up. Oh, in a few months, there will be a royal banquet. At that party, I plan to announce that you are officially the family head. But don't tell anyone until then." These words remind Ailen of her tutor's statement. People are willing to trade everything to obtain a dragon's power. This makes her begin to question whether her father's love is truly that pure. The next day, the little lizard arrives at the festival venue. Seeing the lively atmosphere with people coming and going, she mutters that it's almost time for their meeting. Just as she thinks of him, the white-haired boy rushes over. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, master." "It's okay, I just got here. Besides, you've been busy making sacred stones. You've worked hard. Those things are nothing. I only serve you, master." "Then let's not talk about that today. Let's enjoy our time and celebrate the festival." 5 years have passed, and Lucilian has shed his youthful innocence, growing into the handsome male lead from the original story. Just thinking about this, Ailen can't contain her joy. She is really looking forward to the future. When he meets Richard, she can't imagine how wonderful things will be. After all, the male lead, female lead, and second male lead will all be present. Ailen and the white-haired boy meet up for the festival. Lucilian happens to see people drawing portraits. "It's okay. Just think of it as a souvenir. We're just participating for fun." Unexpectedly, the next second, the image of a stunningly beautiful young woman appears on the wall. The little lizard can't believe it's her. The students standing nearby are also amazed. "Wow, so cool." Only the portrait next to it looks like a child's drawing. The stark contrast is a heavy blow to Ailen. Lucilian's subsequent performance shows her what a true genius is. Winning the lottery, winning arm wrestling, and even hitting the bullseye in darts. Is there anything he can't do? Yet, a genius like him ends up asking for only a lollipop for dinner, just because he's used to a simple diet. At this moment, a newspaper flies to Ailen's feet. It says the Beast King is about to awaken. The white-haired boy, seeing his master's curiosity, explains, recently, there have been rumors that the Beast King is about to appear. He will purify the cursed humans and the northern Beastin. But news from these unknown tabloids probably isn't reliable. But Ailen looks at the image of a dragon's head printed on it. Is this really fake? Just then, Lucilian suggests, I know a beautiful place to watch the sunset. Really? Then let's go. I love watching the sunset. That's great, let's go together. Watching the sun slowly set, the little lizard can't help but sigh in admiration. It's so beautiful. But Lucilian, there's something I've always wondered about. Thank you very much for being so kind to me. But why? Master, do you remember the first time we met? Back then, the high priest and I made a bet. If someone adopted me within 3 days, I would win my freedom. If not, I would have to return to the temple. In the end, it was you who saved me. You are the greatest benefactor of my life. But I only gave you a piece of bread back then. Besides, I think you were the one who followed me. But the white-haired boy doesn't think so. A person like you, Master, who holds no prejudice against anyone, is what this world needs most. The first time Richard takes leave to visit home, he gets a knock on the head from an old man. He looks at the purple-haired boy who has become the successor of the magic tower, yet still has the mind to skip class. Richard retorts indignantly, I'm not skipping class. I'll be back. I've never heard of being taken away by a dragon for being lazy. Forget it. Remember to study hard even when you're home. The purple-haired boy replies perfunctorily, I'll be back in a week. Or maybe I'll come back tomorrow. You must be lonely at home by yourself, right? Of course, this question is met with a blunt refusal from Richard. Elsewhere, the meeting room of the Itam family is as noisy as a chaotic market. After all, a child suddenly becoming the family head makes everyone curious. The grandfather can't take it anymore and roars enough. All of you, be quiet. Then he looks at Ailen. These disobedient children are too noisy. You may continue the meeting, granddaughter. Yes, grandfather. Before we begin the meeting, I would like to briefly review everyone's reports. First, Aunt Milia is preparing to tighten management of the Merchant Guild through the Imperial Merchant Alliance. Second, Uncle Hio is investigating his own brother, Uncle Chanyen. The case is still under investigation. And Uncle Bruno did not submit a report. Finally, Aunt Andre has discovered some suspicious points in the temple. Ailen looks at the report and says softly, could you elaborate? Some news from the temple doesn't seem to be accurate. In the past, Beastin often worked in the temple to seek shelter. But recently, their behavior has become increasingly strange. They seem to have become slaves. Moreover, the high priest appears to be secretly meeting with someone. This seemingly unrelated information makes Bruno unable to resist interjecting with some dismissive remarks about baseless rumors. There's no need to mention gossip from social circles. They are completely worthless. Andre immediately retorts, this is accurate information, so there must be a problem with the temple in some aspect. This is an insult to our temple. Do you have any proof? Seeing the two about to argue over this, Ailen immediately asserts her authority as the family head. She says seriously, I think we should listen to others' opinions first. Please continue, Aunt Andre. When Ailen hears the rumors about the temple, she instinctively remembers encountering a divine messenger abusing a beast in there. Moreover, at that time, they seem to mention collecting some kind of water. Could Hada and the temple be connected? After stopping the argument between her uncle and aunt, Andre continues to present the information she has gathered. She says that people have frequently seen the high priest and a person in a black and blue robe entering and exiting the temple. And no one suspected that beneath the offering altar was a warehouse. The priest sarcastically looks at the scene before him, but has to admit, this thing has brought us a lot of money. Please take a look, Mr. Salim. I heard you are also a beastin. The man appears unconsumed. To achieve great things, sacrifices are necessary. Besides, all of this is for the future generations, so we will achieve our goal at any cost. The priest silently marvels. This guy is a true madman. He treats his own people like dirt. But as long as it doesn't affect his money-making, he'll just let him be. On his way back to his room, the priest coincidentally meets Lucilian. As they greet each other, Bruno mocks, "I thought you left the temple to cause trouble, but you're still loitering around here." The white-haired boy smiles and replies, "During my travels, I realized that the arms of God are my true home." "I heard you've been smiling a lot lately. Is something good happening?" "We live under Anma's blessing, which in itself is a great joy, isn't it?" "Why do I feel like I'm being watched by some force?" "If you have no evidence, you'll be held responsible for your words. If you want to know something, just ask me directly." "It's nothing. I just wanted to know." "Just wanted to know anything, just asking randomly." May the mercy of Anma descend upon the high priest. CL arrives at the Itam residence for tutoring, looking at the magnificent mansion. He can't help but silently calculate. Although Ailen and Arno have made a pact, their contract seems incomplete. This proves that he still has a chance. In that case, he can't be blamed for using any means necessary to steal the true dragon. During class, he notices her clear fatigue and exhaustion. Afterwards, Ailen tells him about accidentally drinking hada. "Young miss, have you told anyone else about this?" "Not yet. I can't tell them. My family would be so worried, and Roland would feel extremely guilty." CL immediately recognizes this as his opportunity. He actually knows that even if the girl drinks hada, it won't harm her. Dragons are many times stronger than humans. They are essentially immune to this kind of poison. If he arranges things well, he can make this dragon become dependent on him. He immediately feigns concern. "I heard this drink is highly addictive. Once you drink it, you have to keep drinking it forever." "Really? So there's no way to quit?" "Unfortunately, I'm just a powerless man. Although I can't help much. I can promise you two things. Of course, you must promise not to tell anyone. As long as you keep it a secret, I will do my best to help you." In the end, Ailen and Seal make a deal. Although she never thought she would borrow this person's strength. It all happened due to her carelessness. She just doesn't know what the addiction symptoms will be like. At this moment, a guard brings up the family's third treasure. "My treasure, do you remember our family's treasures?" "Of course. The first is Father's fragment of balance, the second is the sword of words. And the third is this dragon pearl. It's said this pearl can grant any wish of its user." After waiting for millennia, the Empire finally has a perfect true dragon. Although the dragon pearl is willing to accept her as its master, it is unwilling to let her use it. After Arno shows the little lizard how to use the dragon pearl, he can't help but challenge her. Ailen holds the pearl in both hands, adjusts her breathing, and silently recites her wish. Under her father's expectant gaze, she feels nothing. Clearly, his daughter's wish was not granted. The man takes her home. He smiles and says, "Let me see." Then, he takes the dragon pearl and walks away. He lights a fire, immediately teaching it a lesson. Only the wise can survive. Actually, there is a consciousness inside this pearl. If it has chosen you as its master, but refuses to grant your wish, then its arrogance ends here. His action frightens the little lizard, and she quickly stops her father, explaining that maybe it has its own difficulties, so he doesn't need to burn it. Although she's a bit disappointed that she can't use the dragon pearl to solve the hada issue, she can only rely on herself now. "My treasure, don't worry too much. The family will help you, so don't overexert yourself. Your health is my greatest wish." Looking at her father's loving gaze, Ailen feels very guilty for not being able to reveal her agreement with Seal. But then she remembers that Arno also has secrets he hasn't told her, and she feels a sense of relief. They both have secrets they can't share, even though they want to be honest with each other. The development of events often comes with a sense of helplessness. She just hopes that when everything is revealed, their father-daughter bond will remain as strong as it is now. In another development, Lucilian has gone to the riverbank. After some searching, he indeed finds Hata. Through Lord Anma's guidance, he has found the right place. His master will surely be pleased to know this, because this is very likely the cargo ship used to transport Hata. Recently, the situation in the temple has become increasingly abnormal. He once sought guidance from Lord Anma on what to do. Fortunately, the Lord responded to him. Looking at this drug-like drink, he can't believe that such immoral transactions could take place in a sacred temple. While Richard is away, the white-haired boy takes the opportunity to confess to Ailen under God's witness. Will you be with me? No, all of this stems from Hata. A few days ago, she accidentally drank Hata. She originally intended to use the dragon pearl to solve the problem, but the consciousness within the pearl was uncooperative. The little lizard had no choice but to search for information about Hata herself. As Lucilian found a new clue, he and Ailen agreed to meet at the seashore. The little lizard sees the white-haired boy who has been waiting for a long time and smiles. Lucilian, have you been waiting long? Not at all. Being able to meet you, master, is when I feel happiest. He then adds shyly, I know you're very busy, yet I still bothered you. It's just that the high priest has been acting very strange lately. Even the beastkin seem to have lost their minds. So I prayed to Lord Anma and he finally responded to me recently. Master, please come over here for a moment. He removes the tarp, revealing barrels of the suspicious drink. He speculates that the culprits are using waterways to transport them. Looking at these empty bottles, it's clear Hata has infiltrated the temple. At this moment, he deeply resents his own incompetence. Fortunately, Lord Anma gave me a hint. He said, only you, master, can purify this place. This mission can only be undertaken by you. Ailen declines, saying she doesn't fully understand the situation yet. The white-haired boy smiles and says, Master, don't worry too much. Lord Anma has told me to relay some instructions to you. Elsewhere, CL looks at the documents brought by his subordinate with a headache. It turns out his name is Tan. Hata and Ailen have made two agreements. One is to relay information about the cure for Hata, and the other is to provide a sample of Hata during each lesson. Doing this is very risky, but who told her she was a dragon? To gain a dragon's trust, it's worth risking his life. Therefore, he orders his subordinate to get the antidote for Hata. But aren't you two cooperating? CL scoffs, he's just a lowly beastin. Then he yells, this is an order. What are you still dawdling here for? He has an agreement with the Beast King. What gives him a bigger headache is the relationship between the little lizard and Anma. The two of them frequently correspond. Moreover, that child seems to be able to see through some of his thoughts. A letter falls out from the folder, and inside, his name is surprisingly written. The little lizard just wants to live a peaceful life, but now she's not only being fought over by two crazy family heads, but also being secretly watched by a villain. After Ailen discovers the Hata smuggling ship, Lucilian suggests that only the master can solve this problem. Don't worry too much, Lord Anma has provided a clue. At the far left of the second-floor corridor of the main temple is the high priest's room. In his room, there is a mahogany desk. In the bottom right drawer of that desk, the third drawer hides a secret he never wants anyone to know. She looks at the white-haired boy in surprise. Lucilian, how do you know so much? Actually, this is all Lord Anma's will. After all, those men will sooner or later face divine judgment, won't they? Oh, right. If you take this document to the Emperor, perhaps the situation will be somewhat eased. That's all I can say for now. I hope it helps you. Elsewhere, a beastin holding a small newspaper excitedly shows it to his companion. See, wasn't I right? That person must be the Beast King. That day, when she taught that despicable divine messenger a lesson, I felt that special aura for the first time. Oppressive, powerful, and filled with an ancient breath. So she must be the Beast King from the prophecy. Just then, someone snatches the newspaper from her hand. The story you two are telling is interesting. But I have a few questions for you. Who do you really think the Beast King is? The two look in fear at the supervisor before them. The green-haired man smiles and explains. Don't be so tense. Just tell the truth. That girl saved me. Besides, Beastkin can sense each other. So we believe she is the true Beast King. Is that so? Thank you for your opinion. The citizens of the Empire have the right to freedom of speech. But now, please close your eyes. Don't worry, it'll only be for a moment. The real Beast King? Ailen Itam, I'm really looking forward to meeting you. The dark truth can no longer be hidden. The little lizard decides to help the beast in the temple while investigating the connection between them, Hata, and the high priest. After parting with Lucilian, Ailen asks her maid to prepare some food to bring to the temple to share with the hungry beast in. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrives, she is caught by Bruno. His gloomy face darkens even more. He asks coldly, "What are you doing here? This is not a place for you to play." His cold voice frightens the beast in, causing them to drop the food in their hands. Ailen, however, smiles and greets her uncle. In that moment, the two beast in pick up the food and hastily stuff it into their mouths. After greeting him, the little lizard becomes serious. "I have something to ask you, uncle. Have you seen a rabbit beastskin with short ears? I'm very worried about him. You're meddling in other people's business. Is the family head so free? Please retract your ridiculous kindness. This is not your playground." Ailen pouts slightly and retorts, "Didn't you also like small animals when you were young, uncle? I heard you even had many cute pets." "Uncle, you should know that beastin are the weak. So not just here, I will help all the beastin in the Empire." Bruno is stunned. That sentence reminds him of his childhood, when he thought helping the weak was a cool thing to do. Before he can continue arguing with the little lizard, the guards intervene. Seeing this, Ailen smiles and waves goodbye to her uncle. He watches her retreating back. That look of not knowing her own limits is just like the girl he loved, who was as radiant as the sun and paid for it with her life. So, what does this little brat know? Meanwhile, the little lizard discovers that more and more beastskin need help. She leans against the wall, helpless. It's just as Lucilian said. The high priest is using Hata to enslave the beastin. Is this true? If it is, I want to see with my own eyes how they are enslaved. Just then, a strange noise from behind makes the little lizard lose her balance and fall backwards. She tumbles into a tunnel. What kind of unlucky dragon am I? Just by casually leaning against a wall, she gets pushed into the temple's secret chamber. Ignoring the dull ache in her body, she looks at the still intact wall. Only now does she realize she has found a secret door. Looking at the dark tunnel inside, she involuntarily steps in. Could it be because of the wish I just made? If it's true, then all the answers must be inside. Driven by curiosity, Ailen steps in, but the place looks familiar. It seems she came here a few weeks ago to find Lucilian. It would be great if she could meet him here. Otherwise, if she runs into another guard, she knows what excuse to use. What reason can I use to escape punishment? I wonder if using my uncle as a shield will work. She knows it's not right, but they are family after all. A sweet scent assaults her nostrils, just like the smell of Hata. Ailen looks towards the door in front of her. The scent is probably coming from there. She cautiously peeks in. The smell is strongest here. There probably isn't anyone around. Hoping her guess is right, she looks through the crack in the door and indeed sees the high priest, who always looks so compassionate, yelling at the beast in working hard below. He threatens, "If you don't work properly, I'll cut your Hata supply this month." The green-haired divine messenger vigilantly sends someone to check the surroundings. But it's dead silent. There's nothing. Just as she's about to be discovered, Ailen transforms back into her lizard form. She silently rejoices. Phew, that was close. I almost got caught. Good thing I'm smart enough to turn into a dragon. Run, run. Unexpectedly, on her way out, she runs right into the green-haired man who just stepped out. The dragon and the man just stare at each other. She thought he would call for people to catch her, but unexpectedly, he extends his hand, flashing a wicked smile. "Come here, take my hand. I'll hide you so no one will find you." With no other choice, she trails after him. As they pass the dungeon area, which is dark and damp, she catches a glimpse of a familiar figure. Isn't that the little rabbit she's been looking for? But what's more terrifying is that the person holding him reeks of Hata. The green-haired man notices her unusual behavior. He gently scratches her head. Sorry for letting you see something so scary, but they committed crimes, so they were locked up here. Don't be afraid. An obedient little thing like you won't be locked up. Those meaningful words make the little lizard's brain work overtime. What on earth is happening? Seeing the numerous wounds on the rabbit, she realizes this man is definitely not a good person. So I've run straight into the culprit. What do I do now? That's right, I'm a dragon. I can make a wish. Please let me leave this place right now. Take me back to the Itam residence. But the green-haired man places her in a strange, spacious room. He says gently, it's very safe here, so don't worry. I'll bring you some tea right away. In the meantime, just be a good girl and wait for me here. Ailen can only cry silently. Why is this dragon's life so tragic? What should I do now? Why is the dragon's power so inconsistent? But a true dragon won't just sit and wait. I have to escape. As long as this door isn't locked from the outside, I can definitely get out. Of course, to avoid running around naked, she has to find her discarded dress first. Unexpectedly. While searching, she discovers a shocking secret among the documents. The Beastkin Kingdom is facing a severe water shortage, making the transportation of Hada extremely difficult. To solve this problem, they are targeting the Empire. Not only that, the documents also mention an antidote, along with dirty dealings with the High Priest. She knew this green-haired guy was no good. At that moment, Lucilian descends into the basement. A look of disgust flashes in his eyes. It's still as filthy as ever. The green-haired man enthusiastically cooks a green bean soup that can manipulate the mind. He is certain that once the girl drinks it, he can control her at will. At first, I was worried about how to get close to a dragon. But now you've come to my side. If I make good use of this weapon of destruction, the whole world will be at my feet. The soup is ready. He smiles, pushes open the door, and walks in. Have you been waiting long? Come, taste my masterpiece. Of course, you might feel a little sleepy after drinking the tea, but don't worry, that's a normal reaction. You can sleep here. This place is very safe. But Ailen, with her kindergarten-level education, is not so easily fooled. She grabs her dress in her mouth, intending to escape, and accidentally drops the incriminating documents. Realizing something is wrong, the green-haired man's face immediately turns hideous. Just then, there's a knock on the door, announcing that the food is ready. The maid opens the door to bring in the food. As quick as a flash, Ailen darts out through the opening. The green-haired man curses angrily, "You fool, what the hell are you doing? Call the guards and capture that lizard that just flew out. If you let that cursed beast get away, none of you will leave this basement alive." Elsewhere, the little lizard is frantically fleeing. No matter which direction she flies, she can't find an exit. It's over. They're about to catch me. What do I do now? She flaps her small wings desperately. Suddenly, an idea strikes her. I need water. In her mind, she pictures a ferocious tsunami. Soon, the roaring sound of water echoes. A priest can't help but ask his companion, "Why does it sound like the ocean?" His companion doesn't believe him. Don't talk nonsense. The important thing now is to catch that lizard beastin. Unexpectedly, the next second, a giant wave crashes down, sweeping everything away. Ailen is thrilled. The wave really came. That's great. But it seems a bit too big. She never wanted to take anyone's life. But the waves keep coming, one after another, leaving the people with no strength to resist. It doesn't even distinguish between friend and foe, sweeping away the disoriented little lizard as well. Terrified, Ailen quickly prays, "Please, someone make it stop, or take me home. Please." Humanity's endless greed and plunder have pushed Ailen into a quagmire. Even though she is a true dragon, she can't control everything. Just as she is about to be swallowed by the fierce wave, Lucilian appears like a god. The little lizard, seeing her savior, immediately rushes into his arms. The white-haired boy steadily catches his master and smiles. "I've been looking for you for a long time. But Ailen, in his arms, frantically waves her hands, signaling for him to run. A look of excitement appears on the white-haired boy's face. Right, I should deal with this first. He protects his treasure with one hand and unleashes magic with the other. He mutters, I will grant your every wish. A dazzling light appears in midair. Not only the raging wave, but the entire massive body of water becomes gentle in his hands and then vanishes. When the power dissipates, the saved priests look utterly miserable. This only strengthens their belief that this was a punishment from the gods. Meanwhile, at the Itam duchy, a man looks dissatisfied. Although I can see the effort. This tail isn't soft enough, the face isn't chubby enough, and the color is off. Just as he breaks the toy, a white light flashes. A pair of wet feet land on the table. Ailen stands there, holding a letter in her mouth, then cautiously peeks out with one eye. It's her father. She realizes she's home, seeing his precious daughter appear. Arno finally smiles. This is more like it. It has to capture my treasure's true cuteness. Having luckily escaped, the little lizard is finally sure she's home after greeting her father. She immediately returns to her room to examine the documents she just obtained. 2 days later, Ailen receives a letter from Lucilian. It says that the beastin in the temple have been properly settled. But the green-haired man in the black robe has disappeared. To ensure the beastkin's safety, the little lizard decides to act today. She summons Ailen, giving him his first mission as the family head, go to the temple and collect evidence of the high priest's crimes. Those documents are in the drawer of his desk. You must retrieve them for me. Accepting the mission. The man beats his chest and vows not to disappoint her. However, the next second, he is knocked out cold. Duke Arno can be incredibly childish. To prove he is a reliable father, he secretly steals Ailen's mission. Just now, after reorganizing the documents in her hands, Ailen decides to throw the high priest into the imperial prison. Ailen, receiving his first mission from the family head, is extremely excited, rushing through the mansion to prepare for the temple. Unexpectedly, he runs into Arno waiting in the hallway. When he learns of his daughter's plan, a storm rages in Arno's heart. His darling actually excluded him from her plan and sought out some useless herbivore. Could it be that in his daughter's heart, he is that unreliable? This is not a good sign. Therefore, he smiles at the man, but Ailen dares to betray the family head. In another development, the high priest ignores the enthusiastic greetings and his 8 attendants, clenching his fists in anger as he enters his office. As soon as the door closes, he vents his frustration by throwing off his hat, revealing a completely bald head. But at this moment, he doesn't have the mind to care about his image. Why are those lowly beastin unharmed, while the temple guards are half dead? Why is my partner also nowhere to be found? The recent events give him a bad feeling. He has spent a fortune on Hada, but hasn't recouped his investment yet. And his partner has left behind damning evidence. But the next second, a giant wave crashes down, sweeping everything away. Ailen sees it coming. She's secretly thrilled at first, but the wave is much larger than she ever wished for. She never wanted to take anyone's life, but wave after wave crashes down, leaving the men with no strength to run or fight back. The wave doesn't even distinguish between friend or foe, sweeping away the disoriented little lizard. Ailen desperately prays for someone to stop it or just take her home. The endless greed and plunder of humans has pushed Ailen to this point. She has dragged the spirit tree into this mess, and even though she's a true dragon, she can't control everything. Just as she's about to be swallowed by the vicious wave, Lucilian appears like a god. Seeing her savior, the little lizard immediately throws herself into his arms. The white-haired boy holds his master firmly and smiles. I've been looking for you for a long time. But Ailen, in his arms, frantically waves her limbs, signaling for him to run. An excited expression appears on his face. Right, I should deal with this first. With one hand protecting his precious treasure, he prepares his magic with the other. He murmurs an incantation, I will grant your every wish. A dazzling light appears in the middle of the chaos. The ferocious wave stops, and the enormous volume of water grows calm under his control before vanishing completely. When the power dissipates, the surviving priests are left in a pathetic state. This only strengthens their belief that this was a punishment sent by the gods. Meanwhile, at Duke E3's estate, the man shows his dissatisfaction, despite seeing the effort put into it. But this tale isn't soft enough, the face isn't chubby enough, and the color is all wrong. Just as he breaks the toy, a flash of white light appears. A pair of dripping wet feet land on the table. It's Ailen. She has an envelope in her mouth and cautiously peeks out with one eye. It's her father. She realizes she's finally home. Seeing his precious daughter appear, Arnold finally smiles. This is more like it. This truly captures my treasure's real cuteness. The little lizard, having narrowly escaped death, finally confirms she's home after greeting her father. She immediately heads to her room to examine the documents she just acquired. 2 days later, Ailen receives a letter from Lucilian. The letter states that the beastmen from the temple have been safely relocated, but the blue-haired man in the black robe has vanished. To ensure the beastmen's safety, the little lizard decides to take action today. She summons Terrell and gives him his first mission as the family head: go to the temple and collect evidence of the high priest's crimes. The documents are in his desk drawer. You must retrieve them for me. Upon receiving his orders, the man puffs out his chest and swears he won't disappoint her. However, the next second, he gets knocked out cold. To prove he's a reliable father, the ridiculously childish Duke Arnold has secretly stolen Terrell's mission. Earlier, after organizing the documents, Ailen had decided to throw the high priest into the imperial prison. Terrell, receiving his first mission from the family head, was ecstatic, practically flying through the mansion as he prepared to go. In the hallway, he unsuspectingly runs into Arnold, who is already waiting for him. When Arnold learns of his daughter's plan, a storm brews within him. How could she leave him out of her plan and choose some useless herbivore instead? Could it be that in his daughter's eyes, he's that unreliable? This is not a good sign. So, he gives the man a chilling smile before taking matters into his own hands. Elsewhere, the high priest ignores the enthusiastic greetings of his subordinates. Seething with anger, he clenches his fists and storms into his office, slamming the door behind him. He furiously throws his hat off, revealing his completely bald head. At this moment, he's in no mood to worry about his image. Why are those lowly beastmen completely unharmed, while the temple guards are half dead? And why has his partner also disappeared without a trace? The recent turn of events gives him a very bad feeling. He's risked bankruptcy for this venture. He hasn't recouped any of his investment, and his partner has likely left behind fatal evidence. Now, all he can do is pray that everything goes as planned, as his own ambitions are still on the line. He's much older than me. He'll probably come to the temple looking for me in a few days. Rubbing his aching forehead, he decides to take a walk, just as the high priest leaves. Suddenly, another figure appears in the room. This person mutters to himself while rummaging through everything finally, stopping in front of a cabinet. I must do this perfectly to regain my image. I have to be the most reliable and best father in my darling's eyes. After obtaining the evidence, Arno gallops straight to the emperor. He throws all the evidence he has collected in front of the emperor. Your empire is about to fall apart. If it weren't for my daughter, this nation would have been destroyed countless times. Faced with concrete proof, the emperor flies into a rage and issues a special order to investigate and arrest all high-ranking officials involved in the Hada incident. The prime suspect is the high priest, who weakly tries to defend himself. You must be mistaken. How could I possibly be spreading Hada? Meanwhile, thanks to the Itam family's testimony, Bruno is cleared of suspicion. Soon, the temple descends into chaos and the citizens panic, realizing the high priest they've always revered is a despicable man. Bruno is furious, wanting to slap himself for being deceived by such a corrupt man for half a year. Ailen witnesses the entire event from a distance. Although the high priest has been captured, the real culprit is still at large. With Ailen's guidance, the high priest is finally arrested, but the true mastermind behind the Hada incident is still hiding. She has to find him. She must catch Selim before he makes his next move. At that moment, the green-haired man is preparing to flee, gathering documents in his room while telling himself he needs to leave quickly. That dragon already knows my name and has seen my face. It's only a matter of time before I'm caught. But why is my medicine formula missing? He's baffled as to who could have stolen from him so discreetly. Just then, a voice from behind pulls him back to reality. Drop what you're holding and put your hands up. You're under arrest. The green-haired man glances over and sees Seal standing among the soldiers. In an instant, he realizes he's been betrayed. But he won't go down easily. He throws a sphere into the crowd, engulfing the room in smoke as he tries to escape. Seal immediately shouts, he's trying to escape through that window. He then stands back silently, watching the man struggle, curious to see what kind of power he might unleash in his desperation. In the temple, the little dragon hands something to Bruno. I know it's sudden, but I heard Lady N is very important to you. I hope seeing this will lighten your burden somewhat. The man hesitates. He takes the notebook, and a familiar handwriting meets his eyes. On the day they parted, he had placed it in his eyes. March 8th, sunny. Yesterday, I saw a boy. He seems to really like small animals. You like small animals too? I like them too. Can you tell me your name? Don't talk to me. That rejection made her awkwardly lower her hand and mumble. He seems a bit hard to get along with, but that's okay. I'll try to play with him again tomorrow. March 9th, sunny. I know his name now. It's Bruno. I heard he can awaken the dragon's bloodline. Today, I thought I could play with his magical beast, but my mother won't let me. She said people from the Bruno family can go crazy at any moment. But what does go crazy mean? Whatever. In the end, I finished his birthday present. If I give Bruno a gift for every holiday, he'll surely understand my feelings. The end of the notebook reads, cherish yourself. You are better than you think. Don't blame yourself for things that aren't your fault. Because no matter who you are, no matter what blood runs through your veins, you will always be the most important person, the person I like the most. It turns out Bruno is competing with the male lead for the supervisor position. After the mastermind of the Hada incident is captured, the entire empire is in an uproar. The temple's reputation plummets, and even the administrative capabilities of the royal family are questioned. In the end, the emperor has to personally step in to quell public opinion. Meanwhile, at the Magic Academy, the trio stares wide-eyed at the scandalous news. They see Ailen's name prominently featured. When did our little sister become so formidable? She's directly confronting the temple. What on earth has been happening? As for the man, since the primary victims were lower-class beastmen, life continues as usual for most, though they intentionally or unintentionally avoid the temple. At this moment, two priests in the temple are arguing loudly, slamming tables and chairs. But besides Lucilian, there are no better candidates right now. That kid just fools around with that dragon all day. How can we let him ascend to such a high position? It doesn't matter if he can hear the gods' voices or not. That disrespectful brat shouldn't even dream of that position. Carrying the love of his life with him, Bruno enters the meeting room under everyone's curious gazes. What is he doing here? He states, it is my fault. As a cardinal of the temple, it is my responsibility to be aware of everything that happens within it. Although I know words cannot erase my mistakes, please allow me to temporarily assume the position of chief supervisor of the Anma temple. Meanwhile, the Itam duchy is surrounded by reporters trying to interview Ailen, hoping to get the latest information. The little dragon helplessly scratches her head. I feel like I haven't done anything, but things keep changing. Seal smiles and says, I never expected to see you in the papers, my lady. I must also thank you and your family for your help and treatment. My poisoning is completely cured. It's a true honor to be of service to you. But, teacher, where did you get this secret formula? Sensing Ailen's probing, the man smiles. That's my secret. I can't reveal it to you, but a friend of mine is about to release an even more effective treatment. I heard it's going to be distributed for free throughout the territory soon. Due to the recent arrest of high-ranking temple officials, the temple has become deserted, and business in the surrounding area has plummeted. Many merchants are stuck with piles of unsold inventory. To encourage commercial activity, the emperor has specially organized a few extra fair days. Ailen had planned to sneak out for some peace and quiet, but the outside is even more chaotic than her home. Since she's already here, she decides to take a walk to clear her head. Just then, she hears a vendor shout nearby. Come and get it. Inventory clearance. Don't miss out. Custom-designed formal wear. Ameline's designs are now on sale for half price. The girl's eyes light up like wolves starved for 3 days, and they start screaming. Move, move. It's all mine. Don't get in my way. This passionate crowd of shoppers shows no signs of stopping, breaking through the guard's protective barrier. The maid anxiously calls out for Lady Ailen. In an instant, the little dragon is pushed by the crowd and disappears from sight. Trapped in the crowd of ladies, she's nearly squashed like a dragon egg. Suddenly, her foot trips on something, and just as she's about to fall into the sea of people, a large hand grabs her firmly. Looking at the mysterious figure in a black cloak, the little dragon, still shaken, says thank you. However, the person neither speaks nor lets go of her hand. The next second, she smells a familiar scent. This feeling is exactly the same as when the green-haired man captured her. Could it be him? But wasn't he arrested? So she sniffs harder until she feels something strange from her hand. Ailen finally realizes something is wrong. Her hand has transformed into a dragon's claw. The next second, with a thud, she faints. In a secluded alley, the man speaks into a communication device, constantly giving instructions. I've found the dragon. Confirmed she's unconscious. I'll be right back. Be aware, the Itam family's people are also around. He barely managed to escape. He can't let those hypocrites catch him again. Of course, he won't spare that damn dragon either. Ailen Itam, I will have this dragon. It's over. The little dragon has been packaged and taken away. The green-haired man holds Ailen, dreaming of a prosperous future. I just need to hide her, patiently gain the dragon's favor, and then logically acquire the dragon's seal. Then I'll become the ruler of this world. The man holding Ailen urges, it's me, let's go. There are pursuers behind us. Faster, faster. Honored guest, please pay the transportation fee first. What? Are you crazy? Haven't I already paid you several times the amount? The boatman turns to look at him with a cold gaze. Didn't I tell you? You have to pay the toll to cross the Sampa River. The green-haired man tries to force him to yield, but he suddenly meets a pair of golden eyes. Why is Arno Itam on this boat? But before he can react, he's drenched by a splash of seawater. You're smart and have great ambitions. Truly outstanding. Too bad you don't have the destiny to rule over others. So, was the Hada game fun? Honestly, what you do has nothing to do with me. I'm not a good person either. But you should have never, ever touched my daughter. Now, even death won't be enough to atone for your sins. Hearing those crucial words, Ailen starts to protest frantically. Arno gently comforts her. I know. I won't really kill him. It's just a threat. The second prince of the Beastmen Kingdom, who murdered his own brother for the throne. So you're not just a man with a troubled mind, but a twisted personality as well. Hearing this, the green-haired man scoffs, are people who look noble so great? In the end, you just want the dragon's seal, don't you? True, I'm stupid, I'm terrible. But a person like me would never act alone. So, a clever person like you will end up being buried with this fool. While talking, he quickly condenses a magic bullet in his stomach, intending to take them both down with him. He shouts loudly. Immediately, a giant mushroom cloud erupts from under the water, followed by a beautiful rainbow. The green-haired man stares in horror at the scene. What's happening? Why did my ultimate move explode under the sea? The villain is humiliated in public. His ultimate technique of the century turns into a rainbow fizzle. The green-haired man can't accept the reality before him. Arno, however, looks indifferent. I need spit out some kind of gem. My precious daughter warned me so while you were unconscious. I gave you a little massage and collected them all to throw away. You might be a bit of a fool, but you're pretty good at making these things. Let me continue massaging you. Let's see what else you're hiding inside. If there's anything, consider it my fee. No need to thank me. Ailen holds a sparkling stone in her hand. This is not just a special treasure of the Beastmen Kingdom, but it also has the ability to change the 4 seasons. Familiar with the plot, Ailen had seen it in a book, but she doesn't remember this guy's existence at all. A green fox, however, rings a bell. She has some impression of a character she read about in another book. It's clearly not the same world. So, can fairy tale worlds intersect with each other? Or is all of this just her dream? The next day, Ailen holds a plate of pudding, exclaiming how delicious the food in the imperial palace is. Her adorable appearance moves Arno, who almost can't resist kidnapping the chef to take home. Not only that, he also threatens the emperor, demanding to meet the Beastmen King first. Just then, a gruff voice comes from outside the door. I am Hazard. I've come for my incompetent little brother. He bows his head and offers a sincere apology. I will take full responsibility for all the damages caused by that wretched boy. Hoping for leniency, he suddenly smells a strange scent. The next moment, he falls to his knees, respectfully bowing to the girl. To think I would have the honor of seeing a dragon in my lifetime. After his exclamation, he continues to plead for the green-haired man. My green-haired brother was smart since he was young, but had no compassion for his own kind. He even poisoned my wine at my coming-of-age ceremony, which is why he was disowned. Now he dreams of using the dragon's seal for his nefarious schemes. It's all my fault for not disciplining him strictly. Therefore, even if I have to go bankrupt, I will do my best to compensate you. Just please, spare his life. But Ailen has little interest in these worldly possessions. She says coldly, I want the stone that can change the 4 seasons. The Beastmen King is startled. This is something only circulated within his kingdom. How does this dragon know about it? Could she be the legendary sage? Not long after receiving compensation from the Beastmen King, Ailen, with time on her hands, goes to the temple to ask Kruno for a favor because he once promised to free the Beastmen slaves. Not only that, but he also has to help them restore their livestock industry. After hearing this, Bruno immediately asks, what's in it for us? Of course, there's nothing in it for you. Bruno angrily retorts, who do you think you are? I don't have time for such foolishness. Of course, you can object, but this is something the Itam family promised to do. Like father, like daughter. So willful. Anyway, I'm not doing this terrible job anymore. When the time comes, just give it to Lucilian. That kid will surely obey your every command. But don't get too cocky, because your grandmother is coming soon. These words make Ailen's heart pound. She immediately asks, is grandmother my father's biological mother? Of course. She's probably just stopping by for a bit this time. It's fine if you don't want to see her, but in terms of etiquette, if you don't show up, it might cause your father to be gossiped about. Ailen has no choice but to ask what her grandmother is like. That's not my grandmother. It's hard to say, but I advise you to prepare yourself. After all, she's a tyrannical dinosaur that no one in the house can control. This warning makes Ailen even more anxious. Seeing her worried expression, Bruno quickly reassures her, my mother may look fierce on the outside, but she has absolutely no resistance to cute things. Who knows, she might even play the fool for you. So, grandmother isn't as scary as you think. Even though he says that. On the way there, Bruno constantly reassures her that his mother is quite approachable, but she can't help but frown tightly. To prevent her from scaring herself with her wild thoughts, he changes the subject to information about dragons. His return this time is also related to this. She mentioned the dragon's contract in her letter. Ailen, what do you know about the seal? My tutor told me about it. He said dragons have absolute loyalty to their biological parents. And that loyalty can strengthen the seal's power, but it's like a double-edged sword. While it strengthens the bond between them, it can also bring destruction to the world. This special seal exists not only in the flesh, but is also deeply imprinted on each person's soul. That's why dragons are willing to protect their parents at all costs. However, if a dragon's will becomes unstable or corrupted, their loyalty can manifest in dangerous ways. This leads to the emergence of fallen evil dragons. Once their body or mind is twisted, the dragon will completely embrace the darkness reigning in its heart. At that point, it could betray the entire world at any moment, even refusing to obey its parents' commands. Because then, no command can reach its inner self. It's a terrifying thought. But fortunately, this has only happened once in history, so you don't need to worry too much. Besides, your current condition is very stable. By the way, have you been using the temple's holy stones recently? Hayden gave me a lot, but I don't know how to use them, so I haven't used any yet. Bruno face bombs. You were supposed to use them. Before he can finish, his mother's dissatisfied voice rings out from inside. Do you really think I'd entrust the family business to a child just because of some ridiculous probation period? Bruno thinks this is the perfect time to enter and urges Ailen to hurry inside and rescue her father and grandfather. But uncle, aren't you coming with me? Well, my presence wouldn't be much help. My mother loves children, so she definitely won't. Listen to me. Besides, you're the head of the family now, right? Ailen looks at him speechlessly. Uncle, everything you've just said is not very convincing. Fine, she's also a member of our family. What right does she have to destroy you? Then let this troublesome grandmother disappear. The next second, the woman's body begins to turn transparent. The grandfather, who had been pretending to be dead, immediately jumps up. Arno, what are you standing there for? Think of something. Ailen, calm down. Are you angry because grandmother hurt your father? She not only hasn't acknowledged your relationship, but also constantly bullies him. I understand, but I believe my daughter wouldn't hurt her grandmother. If you go to jail, I'll never get to see you again. So let's forgive grandmother, okay, my good girl? The woman hears this and sneers. How filial. Is this how you show respect to your mother? But she hurt father and even made him bleed. That's not important. My daughter is the most important thing, so please calm down. The woman's figure becomes solid again. The grandfather embraces his wife, unable to help but complain. Why can't you speak more kindly? The woman tells the butler to take Ailen to rest. She wants to have a serious talk with her youngest son. This child is too dangerous for them. At the same time, Ailen dreams of falling into the sea. The cold and suffocation make her constantly call out the woman's name. Save me, please don't go. But the other person just stares at her coldly. The girl desperately asks, why? Why is this happening? The next second, she wakes up, clutching her aching head. What in the world happened to her? Right, she had an argument with her grandmother earlier. Roland, seeing her awake, apologizes. My voice is naturally loud. I must have woken you. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. I just woke up from a dream. It has nothing to do with you. Roland, what happened yesterday after I met grandmother? I haven't received any news from father. Roland's hesitation makes the little dragon even more worried. It's all her fault that her father got scolded. To stabilize Ailen's true dragon power, today is another day of cramming holy food. Lucilian cheerfully says, It's been a while. It's been a while since we met, my master. This time, I've brought enough holy food to last you for several months. Thank you so much, but I really don't know how to eat this. The boy with white hair kindly explains, for the 5 years you were asleep, you absorbed it unconsciously. There are no other dragons to learn from right now, so I did some research myself. Some records say that dragons usually swallow holy food whole, so you can chew it like cookies or candy. Eating holy stones like candy? Her poor teeth would be ruined. Ailen panics and Lucilian quickly reassures her, "Master, it's all my fault." Who would have thought? So, chewing is definitely not an option. Ailen has an idea. How about we soak the holy food in tea? There's no rule that says you have to chew them, right? But just as the little dragon cherishes this beautiful fantasy, a strong sour smell wafts up, going straight to her head. So, what is she supposed to do? Seeing his master looking dejected, Lucilian astutely suggests, "Perhaps you could use your dragon power to turn the holy food into real food." Yes, that's a great idea. Although she doesn't know if this wish will come true, Ailen decides to try. Turn them all into dessert. Ailen begins to imagine a sumptuous holy food feast in her mind. With a flash of golden light, the table is instantly covered with fragrant and tempting pastries. She takes a bite. The soft sponge cake combined with the strawberry jam explodes in her mouth. Even though it's created by magic, the flavor is incredibly soft and sweet. Lucilian, you should try some too. It's delicious. Without waiting for him to refuse, the little dragon directly brings the cake to his mouth. Come on. Don't be shy. Just a second later, the white-haired boy is also conquered by the exquisite taste, but he resolutely refuses to eat another piece. When it's time to part, Lucilian promises to visit often. Ailen, of course, welcomes him, but she feels guilty for having destroyed the temple where Lucilian grew up. But the boy smiles. "Master, didn't you also cleanse a tainted temple? The current temple is exactly what Lord Anma envisioned. And my greatest happiness is to be by your side, Master." When Ailen finally gains everyone's recognition, the simple task of choosing a ball gown is enough to make her two aunts argue fiercely. On the second day after the little dragon woke up, she received an invitation from the royal family. This banquet is held at the imperial palace and lasts for 5 days. During this time, nobles from all over the empire will attend, making it the most prestigious debut stage for the elite. It is also Ailen's official debut as the heir of the Itam family. For the next 2 weeks, the whole family is busy preparing. Andre insists that on the final day, his niece must wear a dress with ribbons and ruffles, as it will accentuate Ailen's elegant figure. But Lilia argues that a chic, elegant outfit is more fitting for a family head. Elegance and cuteness can't be the top priority. Maturity is what matters most. The two argue endlessly, making the little dragon watch with a blank face, concluding that a black maid outfit is the perfect choice for the final day. Before Ailen can refuse, Killian immediately takes out a dress he prepared himself. This is the one. Choosing this will definitely make you the center of attention. But the two brothers are immediately scolded by their aunts for their lack of taste and are promptly disqualified. As the little dragon is about to comfort her uncle squatting in the corner, the next second, Killian is also kicked into that corner to keep his uncle company. Ailen curiously asks why she doesn't see Uncle Bruno. The man scoffs in reply. That guy wouldn't be any help even if he were here. In truth, Bruno has already won the right to decide the formal wear for the second day of the party, so naturally, he has no say today. Recalling what happened with her grandmother the other day, Ailen asks worriedly, "Father, that day, did I really just suddenly fall asleep?" "Of course. And grandmother was very pleased with you. If she said anything to upset you, just come find me. I'll give her a taste of what betrayal of humanity feels like." Seeing her father's classic villainous look, Ailen thinks to herself that there probably isn't a problem on her grandmother's side. All the things that worried her have been resolved one by one, but this smoothness makes her feel a sense of unreality. She's supposed to be just a side character, yet now she's receiving everyone's affection. Even though this was what she wished for before she transmigrated, she vaguely remembers falling asleep while reading the novel. But the next second, a sharp pain shoots through her head. In a faint memory, she sees a large truck hurtling straight towards her. Why does she have no impression of it? The precious gem carrying the true dragon's bloodline is cherished by the entire Itam family. Yet Richard constantly longs for her and yearns for their status to be confirmed. At this moment, he is filled with joy, personally decorating the bridal chamber for them both. While Ailen is getting a headache from her aunt's squabbling over dresses, before she can think of a solution, her grandmother loudly declares, if it's for the final debut, it should at least be of this caliber. I have prepared a custom-made dress, perfectly suited for the family head. With this, everyone should be satisfied. Right? No fair. We still have many dresses we haven't seen. Grandmother glares. Do you want me to make each of you strip and walk out? After that, she gently turns and asks, my dear family head, do you like it? This is also my apology for yesterday. My husband didn't scare you, did he? No, he didn't. I love this dress. Thank you, grandmother. Although it's a bit late, I would like to formally introduce myself today. I am Ailen Itam, a dragon and also my father's daughter. I'm very sorry about yesterday. I should have shown more respect when speaking with you. Grandmother smiles. We could tell at a glance that you have a powerful energy around you. Not only that, your beautiful golden eyes are just like our youngest sons. So you two are definitely father and daughter. All right, you must be hungry, right? Let's go to the dining room. I've specially prepared dinner. You can look forward to it. After saying that, she even playfully flicks the small toy on her husband's cane. Ailen is astonished by the scene before her. To her, grandmother had never been a symbol of friendliness. Could this grandmother actually like her? Meanwhile, at the Colin Duchy, everyone is whispering. Have you heard? Our young master has a fiancé. That's why he's been cooped up at home every day decorating the bridal chamber. The maid brings the materials and sees the once empty room now decorated so warmly and beautifully. She can't help but ask, young master, when will she arrive? Richard thinks for a moment and replies, you'll probably get to meet her in about 2 weeks. In that case, that's wonderful. We are all looking forward to Lady Ailen's arrival. The young man can't help but turn his head and smile at the painting on the wall. See? Everyone is looking forward to seeing you. Me too. After Ailen resolves the Hada incident, the green-haired man, due to his connection with Ailen, is also exposed by the little dragon. In a dusky afternoon, in a dark alley, a man clutches a cheap bottle of wine, chugging it down while cursing the fools who caused him to lose not only his wealth and glory, but also to end up as a beggar. What a bunch of useless, selfish hypocrites. If I could just capture Ailen and bring her home, maybe there's still a chance to turn things around. Just then, Seal lets out a soft laugh. I knew I'd find you around the casino. You haven't changed a bit. Still as disappointing as ever. The man jumps and shouts, who are you? That's something you don't need to know. Although I never thought your Hada plan would succeed, in any case, this is not the time for you to be wandering around here. I'll give you one more chance. If you succeed this time, I'll give you countless riches. At the Itam estate, Ailen is busy preparing for the party. Even facing the men, Ailen can't stand still. A mountain of documents about the aristocracy gives her a huge headache, but when she pulls herself together, she's already standing in front of the imperial palace gates. The little dragon stands up straight, trying to maintain a dignified demeanor. Killian asks in surprise, Ailen, when did you become so mature? The next second, her 3 siblings appear before her. Sarkin directly lifts her up and nuzzles her. My dear sister, you're just as adorable whether you're big or small. Killian says worriedly, we read the papers and saw how serious things got. You should have told us sooner. Dizzy from being spun around, the little dragon can only apologize helplessly. Since they've arrived quite early, Sarkin suggests they take a stroll around the garden first. Unfortunately, her 2 brothers have just appeared. When they are called away by Arno, preventing them from playing with their sister, Sarkin angrily suggests, how about we ditch father? Her bloodthirsty tone makes it hard to imagine this is the same gentle and kind Sarkin from before. Thanks to meeting the adorable Ailen, Sarkin's gloomy life of being bullied since childhood has finally seen some light. And strangely, the villain has the exact same appearance as her. After waving goodbye to her sister, Ailen, like a curious child, wanders around the garden, admiring the scenery. Looking at the vibrant spring landscape, she can't help but exclaim, "So this is the royal garden I've only heard stories about. The air is so fresh and the sunlight is so warm. If my siblings were here with me." Kallian, in her imagination, smugly gives a thumbs up. "With no one to bother us, my sister is all mine." Suddenly, a noise from a distance catches the little dragon's attention. "A stinky beggar like you should be thrown into the river to wash up." Hearing this, Ailen immediately runs over. A boy has just been pushed into the water while a few ill-mannered teenagers are laughing and searching his pockets. "I bet he's lying. He definitely doesn't have an invitation. You can tell he's trash just by looking at him." Finding this an eyesore, the little dragon shouts, "What the hell are you doing? How dare you bully someone in the royal palace?" One of the boys turns to look at Ailen, remembering what his father said. "Is this the girl from the papers?" Even though rumors say she's a dragon, she doesn't look like it. She's just an adopted kid who can't make it to the main stage. "But since you're also a noble, I'll explain. Lady Itam, I don't understand why you're with this kind of poverty dash. Stricken scum. People like him belong in the sewers, not at parties. Your actions as a noble are completely tarnishing your family's reputation." Angered, Ailen scoffs, "Who the hell are you? Thinking back 5 years ago, I met people just like you. Do you know what lesson I taught them?" As soon as she finishes speaking, the little dragon unleashes her power, summoning a jet of ice-cold water that douses the arrogant boy, soaking him from head to toe. "A fool like you who likes to categorize people will never understand." The boys look at their soaked clothes with regret, then run off crying for their mothers. Ailen turns to the boy in the water and kindly asks, "Are you okay? Your clothes are all wet." "I can help you," but remembering her unpredictable magic, she awkwardly takes out a handkerchief and hands it to him to dry off. "Thank you. I don't know how to repay you. I just did what anyone else would do. Only." Then does the little dragon get a clear look at the boy's face. He looks a lot like Teacher Seal. In her memory, Teacher Seal once mentioned he had a brother 5 years younger. So is this person in front of her his brother? But what are the two brothers doing at the party? When Ailen realizes the boy's true identity, she can't help but worry if this villainous side character will cause a scene at the party. The next second, the boy sneezes loudly from his wet clothes. The little dragon says worriedly, "Maybe you should go change first?" The boy hesitates and looks behind him. Are they your friends? They've been waiting over there for a while. Both of them. See Kallian laughing and waving. The boy tactfully withdraws. "My apologies for taking up Lady Itam's precious time. If it's not too much trouble, I will return the handkerchief later. We can meet again in the banquet hall." Seeing the boy leave, Prince Ori approaches with his guards. "Ailen, you were so cool just now. Those bastards deserve to be punished long ago." But in the little dragon's heart, a worry lingers. Is the person she just met a friend or foe? A while later, the party officially begins. Amidst the clinking of glasses and toasts, the atmosphere reaches its climax. Duke Arno and Lady Ailen are entering. Greetings to the pride of the empire. The emperor happily comes out to greet the little dragon, but as for the handsome man, he had to practically beg to show up. He doesn't have a pleasant expression. Honored guests, today's banquet is held to celebrate the safe and healthy growth of the Itam family's princess. You saved Prince Ori's life, and I am incredibly grateful for that, as well as for protecting the oppressed citizens of the empire. May the blessings of the god Anma always follow you." The thunderous applause makes the little girl feel complete happiness. After the thank you ceremony, the blonde prince exclaims in surprise, "Wow, the little dough ball in front of me has grown so big." But whether she's a big dough ball or a small one, she's still just as cute. Noticing the threatening gaze from the future crown princess, Lillian, the prince immediately corrects himself. "You're looking more and more like a family head." "Oh, right, everyone is waiting for you in the reception room on the 2nd floor. Let's go." Ailen carefully lifts her skirt and follows, but these new shoes are so painful. She intended to grit her teeth and go upstairs, but the excruciating pain makes her change her mind. She excuses herself from Ori. Sorry, I have something urgent to attend to. I'll be right back. It'll be quick. This hurts so much. What's the use of having wish-granting powers if I can't even handle a pair of shoes? Ailen looks for a place to change her shoes. Suddenly, with a bump, she accidentally runs into someone. Looking at the tray, a fruit about to topple onto her head, she thinks how embarrassing it would be to get dirty at such a formal event. Someone save me. After 5 years. Now separated by distance, the childhood sweethearts finally reunite. Just as Ailen is about to be hit by a glass, the falling glass suddenly stops in midair. The girl, who had her eyes squeezed shut, hears a very familiar voice. My esteemed lady, you should pay more attention to your surroundings when walking. After a sigh, the person chuckles softly. Still as clumsy as ever. Ailen spins around, her eyes wide with astonishment. It's Richard, who is also the youngest master of the Empire's magic tower. The purple-haired teenager sees her dazed expression and magically guides the glass back to its original position before kindly asking, Ban, have you been well at the Itam house? Then he laughs at himself. You must have been very happy, so happy that every day. You completely forgot our promise to become a family. Ailen stammers for a long time, unable to come up with a complete excuse. How could she tell him she has to follow the plot and that their past promise was just a temporary measure to appease him? Unexpectedly, Richard bursts out laughing. Ban, why are you looking at me like that? Every time you're embarrassed, you make that silly face. This is great. She's still the same silly Ban I used to know. You were in such a hurry because of your shoes, right? Come here, I'll help you. I have so much I want to talk to you about. To avoid everyone's curious gazes, they move to a secluded corner. Richard smiles and takes Ailen's shoe. Magic flows from his fingertips instantly, transforming the stiff shoe into something soft and comfortable. The purple-haired teenager gracefully kneels on one knee. A lady shouldn't have to put on her own shoes, right? Ailen thinks in embarrassment, I can actually do it myself. But Richard clearly thinks otherwise. He swiftly puts the shoe on her foot. Try walking. How does it feel? It's very comfortable. Thank you. Now I don't have to worry about my feet hurting when I walk anymore. I never thought we'd meet at the party. I was waiting. As the heir to the magic tower, I have to attend parties like this at least once. Wow, you're already the heir? That's amazing. I'm so sorry for not contacting you for so long. I'm content as long as you're happy, though I never thought I'd only be able to hear news about you through the papers. But I guess you didn't want to see me either. Back when we had nothing and could only rely on each other, there must have been a reason, right? There must have been a reason you made me wait like that. Seeing Ailen's troubled expression, Richard believes Ban still has feelings for him and smiles. You don't need to feel guilty. Just seeing you again is enough for me. But this place is too noisy, and having to make small talk with strangers is a pain. Do you want to go somewhere more interesting with me? The moment they disappear, Lucilian enters the room, clenching his fists. He glares at the oil painting on the wall and scoffs. Even if you're the heir of the magic tower, pulling this kind of trick in the royal palace is just too childish. At the same time, he also hears Lord Onma's instruction. Just as you predicted, his fate is sealed. Elsewhere, Ailen is brought into a magical world by Richard. With a snap of the teenager's fingers, the little dragon watches snowflakes fill the sky, exclaiming in amazement, "It's really snowing." It's amazing. Richard, is all of this your magic? Of course. This is a type of illusion that can be changed at will. The next second, the surroundings instantly transform into a vibrant spring. The magical light flashes again, and she finds herself in a fiery desert. Before she can smell the flowers in the wind, Ailen missteps. But in a flash, she is safely in Richard's arms. He laughs. A true magician is one who is closest to the gods. We can control everything in this world as we wish. Indeed, at the closest distance, a toy tin soldier suddenly appears on the sand. It marches in perfect steps. approaching and presenting Ailen with a beautifully carved ice rose. The little dragon, thinking this is also Richard's magic, smiles with delight. Thank you. See, Richard. This little toy just gave me a rose. Seeing her bright smile, Richard suddenly feels a sense of greed, wanting to possess more. You know, if you stay with me, I guarantee you'll receive different surprises every day. How about we start from today? We'll have a wonderful time together all day today. Clearly. The toy soldier standing beside them does not agree with this proposal. Just a moment ago, Richard was captivated by Ailen's smile. At this moment, the 5 years of waiting seemed to have been worth it. Richard suddenly has the idea to hide Ban away so that her smile belongs only to him. But Ailen doesn't think so deeply. She smiles and refuses. I can't stay with you all day today. I still have friends waiting for me outside. What friends? You're not just making an excuse to trick me, are you? Noticing Richard's displeasure, the little dragon is about to explain. Suddenly, the toy soldier speaks up. Master, Prince Ori and Crown Prince Phililian are waiting for you. It's time to go. Your sudden disappearance has made everyone very worried. Hearing the toy soldier lie so smoothly proves it has its own consciousness. Richard glares at it angrily. I was wondering who snuck in here. You're a persistent ghost. The next second, the toy soldier transforms into a human form. Lucilian smiles and says, The second prince is looking for you everywhere. He said he has something important to tell you. What could be so important that you had to hide? Someone away like this? I could actually sense your presence, but hiding the entrance like this is a bit too much. Using such a crude smokescreen is laughable. I wasn't hiding it. It's your own lack of skill. After all these years, you're still as arrogant as ever, showing off your worthless magic here. You're still the same as before, all talk and no action. Just like a dog, following behind Ban and barking. As he speaks, Richard pulls the small girl into a tight embrace. Ailen has already agreed to spend the whole day with me. No matter who comes, I won't let go. Ailen freezes, screaming internally, I never agreed to this. Are you even listening to me? Thinking of her promise from 5 years ago, she starts to refuse. But right now I need to. Go with Richard. Please convey my deepest apologies to their highnesses. See? I'm the one Ban loves the most. But Lucilian doesn't seem to care at all. He just smiles and nods. I understand. I will follow my master's will and explain the situation to the second prince. Then, master, I will return for you later. How annoying. He dared to ignore me. I'll make him disappear forever. Now that the annoying pest is gone, let's go too. Richard takes Ailen's hand and flies her through the air. He casually throws away the rose and smiles. Don't worry. I'll take you to an even more wonderful place. As soon as they land, Ailen is stunned by the sight of a room overflowing with pink. What is this place? Her eyes are met with countless delicious foods and numerous stalls, modeled after Ailen with various expressions. Don't tell her all of this was arranged for her. Richard looks excited. Come here, Ban. I have something to show you. The little dragon's lips twitch. Oh my. The pressure is immense. And isn't this 100-meter-tall mural a bit over the top? She can't help but exclaim, Richard, you truly have an unimaginable talent. It took me several years to paint it while waiting for you. I just recently finished it. I really hope you like it. Seeing you happy makes it all worthwhile. Actually, during the past 5 years, I always wondered if you would ever send me a letter. I wondered if we would ever run into each other on the street. Even when I felt like a fool, I kept waiting for you. Sometimes I was angry that you didn't come to me, but then I heard you were in a coma for 5 years, and there were even rumors you were a dragon. I was so worried. So, you once said we would become a family. That was all I had before. Were you lying to me? For a childhood promise, Richard waited in agony for 5 years. Yet, Ailen cruelly forgot him in a hidden corner. That left him waiting for a letter that would never arrive. Faced with the purple-haired boy's accusation, the little dragon is deeply ashamed and can only apologize repeatedly. I'm sorry, I'm really so sorry. But Richard simply pleads, don't leave again. Please stay with me, Ban Ban. I prepared this room hoping you would come back. I'll give you anything you want. I'll even chase away anyone who dares to bother you. So, please stay with me. We were each other's first family, right? Yes, you are very important to me, but I'm sorry. I can't be your family anymore. Because I now have a family that loves me, and they are waiting for me right now. I always longed for a loving family. It was once a distant dream I only dared to wish for under the covers. Then, the happiness I never dared to dream of finally found me. I know family means a lot to you too. So I'm sorry for thoughtlessly promising to be your family. You fool. Seeing Eileen's sad tears, Richard gently wipes them from the corners of her eyes, feigning arrogance. I won't forgive you just because you say that. Hearing this, the girl feels even more remorseful, constantly saying she's sorry. Then, like a child who has done wrong, she hugs the teenager tightly, murmuring apologies. I'm at a loss with you. All right, I won't ask you to be my family anymore. When she calms down, Ailen thinks, if we can't be family, let's be friends. Richard immediately refuses. Compared to that, I think we should get married. That's also considered family in a different sense, right? Just as he is full of hope, a loud crash is heard. The magic mirror, meant to protect the flowers, shatters into pieces. It turns out the purple-haired teenager was determined to marry Ailen, but the naive girl only saw him as a friend. Recalling the original novel, she thought Richard only liked the female lead, Sarkn. She never imagined she was the one he truly wanted to imprison. Just as Richard is looking at her with the most hopeful eyes, Arno breaks down the door. Why is there always someone trying to steal his treasure? Seeing the betrothal gift he painstakingly prepared get destroyed, the purple-haired youth can only call Eileen's name to see if he can salvage anything. But Arno calls his darling first, worriedly asking if she's hurt anywhere. Father, I'm fine, but how did you find me? Your useless subordinates reported it to me. Don't worry, I'll personally deal with this bastard. The crimes of kidnapping and attempted murder must be punished immediately. Kidnapping? Attempted murder? Father, is there some misunderstanding? If I cry too much, I could get dehydrated. That's very dangerous, so it could absolutely be considered attempted murder. Father, let me explain. I really only cried for a moment. Just as Arno is about to launch an attack, the strange magic mirror shatters into icy fragments. Duke. Itam, you arrogant fool. I have tolerated your despicable behavior for long enough. Now you dare to touch my son? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Duke Colin, your love for your son is as passionate as ever, I see. Your son kidnapped my daughter and even had murderous intent, so I had to personally come and rescue her. My kind and innocent son would never do such things. You dare to use magic in front of a child, just as the rumors say. You are not worthy of being a father. A true father would be willing to do anything for his child. So, is that why you broke into another noble family's estate and stole important documents from the embassy? Even shamelessly threatening His Majesty the Emperor. Theft? Are you trying to blame others with baseless accusations again? The Colin family is a prime example of being overly emotional, speaking without any logic. No wonder your son also tried to kidnap my innocent daughter. This kidnapping thing is a complete misunderstanding. My son is cuter, more likable, and more beneficial. Far more useful. Duke Colin, please calm down. Seeing the two doting fathers about to come to blows, Ailen turns to Richard for help. Seeing that he is still diligently trying to salvage his handkerchief, she feels a wave of helpless despair. In front of her father, she unleashes her true dragon power. The immense magical energy forces both men to a temporary truce. Please, both of you calm down and listen to me. First, Duke Colin, I only said I would consider the adoption. While I appreciate your affection, I never agreed to it, so you cannot accuse my father of being a thief. Richard, seemingly hitting a sore spot, turns to argue. What are you talking about, Ban Ban? Didn't father say you liked me too? All right, let's see. Actually, this is all a misunderstanding. The girl continues, Second, father, I wasn't kidnapped. nor was I about to die from crying. I promised to spend the whole day with him today. I know you're just worried about me, but I don't want you and Duke Colin to fight anymore. Besides, I'm now an official member of the Itam family. Richard has also found his family and even became the heir to the magic tower. Everyone has their own place now. So, we should reflect on our mistakes, correct them, and live in harmony in the future. Having just reunited with the little dragon, Richard is informed that his years of waiting were apparently all for nothing. His hope for the past 5 years was just his own one-sided affection. Duke Colin looks at his son guiltily, not knowing what to do. Ailen naively thinks that if she explains everything clearly, everyone will shake hands, make up, and live happily ever after. She even invites Richard to the party, trotting towards the young man. I hope you'll come with me. Didn't we promise to have fun together today? Her radiant smile, like a blooming flower, makes Richard unable to resist acting like a gentleman. But just as he is about to touch her, he hesitates. In a fit of pique, he doesn't say a word. He throws the painstakingly prepared dolls to the ground and runs away without looking back. As expected of that rotten brat from the Colin family. I don't know how he managed to grow up this much. Arno smiles and uses magic to teleport Ailen. Darling, you go back first. I'll have a proper talk with Duke Colin. Don't worry, I'll probably just have to smash this damn place to pieces. Ailen is speechless. So, were you even listening to me? I said make peace and live happily, not fight. Back. At the party, a magician is giving a very enthusiastic speech. The moment we've all been waiting for has finally arrived. An exciting surprise will appear on top of this cake. Let's count down together to discover the magic. 3, 2, 1. And from the middle of the giant cake emerges a small, chubby, bright pink Ailen. Ailen, with a bewildered expression, is sitting right in the middle of the giant cake. Good heavens! Where am I? Seeing the little dragon appear this way, everyone can only exclaim helplessly. Nilia sighs, exasperated. It doesn't take a genius to figure out. Who did this? Having a father like that is truly 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Bruno, standing beside her, also feels embarrassed for his niece. The niece can only cover her face, pretending not to know him. But the people in the audience below start chanting Ailen's name. Since she's already in the spotlight, the girl forces a smile, stands up, and waves to everyone. Hello, I'm Ailen Itam. Both he and Richard have special feelings for Ailen. To win over the little dough ball, Lucilian goes all out, directly kneeling on one knee in front of everyone, openly calling her master. Meanwhile, Richard shyly and timidly approaches to give an apology gift, uttering words of affection in a flustered manner. However, the clueless Ailen only sees them as good friends. The earlier incident was caused by Arno using teleportation magic to send his daughter back to the party. Though the landing spot was a bit unconventional, the price for the Duke's showboating was being detained by the royal family for a day of questioning. Recalling yesterday, after visiting Richard's bridal chamber, time was already short. Then the trouble with the two fathers happened, leaving Ailen exhausted and needing to rest for a whole day. Today, the little dragon silently resolves not to make the same mistake. Thus, she has been practicing social etiquette to perfection. From this day forward, she must present the perfect image of a true noble lady. On the second day of the party, Andre is already waiting in the hall, vowing to protect the family head's honor with his life. Just as Ailen is trying to maintain her elegant demeanor, a voice calls out from behind. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Itam. The little dragon, just about to respond elegantly, is interrupted by Nilia, who strides forward with a bright smile and strikes up a conversation with the person. Then, this aunt proceeds to half-drag the person away until they disappear. Excellent. Another successful day of protecting the family head. Ailen stands there, utterly confused. What just happened? However, this is just the beginning. Whenever someone approaches to get acquainted with her, the next second, they are unable to. Her relatives would suddenly appear and skillfully lead them away. It turns out, all of this stems from vicious rumors. They are all approaching Ailen because of her status as a dragon. She had to face malicious gossip alone before, which was incredibly difficult, so she is now grateful for her family's protection. But at the same time, she doesn't want to be a burden to everyone. Maybe I should find a place to hide for a while, Ailen thinks to herself. Just then, Lucilian appears again. Before Ailen can greet him, the white-haired boy kneels on one knee, directly taking her small hands. It's been a long time, my master. It's been a long time. Wait, didn't we just meet? Yesterday. But to me, a day without you is like 3 autumns, my master. Seeing the people around them start to whisper about their relationship, the little dragon panics. She hastily pulls the boy to his feet. It seems she needs to get out of here immediately. Just then, Richard also runs over. He shyly offers a gift, saying guiltily, "I'm very sorry for letting you leave like that yesterday. So I made this. I hope you'll like it." "Thank you. I love it. But is your house okay? My father intentionally smashed it yesterday. It's fine. Don't worry, I'll make him compensate for it." Hearing this, the purple-haired teenager smiles faintly. As long as he likes it, he can smash it however he wants. The little dragon's secret is finally revealed. It turns out the poor girl adopted by the Itam family is actually a pure-blooded dragon. Malicious rumors begin to spread throughout the party. It's said that dragon's blood and scales can be used to help humans achieve immortality. Because of this, the greedy nobles are even more eager to approach and curry favor with Ailen at any cost. Caught between Richard and Lucilian's rivalry, and having to listen to the whispers, Ailen feels suffocated. Seeing this, Ori speaks up to break the awkward atmosphere, pretending to complain. "You guys, have you forgotten about my existence?" Then he turns to Ailen and gently invites her. "Hey, little dough-ball, why don't we go for tea somewhere else? I've already prepared everything. Plus, today I'm specially wearing the pin you gave me." Lucilian immediately chimes in, "I'm coming too. Master can't leave me behind." Richard, not to be outdone, also insists, Ban. "I want to go with you too." Ailen smiles. Although she's being bothered, she realizes she has friends who genuinely care about her. So, she doesn't need to be sad because of those strangers anymore. The next day, Ailen is wandering aimlessly in the garden again. Unintentionally, or intentionally, she walks to the edge of the small lake. As Teacher Seal's biological brother, why did that boy appear here? Also, I didn't see him in the banquet hall today. Did he not come? Suddenly, the boy's bright face appears right next to her. "What a coincidence, lady. Itam, were you looking for me?" "Oh, I didn't see you in the banquet hall earlier. About that, I don't have the status to enter the hall on my own. By the way, thank you so much for last time. And here's your handkerchief. I've washed it. So you've been waiting here all this time?" "Actually, I was waiting here for you because I wanted to talk to you privately. Things are a bit complicated, but I'll try to be brief. As you know, I'm just a poor noble from the countryside. Besides my brother, I have no other relatives. I heard that dragons can grant wishes to humans. If you are truly a dragon, I have a request. Could you help me find my brother?" "Is that so? What's your brother's name?" "His name is Seal Rosemont. Finn Rosemont is a pure and kind young man, but he has to live a precarious life, relying on his family status. In his parents' eyes, he is forever the useless trash who can't compare to his outstanding older brother, just because he is an ordinary person while his brother Seal is an all-powerful genius. Since childhood, Finn has never felt his parents' love and was always forced to give up everything for his brother. Even so, in Finn's heart, his brother is still his closest relative. Therefore, after the fire that burned down his entire family, he did everything in his power to get into the royal banquet with only one hope, to find the brother who abandoned him. When Finn asks Ailen to help find his brother, after confirming the person he's looking for is Seal, her tutor, Ailen immediately connects all the dots. The mysterious fire at the Rosemont estate claimed the lives of the Baron and his wife, leaving the two brothers to fend for themselves. The older of the two brothers is Seal Rosemont. In the original story, he is the mastermind behind the entire tragedy. After the fire, he left the George Malt estate and later became the leader of the Crescent Moon Underground organization. Compared to his talented brother, Finn was exceptionally ordinary in every aspect. Because of this, the Rosemonts repeatedly abused him. When the fire that burned away all sins ignited, Finn seemed to be liberated. But his only brother mysteriously disappeared, leaving him to live a lowly life under the shadow of his family. Ailen understands that as a fallen noble from the countryside, Finn has absolutely no way of receiving an invitation to the royal banquet. He must have gone through immense hardship to set foot in the imperial palace. But the little dragon doesn't understand why he's so desperate to find the brother who so cruelly abandoned him. Finn, knowing his request is difficult, quickly retracts it. It's all right if you can't find him. It's okay. I can help you, but I won't help you find your brother. I'll help you in my own way. On the third day of the party, Ailen looks at the mountain of gifts before her and feels overwhelmed. With her identity as a true dragon revealed, the number of people wanting to approach her has grown. The pile of lavish gifts keeps growing taller, and the excessive attention from everyone shows no sign of abating. Even her family members are affected, so busy they can't see straight. Helpless, Ailen has to drag her uncle Bruno along as a shield. She curiously asks why he was assigned as her night escort. Do you think I volunteered for this? Do you have any idea how busy I am because of you? Then why don't you give this position to Lucilian? I bet he'd be happy to accept. Seeing the crowd of annoying admirers constantly loitering outside the door, Bruno, filled with rage, roars at them to get lost. Thinking about his theology seminar being postponed just for this, he says irritably, Ailen, you're not planning to hide in here forever, are you? Yes, I know. No one wants to be a monkey in a zoo for people to point at. It seems today she needs to find a safe place to hide. With that thought, Ailen hums a cheerful tune as she heads towards her destination. Standing before the library, Ailen finds the royal library deserted. She praises it silently. This place is perfect. Coincidentally, she also needs to find more documents about the Rosemont family. Heaven did not disappoint her. She finally finds the book she needs. With this, I'll definitely be able to dig up more information about the Rosemont estate. I might even find some clues from their relatives. But as soon as she opens the book, she is shocked to find that an important page has been torn out. Who has so much free time to tear out a page right at a crucial part? Suddenly, a voice makes Ailen jump. She asks shyly, Teacher Seal, why are you here? A friend invited me, but I'm not good with the small talk at these parties, so I snuck out here and happened to run into you. There's no such thing as a coincidence in this world. Could this guy have been following her? Maybe she should take this opportunity to probe him. Teacher, I just met a young master who looks a lot like you, and he's looking for his older brother. You once mentioned you have a younger brother, right? But your personalities don't seem very similar. I just don't understand how someone could be so cruel as to abandon their own little brother. It seems you two had quite a good chat. Yes, he heard the rumors about me and came to ask for help. Thinking about it, he's so pitiful. To have such a tragedy befall his family. Oh right, he also told me his brother's name. I think it's Seal Rosemont. After learning the true identity of his biological daughter, the useless biological father is suddenly filled with regret. He never expected the worthless daughter he once abandoned to be the only true dragon in the world. Even that crazy Duke Arno passed down the position of family head to the girl. If he takes this daughter back, that enormous fortune will be his. Today, the man can't contain his excitement. After much deliberation, he decides to storm into the middle of the party to publicly reveal his identity. Back to the battle of wits in the library, the little dragon has exposed the villain's identity. So, Lady Ailen, do you want a bargain? Perhaps I should have protected you from the beginning. If only I were the one who made the contract with you. What about the fire at your house? And your brother? You know, whatever I do has nothing to do with you. If you Really didn't care. You wouldn't have bothered hiding your identity, let alone tearing out that important page. This proves there are some things you don't want anyone to see, right? Although I don't understand the reason behind it, I want to help him. I know what it's like to have no family, so please don't stand in my way. You like to meddle so much, huh? Fine, do as you please. I just fear the Duke won't have enough patience to tolerate you. After parting with Seal, Ailen silently pieces things together. How strange. I was just looking for answers, but why did he suddenly drop his disguise? And why was he so angry with me? As if I had hurt him. Or is he just naturally hot-tempered? Just then, a man's gruff voice interrupts Ailen's thoughts. I finally found you, Ailen Itam. Lucilian immediately appears, standing in front of the little dragon and questioning coldly, "Who are you? How dare you be so rude in the middle of a party? You little brat who doesn't know your place. How dare you block my path? Do you know who I am? I am Ailen's biological father." His roar instantly stuns everyone present. As for Ailen, who bears the full brunt of the shock, she is left with a completely blank mind. My biological father? Who is this man? Just when she has finally found love from Arno, she is suddenly confronted by a strange man screaming that he is the dragon's father. Ailen's eyes widen in utter confusion. Just then, Arno runs over and delivers a powerful kick that sends the man sprawling to the ground. Not done yet. He viciously stomps on the man's back a few more times. A piece of trash like you dares to provoke my daughter? Where are the guards? I left to protect her? They're busy holding back the crowd, sir. What a bunch of useless fools. Can't even do one simple thing right. Ailen timidly speaks up, "Father, it's not nice to talk about the guards like that." The man on the ground still refuses to give up, trying to yell, "Ailen Itam, how dare you treat your own father like this?" At this point, the little dragon curiously asks, "Who is this man?" Before Arno can answer, the Emperor finally strolls over. "Don't tell me you've caused more trouble again. Even if it's a family squabble, please try to keep it down at my party. Save me, Your Majesty. I just want to find my daughter who was stolen from me. This bastard is trying to kill me. My daughter was stolen by the Itam family." After saying this, the man cries pitifully, begging Arno to return Ailen to him. Hearing the whispers around her, Ailen frowns. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through her brain. In a fleeting moment, she sees an image of herself as a baby in diapers. Gradually, the image becomes clearer. It's this very man holding her. Oh my God. What is happening? Could this man really be my biological father? The Emperor has a headache witnessing this farce. When the girl was adopted, no one mentioned that Ailen still had a biological father. Therefore, I think you owe me a reasonable explanation. Of course. But to avoid wasting everyone's precious time, why don't we do a paternity test? That's a good idea, to prevent trash from bothering me and my daughter. There's a priest right here. Let's proceed immediately. At Lucilian's suggestion, Arno agrees to give a blood sample. But when facing the fake biological father, the young man, usually gentle and holy, suddenly changes his attitude. He pulls out a sharp dagger and mercilessly cuts the man. Everything is ready. Let's begin. Then, witnessed by everyone, Lucilian begins the identification ritual. A small drop of blood flies from Ailen's finger, floating in midair, enveloped by his magic. When it's the man's turn, the blonde-haired boy shows no mercy, coldly drawing a drop of blood from the man's wound. Under the control of magic, the 2 drops of blood gradually move closer. But the moment they touch, they suddenly explode. The result is clear. If you and the girl were blood-related, the blood would glow with a brilliant golden light. In other words, you are not her biological father. You're a damn liar. She's clearly my daughter. Sir, the blood test results cannot be faked. The man panics, a thought flashing through his mind. That woman said, "This was my child and then dumped her on me. Could it be I was raising someone else's kid? So you're going to lie to my face? Guards, throw him in the dungeon." Wait, there must be a misunderstanding. I was deceived too. No, I am the dragon's real father. You've all been tricked. My daughter has been marked with a blood seal, which is why our blood repels each other. It's all Arno's scheme. To possess the dragon. Hearing this, the crowd begins to whisper again. Seeing his master's forced smile, Lucilian gently waves his hand and announces, "The test isn't over. Let's continue." He takes another drop of blood, this time from Arno. Lucilian once again uses his divine power to slowly bring the 2 drops of blood together. In the palm of his hand, the 2 drops of blood automatically attract each other, and at the moment of impact, they emit a brilliant golden light. The perfect fusion radiates a dazzling glow that illuminates the entire hall. Ailen stares in shock at the incredible scene. Arno's eyes widen, frozen. In astonishment. Could Ailen really be his biological daughter? But before the joy can fully set in, the next second, the 2 merged drops of blood explode with a pop. Ailen's identity is finally brought to light. As the head of the Itam family, her blood and Arno's did indeed create a golden reaction. But a moment later, they repelled each other and exploded. This contradictory result makes Lucilian frown. The ambiguity of the test result once again fuels the gossip. Seeing this, the Emperor declares the end of the party. Anyway, it's still early. The 3 of you follow me. In a private room, the Emperor slowly says, "Before we discuss the test results, there's something I need to clarify. Actually, I can hear the voices of the gods. No matter who it is, as long as they pray sincerely, I can hear the response of the deities. But even if I know the outcome beforehand, I cannot intervene because once I speak of it, I will have to pay a very high price. However, with this girl, I have never received any response from the gods, which means that even the gods cannot interfere with her fate." Returning to the main issue, is Ailen Arno's biological daughter or not? Lucilian explains, "If we consider it purely from a biological standpoint, the answer is yes. Your bodies indeed share a blood relationship, which is why they emitted light. But why was there a clear rejection reaction afterward? The gods did not directly reveal anything about her. Based on those around her, I have made a few deductions. The divine medicine that cured the second prince could only sprout when watered with the blood of a true dragon. From that moment, I was certain of my master's dragon identity. A seal is composed of body and soul. The dragon seal is usually linked to both physical and spiritual aspects. Therefore, you two are indeed flesh and blood. But, Master, your soul is in a very unstable state. The seal that should have been perfect has a flaw. In other words, the reason for the seal is the seal. Ailen's soul has formed a connection with another person. The change in the soul's connection has led to a physical transformation. These deep bonds have made her soul incomplete. This also implies that the Master's connection with her past life has not ended. But one thing is certain, she is your biological daughter." "My lord." Arno is utterly confused. He clearly had 3 children, but the 3rd child died before it was born. He himself buried the baby with his late wife. His mind is now a tangled mess. Perhaps us becoming father and daughter was fate. Isn't that enough? Come on, daughter, let's go home. For Ailen, her current loving family is what matters most. The love from her younger brother in her past life, she cannot accept because she always believed she was too humble and unworthy of such a kind brother. She saw herself as a rat scurrying in the sewers, like mud that could not be brought into the light. After all the mistakes she had made, she believed she didn't deserve his forgiveness. However, Finn never gives up on finding his brother. Even with the slimmest hope, he will hold on tight. When the letter sent to his uncle receives no reply, he is not discouraged and continues to sit by the window, carefully writing heartfelt words to send again. Just then, he hears a knock at the door. "Finn, someone is here to see you outside." "Yes, I'm coming." As he opens the door, he is surprised to see a complete stranger. Still, he says politely, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." "It's all right. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am a friend of the Rosemont family head, and also the one who has been secretly sponsoring you all this time." I'm sorry I couldn't visit you sooner. The reason I didn't appear was for fear the sponsorship wouldn't reach you, and also because I was afraid your malicious relatives would cause trouble for you. Everything finally becomes clear. He had been wondering who had been secretly providing him with money. Although Finn is extremely grateful for this man's thoughtfulness and care, deep down, he can't hide his disappointment. He had fantasized that the sponsor was his brother. Why are you sad? Don't you hate him? No, my brother had his own struggles for everything he did. Besides, I know he got into dangerous situations because of me. After our parents died, he took on all the responsibility. He once asked me what I wanted most if we could erase the past and start over. Honestly, if I could answer now, I would just want to be with him forever. That's why. Ever since he disappeared, I've prayed to the god Anma every day, hoping he would return to me safely. Hearing those words, the man's mood becomes incredibly complex. You've really grown up, but sometimes you're as foolish as a child. In truth, Seal always wanted to protect his younger brother. But no matter how hard he tried, his parents treated Finn even worse. That fateful fire was the turning point. When the candle fell to the floor and the flames erupted, he initially just stood there stunned. But then, a wicked thought crossed his mind: if they all died, would his brother no longer have to suffer? However, after losing his parents, he couldn't even hold on to the few remaining assets. To support himself and his brother, he worked from dawn till dusk, even resorting to dirtying his hands. After stepping onto the path of crime, Seal completely shed his weak facade. But even after becoming the leader of an underground organization, he always worried about the dragon's blood seal. Faced with Seal's half-joking confession, Ailen is speechless. There's no hiding it anyway. After all, you're a dragon. So you're not planning to go back to Finn, are you? For the two brothers, a life together is perhaps just a fantasy. Seal once longed to give his brother a happy life. But one day, when he returned home and saw the wound on Finn's face, he realized he could no longer stay by his side. Even knowing his brother is desperately searching for him, he chooses to stay away. He doesn't want his dark world to tarnish Finn. Seeing his brother grow up safe and happy is what he truly wants. Moreover, he has been secretly watching over and protecting him. That foolish brother might have a better life away from him. Elsewhere, director Anbian is listening to the drizzling rain. Just hung the clothes out to dry and it starts to rain. What bad luck. As he's grumbling and pulling back the bedsheet, a pale, death-like face suddenly appears, startling him so much that he reflexively throws the basket forward. In defense, your reflexes are as sharp as ever. Selim? Did Ailen send you here? You scared me half to death. My apologies. It's urgent. The family head told me to give this to you. So important that she had to send you personally? Opening the letter, the first line that catches his eye is, "I'm sorry, Director. Perhaps the messenger scared you." The letter continues, "During the recent royal banquet, I met someone in trouble. I want to help him if I can. He lost his family in an accident and is now living alone, always striving to find his missing brother. Since you run an orphanage, I thought you might have some information. Do you know anything about the Rosemont family? I couldn't find any information about their relatives in the family tree, so I've been asking around. If you know anything, please contact me through Selim." Oh, the boy's name is Finn Rosemont. The name feels strangely familiar to him. He turns to Selim and says, "Tell the girl to leave this matter to me. I'll handle it. Because I am that child's biological uncle. Protecting him is my responsibility." Time flies to the last day of the royal banquet. Sargon stares at her incredibly adorable sister with sparkling eyes. "Ailen, this is truly your most beautiful look ever." "Thank you, sister. This dress was chosen by grandmother herself." "But sister, could you please restrain yourself a bit? People are watching." It's fine. It's because my sister is just too cute." At that moment, people begin to buzz about the appearance of a holy knight. However, the only holy knight Ailen knows is Sir Anbian. And indeed, shortly after, the director enters the banquet hall in formal attire. Seeing this, Ailen immediately runs to greet him. From behind the man, a shy teenager steps out. Hello, Lady Itam. It is thanks to my uncle that I have the honor of meeting you again today. That's wonderful. So you'll be moving in with the director now? No, that's something to be decided later. But Ambien interrupts in a serious tone. Why wait until later? We're family, so we should be together. Uncle. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner, but from now on, I will be your guardian. You can completely rely on me. Your brother told me. Ailen smiles brightly and congratulates him. Congratulations on finding a reliable family. Hearing those words, Finn lowers his head. Although he still hasn't found his brother, he is incredibly grateful to the man before him for what he has done. For him. Seeing the tears streaming down the teenager's cheeks, Ailen is at a loss for how to comfort him, while the director gently pats Finn's head. The three of them are unaware that their entire conversation has been witnessed by the man standing on the second floor. Seal smiles faintly. It seems this isn't a bad option either. Who would have thought that the notoriously cruel villain Arno was actually a man deeply in love, caring only for his wife and not his children? After finishing the tiring 5-day banquet, Ailen sits in the carriage chatting with her father. I never expected Director Ambien to be Finn's biological uncle, father. Indeed. When you asked him for help, you couldn't have predicted this either. Perhaps it was fate. Yes. Fate is truly miraculous. Father, I'm so happy to be your daughter. Thank you for coming into my life. I feel so happy being your daughter. That night, Arno sits alone, gazing at a portrait of the little dragon, his mind drifting back to painful memories of the past. During the banquet, his blood and the girls truly emitted a brilliant golden light. The priest also officially confirmed their blood relationship, and that could not be faked. She is his biological daughter, a truth that sounds unbelievably absurd. This means his biological daughter, the child buried with his beloved wife, miraculously survived deep underground. Years ago, after his wife became pregnant, her health deteriorated. Arno thought it was an incurable disease. Dahlia was tormented by the fact that she couldn't give the baby a healthy body. In desperation, Arno suggested giving up the baby to save his wife's life, but Dahlia firmly refused. Her pale, gaunt face showed an iron will. This baby must be born. But you promised to be with me forever. You seem so gentle, yet in the end, you deceived me. Despite Arno's desperate pleas, his wife could not survive the ordeal of childbirth. Until her last breath, she firmly believed their child would be born. Arno once thought that no one else in this life could ever move his heart again. But 5 years later, Ailen appeared. Recalling every sweet moment with his little daughter, he smiles. Although this all seems illogical and unscientific, if that child is really Ailen, then it's not too hard to accept. Dahlia, just as you said, our daughter was truly born. I'm sorry for calling you a liar back then. The precious daughter Arno would protect with his life had to endure the coldness of her own relatives in her past life. It wasn't until Ailen's identity was revealed that she was shocked to realize the bond with her past life had never been broken. On the night the banquet ended, Ailen felt as if she were being pulled into another space. Her body was heavy while her soul floated aimlessly. Walking in the darkness, the little dragon only remembered one thing: she had to get home quickly. Suddenly she noticed photos scattered on the ground. Closer, she saw a little girl with her back to her. As she approached, she saw a little girl with her back to her. About to ask for directions, the little girl suddenly turned her head and ran away in panic. Wait, I just want to ask for directions. Ailen called out after her, but the scene before her left her stunned, her eyes wide with shock. What she saw was the image of herself from her past life, lying motionless on a hospital bed. Am I still alive? Ailen Johnson. As she approached, the girl's body on the bed began to glow with brilliant golden light. The light spread, then slowly gathered at one point before exploding, sending Ailen back through time to her past life. It was after a rainy autumn day. On a bustling street, pedestrians hurried past each other. Can you hurry up? You're so annoying. No wonder Grandma always hated you. The urging words choked the air along with a tone full of rejection. It was clearly her younger brother from her past life, and today was the day they were visiting their grandmother. Suddenly, the phone slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Looking at the shattered phone, the girl bitterly mocked herself. What an unlucky day. So tiring, so difficult. I hate everything. As the traffic light turned red, time seemed to stand still, leaving her standing alone in the middle of the road. She no longer heard her brother's complaints, only the deafening sound of car horns and screeching brakes mixed with the rain. A sense of despair, like a thick black net, enveloped her, bringing a bone-chilling cold that corroded every cell. In that moment, a sense of relief washed over her, as if she were about to be set free. The fragments of memory began to return, piecing themselves together in Ailen's mind. It turns out she didn't transmigrate in her sleep. So, both her past and present selves exist. Why? The memory machine has activated the pain-sharing feature. Only now does Ailen bitterly realize her biggest mistake in her past life. It turns out, not being loved was the original sin. The next day, the little dragon stands before a silent lake and exclaims, "Father, the view here is beautiful. I never knew there was such a wonderful lake near our home. I'm glad you like it, but why did you suddenly want to come here?" Because this place holds beautiful memories of Mother. Mother used to say that whenever she looked at the calm lake surface, all her worries and fears would disappear. So, are you feeling any better now, Father? Darling, how did you know? How could I not know? You're my father, after all. You've been looking down and depressed all morning. You even skipped a meal. Do you count how many bowls of broth I eat every day? Actually, eating a little less is fine, but I'm worried it will affect my health. Father, I've been keeping a secret from you. I've thought a lot about whether I should tell you. And now I think it's time. I come from another world and I still have memories of my past life. In that world, I was an adult, but for some reason, when I came here, I turned into the form of a child. Lucilian was right. My soul hasn't fully merged with Ailen's body because the bond between me and my past life hasn't been severed. I think the reason is that my consciousness from my past life still exists. Arno stares blankly for a moment, then, as if a weight has been lifted, he smiles understandingly. No wonder you're so smart and mature. Now I feel like I truly understand you. Come here, Ailen, let me give you a hug. The little dragon instinctively reaches out. It's okay, darling. You don't have to worry. Although things are a bit complicated, one day everything will be fine, and I will always be here by your side. Even if her memories are incomplete and her current situation is unresolved, that doesn't change the love her family has for her, right? What's it like to have 3 siblings and a younger sister? Ailen certainly never imagined that her own father would be jealous of his own children because of her. That day, as soon as the carriage stopped in front of the house, her 2 brothers and older sister rushed out the door and immediately hugged the little dough ball tightly. Ailen asked curiously, "Don't you guys have school today?" Because the waning moon is approaching. Simply put, this is a time when members of the Itam family become weak, sometimes even falling into a deep sleep. Because of this family trait, we were allowed to take a break from school and come home. Ailen nodded in understanding, but at that moment, Sarkin sighed and complained, "They say it's a break to rest at home." But we were still given a pile of homework. It's a good thing you're home, or I would have died of boredom. That statement reminded Ailen of the time she was framed by the maid. The little dragon suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. "Siblings, I'm in big trouble. You have to help me." Then, she pulled all 3 of them into her room. The waning moon coincides with Father's birthday. I've received so much from him, so this time I want to throw a grand birthday party for him. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, the little girl hesitated. Could it be that Father has never celebrated his birthday before? Sark nodded. Actually, today is the first time I learned about Uncle Arno's birthday. Killian tried to recall the situation that day. Indeed, the atmosphere didn't feel like a birthday celebration at all. At first, I just thought it was because of me, but now it seems that's not the case. Uncle Arno will surely be very happy to know you want to throw him a birthday party. Come on, let's plan a surprise birthday party for him together. But I have one question. Do we really need to keep this so secret? Of course. It's a surprise, so it has to be kept secret until the last minute. I guarantee Father will be extremely surprised. So, the little dragon and her older sister went to buy a birthday present. Kellyanne and Killian were in charge of decorating the venue. The maid smiled and asked, "Do the two ladies want to go to the street market?" "Yes, you just need to take us there." "Daughter, where are you going?" "I want to go for a walk with my sister." "Wonderful. Then I'll go with you." "No, you can't, Uncle. Arno, Ailen only invited me. It would be safer if I went along, wouldn't it?" Ailen looked at the large hand extended towards her and hastily shook her head. The surprise for her father absolutely could not be ruined. Then she shouted, "Father, you're not allowed to follow us." In that moment, the world seemed to crumble before the arrogant Duke's eyes. Despite having the ability of a true dragon to observe all things, the little dragon didn't notice the darkness silently watching her. As she was trying to prevent her pitiful father from coming along, seeing his heartbroken expression, she realized she had overreacted. She quickly explained, "This is something I promised my sister beforehand." Sarkn, standing beside her, quickly chimed in. "That's right, Uncle Arno. This is private time for us sisters. You know that. So don't you dare follow us or send anyone to watch us." With that, she quickly grabbed Ailen's hand and rushed to the carriage. With the clatter of wheels, Arno was cruelly left behind by his two daughters. The two sisters quickly arrived at the largest market in the empire. Although Ailen felt it was a bit cruel to reject her father so bluntly, for the sake of creating a surprise party, all sacrifices were worth it. She wanted to personally choose the most wonderful gift. "I hope it makes Father happy." But after wandering around the market, she still couldn't find a suitable gift. Instead, her older sister Sarkn picked out a pile of pretty jewelry for her. Everyone around them exclaimed how adorable it was. Seeing Sarkn was about to choose more and ask for them to be wrapped, Ailen couldn't take it anymore. She had to lean in and whisper to her sister, reminding her of the main purpose of their trip. "But I don't know what gift to buy for him." The distance between them seems to have grown too vast. I bet in the original story, they really cared about each other. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her head. The little girl from last night appeared in Ailen's mind again. This time, she didn't run away. She stopped. She turned to look at Ailen, silently reminding her, "Ailen, we don't have much time left." The little dragon startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. When she regained consciousness, she saw everyone surrounding her, worriedly asking, "Ailen, are you okay? Fainting like that, do you feel unwell anywhere?" "You suddenly collapsed and scared everyone to death. It's all my fault for not being careful." "No, it's not your fault. I was probably just hungry and a little weak." How could my sister be hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious." With that, she quickly led everyone to find a restaurant. But Ailen's mind was full of thoughts. What was that girl trying to imply, and who is she really? To prepare for Arno's birthday, Ailen mobilized the entire family to help. After a long day of strolling with her sister, she finally chose a suitable gift. Meeting Sarkn's admiring gaze, the little dough ball tactfully took out 2 other gift boxes. "Both my brother and sister get birthday presents too, because you are my priceless family." The next morning, seeing everything was prepared and all that was left was to invite the guests, Ailen volunteered for the task. Thank heavens. She seemed sad yesterday, but she's back in high spirits today. As for the little dragon, her first stop was her grandparents' place. "Greetings, grandfather and grandmother." Seeing her grandfather busy in the garden, she asked curiously, "Why is grandfather taking care of the garden himself? We have gardeners, don't we?" "I mean, Grandfather is old, why should he exert himself like that? Let's see how long he can last. A garden has meaning only when you tend to it yourself. What do you know? The feisty old woman couldn't be bothered to argue with her grumbling husband and turned to ask her beloved granddaughter what brought her here. But upon seeing the invitation, Ailen quickly took it out of her bag. When she saw the invitation to her youngest son's birthday, her grandmother's eyes widened in surprise, her expression a strange mix of amusement and contemplation. Nevertheless, she promised to attend the party tonight and immediately sent someone to prepare a gift. Seeing this, the grandfather helplessly muttered, "It's going to get noisy again." But you can't blame her for this. The grandfather's cryptic words startled Ailen. Could the reason her father hates his birthday be related to her grandmother? After witnessing her grandparents' reaction to the invitation, Ailen had to suppress her immense curiosity. She really wanted to run and ask if her father's hatred for birthdays was caused by her grandmother. But everyone has secrets they don't want others to know, so it was best to wait until after the party. The most important thing now was to deliver all the invitations. "Auntie, tonight is Father's birthday. You must come and celebrate with us." Ailen handed out invitations and reminded them, "Uncle, it's Father's birthday party tonight. Remember to come." Thinking back on her uncle's strange reactions recently, why does it feel like everyone is trying to avoid the party? Anyway, only Uncle Bruno is left to invite. Luckily, with the waning moon approaching, everyone is gathered at the main mansion. Has anyone seen Uncle Bruno? After getting a headshake from a servant, she saw Uncle Bruno. She mumbled to herself, "I wonder where he's hiding." Just then, Ailen caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the greenhouse. The man was gently stroking a small cat. "Eat slowly. It's all yours." Bruno's eyes were filled with affection, clearly in a good mood. "Uncle Bruno, is that you?" Startled by the sudden call, the man jumped back a few steps. "You? Why are you here? So you really do like small animals. Where did this little one come from? Are you going to keep it?" I just saw it was hungry and gave it some food. I didn't expect you to have such a gentle side." "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. What are you doing here?" "This is an invitation to Father's birthday party, but it's a secret. Don't tell Father." "Okay. If you name this little one, let me know. See you tonight, Uncle." Then, she trotted to Arno's room. "Father, are you busy? May I come in?" "Of course. This is a picture of your mother. Do you want to see it?" Carefully looking at the strange woman in the photo, she thought, "So this is really my mother." She smiled brightly. "Father, have dinner with me tonight. I've prepared everything in the greenhouse." When they arrived, Arno was completely stunned by the beautifully decorated scene. "Happy birthday, Father. I wish you happiness always. I didn't know no one had ever celebrated your birthday. I'm sorry for lying earlier, but even though I know you don't like parties, I still wanted to do this. I truly love you. I want to use the best things to soothe the pain in your heart. This is a gift my siblings and I prepared. I hope my real family receives the best wishes." The man looked at his beloved daughter with emotion. Just as he was about to accept the small, beautiful cake, a mocking voice came from the door. "Mother, do you always have to do this?" The response was a woman's hearty laugh. The next second, the crazy, handsome Duke was forced into a very sexy dress. "Tell me, don't I look beautiful in this?" Grandmother asked smugly. "I'm not wearing this to please you. At least a noble should have a proper collar. You're already wearing it. What's there to be picky about?" Ailen looked at this scene and felt as if the world was collapsing. What on earth is going on? The little dragon finally understood why her father hated celebrating his birthday so much. It turns out that on his birthday, Arno was forced to wear a dress. One wasn't enough. Aunt Nilia had prepared another, more sexy one. Before Arno could even put it on, his younger brother Bruno accidentally exposed him. "I knew this would happen." Seeing Arno criticizing the gift she had painstakingly prepared, Nilia snapped, "The gift should not be decided by the recipient." Seeing the two about to argue, Ailen turned to her grandfather. "Why does grandmother make father wear a dress? Perhaps this is your grandmother's hobby. Your aunt and uncle have also been through this. Making our sons wear pretty dresses gradually became a family tradition. But later, when that guy grew up and started to rebel, we had to stop celebrating birthdays together. So what Uncle Bruno said about grandmother liking cute things was true. And father hated birthdays simply because he didn't want to be made fun of. Aileen, did you misunderstand something about my birthday? Earlier, when you were looking at mother's picture, I thought you thought today was the anniversary of her death. Arno sighed with relief and said proudly, "My daughter is entering puberty now. It feels like we just met and you're already this big." With that, Aileen finally let go of the burden in her heart. She said cheerfully, "Congratulations." "Happy birthday, father." Everyone else also offered their congratulations and continued to enjoy the party. "Oh, right, happy birthday, father. Since everyone is here, I have an announcement to make. Your grandmother, grandfather, and I will be officially retiring." Everyone was utterly shocked, except for the man who was nonchalantly passing on all his duties as the family head to his young daughter. The birthday party concluded perfectly with the former head's retirement announcement. He carefully opens the gift prepared by his own daughter. It's a locket with Eileen's picture inside, along with a note, "I hope from now on I can celebrate your birthday with you every year. I wish you always happiness. To the father I love most." After that, the family returned to its usual peace. Seal continued to be the girl's tutor. Although he claimed not to care about his brother, he was actually always waiting for news of Finn. He still didn't want to directly visit, telling himself that not disturbing him was the best way to protect the boy. A few days later, her siblings also returned to school, while her grandparents were still bickering about where to live after retirement. Everything was going so smoothly it felt like a dream. After waking up from a 5-year coma, Aileen suddenly became the head of the family. Not only resolving the Hada incident smoothly, but also uncovering the mystery of her own identity. Everything was progressing well, but the strange dream about the little girl always made her feel uneasy. Forget it. The truth will come out eventually, no need to worry too much. Lately, Richard not only sent letters every day but also shamelessly called Arno father-in-law, leaving her speechless. She wonders what goes on in his head all day. And what is Lucilian doing? They haven't seen each other since the blood test. No one would have guessed that the supreme god Anma would take the form of a mischievous old child. It turns out the reason Lucilian hadn't come to see Aileen was because he was busy praying to Lord Alma. Through his relentless efforts, he finally received a divine instruction, vaguely guessing whose hands the fate of this world lay in. That day, Aileen ran to Arno's room. "Father, can I sleep with you tonight?" "Of course. Why have you been so clingy lately? I want to spend more time with you before I grow up." "If it's Aileen, you're always welcome." "Did something happen, darling? You seem uneasy being alone lately." "I keep dreaming about a very strange little girl. I feel a strong sense of familiarity, but I clearly don't know her. Every time I get close, she suddenly pulls away." Arno looked at his daughter telling the story, his eyes lowered, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, a childish voice echoed in the room. "Dear Arno, can you hear my voice?" A white light converged, and a tiny winged person emerged from it. "Hello, we finally meet. Arno Itam. I have a few things to show you. Are you curious about the second seal on Aileen?" "The second seal? What is that?" "Sorry, I don't have time to explain everything. Hearing 1,000 times is not as good as seeing once, right? If you don't follow, you'll lose your chance. Let's go." The space twisted, and the whole room vanished in an instant, leaving only the large bed. No need to be tense. This is the void, or you could say, the space connecting different dimensions. Then why do you look different from before? That's because I can't reveal my true form in your world. But in this space, at least, I can create an avatar to communicate. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Anma. At this moment, Alma has personally come to Arno. Even though the other party is displaying divine power before understanding the situation, Arno is determined to protect his daughter. Seeing his cautiousness, Alma smiles. I have no intention of harming you, so there's no need to be on guard. Follow me. Don't worry about the girl. She's just sleeping. Right now she's with another version of herself. Come here. Through this mirror, you will see your daughter's true form. At the same time, the comatose girl from the past life also begins to react as she weakly opens her eyes. Awaiting her is not the concern of her family, but the hateful glare of her grandmother. Look at this damn mess. That brat is already dead. Why are you still keeping her in the hospital? Do you think she can come back to life? My grandson is the most important thing now. If you're going to die, then die properly. Useless in life and can't even let people rest in peace in death. So unlucky. Just then, her younger brother suddenly interrupts their grandmother. She's awake. The girl gets out of bed and pulls out the 4-needle herself. You lazy thing. Dragging it out for so long, you finally decided to live, huh? Do you know how much time and effort and medical expenses we've spent on you? Don't think you can get away with just being silent. You have to pay it all back. Understand? The cruel old woman even raises her hand to hit the girl. Instinctively, she grabs her grandmother's hand. Can you please shut up? How dare this piece of trash talk back? Just then, her father walks in. Mom, what are you two doing? You wretched girl, apologize to your grandmother right now. You're going to make me pay back all that money anyway, so are you also going to make me continue to grovel and be grateful to you? You act as if you're some model elder. You ungrateful brat, don't forget who took care of you when you were in a coma. From childhood, everything I did was wrong. So why not just let me die? Before she could finish, a resounding slap cuts her off. Arno witnesses his daughter being hit, but can do nothing but angrily punch the mirror's surface. How dare they treat my darling like that? They deserve to die. The girl who just woke up in the hospital bed is slapped across the face by her own biological father. He even shamelessly demands she be grateful. What right do they have to be her family? I thought if I died or came close to death, you would feel remorse. How ridiculous. I was so foolish to still have hope for all of you. You never cared whether I lived or died, so what right do you have to call yourself my family? After saying that, she ignores their screams and rushes out. She just wants to escape this suffocating place. She wants to find her father, her real siblings. Arno looks at the young girl right in front of him, wanting to reach out and catch her, but he only touches empty space. He can only watch helplessly as she collapses to the ground. Just then, a small hand gently pulls him back. Don't look anymore. I don't want you to see these things. The little girl in front of him gives him a heart-wrenchingly familiar feeling. Good child. Why are you here alone? If you could, would you like to come with me? The little girl nods, but then retracts her hand. I still have something to finish. Before I'm done, I can't leave. See you next time. The next second, Arno awakens from the dream, his eyes filled with sorrow for his daughter. He never thought Ailen was hiding so much pain. A few days later, Ailen finally wakes up. Her head feels like it's been split open. She just had a long and confusing dream. The next second, she sees a maid anxiously calling her. My lady, you've been in a coma for 3 days. How are you feeling now? Is that so? I remember going to find father. Why am I back in my room now? And what's with all these gifts? Taking out a card, she sees that everyone has sent gifts. Everyone hopes Ailen will recover quickly and regain her strength. Her gaze shifts and the little dragon spots a familiar figure on the sofa. She carefully approaches. It's indeed her father. It seems he's always by her side, no matter what. At this moment, Arno also wakes up. Ailen, you're awake? Are you all right? He embraces her, saying painfully, my daughter must have suffered so much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not protecting you well. Ailen thinks to herself, could the figure I saw at the hospital have been real? It turns out that childhood friendship can bring such warmth. Hearing that Ailen is sick, Richard suddenly descends with a bouquet of flowers like a god, bringing radiant sunlight that shines upon her. The young man strides towards Ailen. I heard you were sick for a few days. I was so worried. I'm fine, but how did you get here? As the heir of the magic tower, you're not allowed to leave the tower at will. I don't care. You're the most important thing. If that old man doesn't like it, he can just kick me out. But that wouldn't do him any good either. After all, I'm the only heir to this tower. It seems being the only heir to the magic tower is not easy either. I'm just happy to see you safe and sound. It's a pity that after today, it will probably be a long time before we can meet again. Thank you for caring about me, Richard. Just then, a maid enters to announce that a guest is waiting in the living room. I should head back now, or that old man will go crazy. Next time we meet, we must have a long chat. Watching Richard's reluctant departure, Ailen suddenly realizes he has matured a lot. This feels good. She tells the maid to put the flowers in a prominent place. She looks at the bouquet in her hand and muses, it's rare to see such beautiful flowers this season. As expected of a great magician. After changing her clothes, Ailen is a bit annoyed for forgetting to ask who the guest was. But when she slowly opens the door, she sees Lucilian sitting there with a calm expression. I have been waiting for you, my master. I heard you were in a coma for several days. Though he speaks with concern, his tone is cold, making Ailen feel a sense of distance. Having just woken up, she sits down as Lucilian speaks flatly. I came today because there's something very important I need to tell you. Things that before I couldn't bring myself to say. While you were asleep, your father came to see me about the second seal. I once said you were in existence that even the gods couldn't interfere with. But that's not just because you're a dragon. It's because you don't originally belong to this world. Lucilian, who has always revered Ailen like a deity, now questions the little lizard as if she were an impostor. His once gentle face is now filled only with icy coldness, his attitude resolute. Remember to like and share this video to support our channel. How long can I keep this up? Ailen wonders. Should I tell him this is just a world from a comic book and that I was transported here after being hit by a truck? But Lucilian seems to ignore her bewilderment, continuing coldly, Sir Anma said you've forgotten something very important. Think carefully, this is crucial. In other words, do you know who created the world we're living in? You know the answer. Bombarded with questions, Ailen is dizzily pulled into another space, a place she has seen before. In her dreams. Panicked, she calls out, Lucilian, where are you? The next second, a familiar voice echoes by her ear. The child from her dreams suddenly appears before her. Ailen, come and take my hand. The voice is so enchanting that she unconsciously reaches out. Now, I will show you everything you've forgotten. Her consciousness is once again transported, returning to a school in the 21st century. A little girl sighs, the princesses in fairy tales live so happily. I wish everyone loved me like that. Ailen looks at the little girl and realizes it's her younger self, flipping through a fairy tale book and sketching the characters. Just then, a strange man approaches and compliments her drawings, though he claims not to know her. He says he's a good person, but the little girl is still scared. Ailen is also curious about who this man is, because this memory feels completely foreign. Through their conversation, the man learns that the little girl loves princesses but envies them, feeling she will never be loved. The man smiles. If you wish, he says, I can help. You can become the princess of your own fairy tale. Now, create the world you want to live in. Whether it's family or friends, just let your imagination run wild. As long as you keep wishing and creating it, you can escape this cruel and lonely world. When she snaps out of it, the man in black is gone. Seeing the clock on the wall, the girl panics, realizing how late it is. I'm in trouble. I'll definitely get a beating at home. But when Ailen looks at the drawings on the desk, she's stunned to see Sarkn, her father Arno, Richard, and Lucilian, the family and friends she cherishes so dearly. Did I make all of this up? Yes. This is the world you created. They all exist for you. You are the being closest to a god in this world, Ailen. More accurately, you are the creator. You must have many questions right now, don't you? From now on, I will explain everything. Then who are you? Are you Sir Anma? Correct. As expected of our god. We will surely cooperate very well. What does it mean that I'm a being close to a god? It's exactly as it sounds. You created this world. You are a being close to a god. The one currently closest to the realm of divinity. So, I really did create it. Yes, you are the creator. But at the same time, you are not. Do you see those gears? They are not just some equipment. They are the very core of the creator's soul. Look closer. You can approach. The moment Ailen unconsciously reaches out to touch it, she sees a completely unfamiliar little girl. Mom, they said we can enter the palace now. From now on, we can be happy together. Unknown memories flood the little lizard's mind. She's certain. She doesn't know these two people, so why does it feel so nostalgic? Because that was your previous life. As the forgotten memory is revealed, Ailen realizes how small she is. The world she cherished and treasured is ultimately just a food source for someone else. Touching the soul's origin, she sees the pasts of countless people. Anma tells her they are all her past lives. But isn't her past self lying in a hospital? The people you see are all real, just like the world you're living in. You have existed in countless worlds. How is that possible? I don't understand. The gears record every life your soul has experienced. To put it simply, they are all your past lives, but they were all created by your original self, and everything was caused by the Star Guardian, the man in black from your memory. Between stars and dimensions, worlds operate silently, but behind each rotation is a specific purpose. The Star Guardian has spent eons searching for children who possess the drive to create worlds, and then uses them to create new worlds across countless dimensions. This power stems from a life full of misfortune. A tragic childhood makes these children yearn to live in a beautiful, dreamlike world. And those children become sacrifices for the Star Guardian, who uses their souls to constantly nurture and sustain the worlds. The pasts you saw were all molded that way. And what is called a past life is actually, more accurately, a life clone created from the fragments of your soul. But worlds born from clones are never perfect. When the clone living in that world dies, the entire world collapses due to the loss of its power source. The Star Guardian then absorbs the new energy released from that collapse to continue creating another world. The more worlds are created and destroyed, the more the child's soul is torn apart until it shatters completely. Therefore, Ailen, you are a clone torn from the soul in the 21st century. You mean I'm not the original? That's right. You are just a part of that child. So the world I'm living in will also vanish like those shattered things, just like the lives inside those gears? Is all of this just food prepared for the Star Guardian? He claims to be the god who protects the light of the world, but now he's forcing the little lizard to sacrifice her life. Ailen never imagined death was the only way to sustain this world's existence. Just a moment ago, Anma's words gave her hope to live. But in the next second, they pushed the little lizard into the depths of hell. Because her soul is incomplete, the world is once again on the brink of collapse. Ailen stares at her palms, utterly bewildered. She wants this world to continue because it holds all her dreams of being loved. Sir Anma, is there a way for my soul to become whole? There is one way. Are you prepared? I'm ready to do anything to protect this world. Very well. As expected of Ailen. For this world to continue turning, you must die. Faced with this sudden killing intent. From Anma, the multidimensional space begins to crackle and break. What the hell are you spouting to my precious daughter? Even if you are a god, you have no right to harm Ailen. Facing the small, overconfident human, Anma scoffs, I allowed you to be here because I need your cooperation. If you cross the line, I'll kill you. Do you really think I'm afraid? This threat terrifies Ailen. She rushes forward, shielding Arno with her body. Don't hurt my father. You need my help, right? If you hurt him, I won't do anything. I was just joking. My apologies, it seems I went a bit too far. It's my fault for not explaining clearly earlier. Ailen, you just need to return. To put it simply, you must return to your original body and die there first. Before the little lizard can ask why, a familiar voice calls out from behind, making her eyes widen in surprise. A pure angel appears midair, his entire body radiating a holy light, his emerald eyes filled with concern for Ailen. So, who is he? As an adult, Lucilian is so handsome that his mere presence outshines everything. Although his attire is identical to Lucilian's, his outstanding appearance makes it hard for the little lizard to recognize his true identity. It's not until Lucilian smiles and calls her master that Ailen realizes it's really him. What's with this form? Did something happen? It's because in this subspace, my divine power is amplified, so my appearance changed a little. Does it look strange? Not at all. You look incredibly handsome right now. So this kid isn't some unwanted puppy? Of course not. He is a special priest personally chosen by me, completely different from the clergy at the temple. Sir Anma, I feared the Duke also needed to know about this, so I brought him here to discuss it. I'm very sorry for not informing you both sooner. I couldn't reveal that secret on my own, so I had to wait until now to speak. Of course. I myself only recently learned part of the truth from Sir Anma. That's because that child hid the secret in this void. She has always been waiting for the right moment. That's why I also needed time to clarify things. What is that secret anyway? Since even Anma intended to hide it from Ailen, it's best that you don't know. If you knew all the memories and the truth, you wouldn't be able to continue living happily as Ailen. So my incomplete memories are also because of this secret? No wonder I've read this novel, but couldn't remember the details. Not only that, but you also noticed the change in Sark, didn't you? You mean all of this is because of me? I told you. That child loves this world very much too. If she hadn't hidden the truth, you probably wouldn't have made it to this day. Finally, the girl hiding in the void reveals herself. It turns out Ailen's peaceful life was always protected by the girl's silent sacrifice, because she also cherishes this world full of love. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Anma begins to explain. As I mentioned before, your soul is split into two parts, embedded in two different bodies. They are linked and intertwined, causing a fate that should have ended in death on one side to be indefinitely postponed. The soul fragments that constitute your existence are no longer functioning normally. Therefore, Master, you must personally return to your original body and sever the original life force to end all of this. So you're telling me to kill myself with my own hands? Yes, you could understand it that way. The death of the body in the 21st century was predetermined by the Star Guardian, but you deliberately escaped, breaking the rules and leading to a distortion of fate, creating the complex situation we have now. Unresigned, he has repeatedly tried to forcefully summon your soul to put things back on their original track. You may not have realized it, but the times you returned to that body were all in dreams. But no matter how many times the Star Guardian tried, they all failed in the end. It was all because of this child. To protect you, she didn't hesitate to shatter her own memories. The fragmented memories scattered around you like puzzle pieces, helping you quickly accept your new family and solidify your current identity. That's why, even when you return to your original body, you would always wake up as Ailen. But time is running out. Once the soul fragment remaining in that other body completely vanishes, you will never be able to return as Ailen again. And in the end, everything will proceed exactly as planned by the Star Guardian. So, Ailen, you must return to your original body first to break that fate. Although taking your own life is not easy, the struggle between you and the Star Guardian is accelerating the erosion of your soul. Therefore, Ailen, you must return as soon as possible. In front of Ailen, Anma bluntly asks her to sacrifice herself to save the world. It is only because her soul and her original self are still intertwined that this fantasy world is facing the threat of collapse. While the little lizard is still confused, Arno tightly grips his treasure. No matter who it is, no matter what happens, no one has the right to force you to do something you don't want to. Ailen can't miss the tremble in her father's voice, but to protect everyone, she knows she has to do this. She speaks up, asking, "So, Sir Anma, what do I need to do?" The method isn't difficult. You must return to your original body and, before you die, make that body let go of all attachments. Every element of happiness in this world was created by it, and those are the things it once longed for but couldn't have. Haven't you experienced all of those things in this world? Only when it lets go of everything, with no lingering attachments, will the Star Guardian be unable to imprison your soul. But that's easier said than done. The Guardian will surely use every trick in the book to make you reluctant to leave that world. But if you truly love this world, you have a chance to succeed. Now it's your turn to answer. Can you do it, Ailen? Under Anma's hopeful gaze, the little lizard decides to return to reality and end the original owner's life. Alright, but there's something you need to know first. Once you return to your original body, the body of Ailen will fall into a deep sleep until you awaken. Time passes differently here than in the other world. So, even if you return safely, many years may have passed here. In that case, Sir Anma, can you give me a few days to wait? Of course. Everyone in this world has taken great care of me. I want to say goodbye to them before I go. The only true dragon in the world says her goodbyes. Waking up once more, she breathes in the fresh air of this world, cheerfully waving to her maid as usual. As she opens the door, her father approaches, and the two affectionately greet each other before heading to the dining room. Breakfast is delicious, but Dad, lately I might be a little busy and won't be able to be with you. It's all right, my dear. Can you come a little closer? Arno gently strokes his little daughter's head. My precious girl, if you need anything, you must tell me. Don't worry, I'll always be by your side. But as soon as Ailen leaves, Arno takes out a picture of his daughter. He gazes at it, unable to help but blame himself. I'm such a terrible father. In this time of crisis, I can't do anything but offer useless words of comfort. Meanwhile, Lucilian is already waiting by the carriage. Master, are you heading out? May I accompany you? Are you sure? You've been so busy lately. But being by your side has never been a burden to me. All right, if you don't mind, of course you can come along. So, the two get into the carriage and head towards the Imperial City. Looking at the scenery outside, Ailen worries about whether she can actually complete her mission. Noticing the little lizard's anxiety, Lucilian gently suggests, "May I hold your hand?" Though she doesn't understand, Ailen obediently extends her hand. When you fight against fate, I will always be by your side like this. Aided by Sir Anma's power, I will protect you forever. So, don't waste your energy worrying. You will surely succeed. Thank you, Lucilian. Thank you. A few minutes later, they arrive at the Imperial Palace. Hey, Doface. You know I've been swamped with training the Crown Prince. Oh, that must be very tough. You've worked hard, Your Highness. So, despite my packed schedule, I still made time for you. But look at you, you look like you're attending a funeral. I really want to mess up that gloomy face of yours. They start bickering like elementary school students. Lillian helplessly intervenes. Your Highness, why are you so childish? Ailen, don't mind him. He only says that because he's worried about you. But you look like you have something on your mind. Is something wrong with your growth process this time? She's on a mission to save the world, choosing to hide the truth, only to be teased by the Crown Prince for being a shorty who never grows. When the little lizard comes to the Imperial Palace to say her farewells, Lillian notices the weary look on her face and asks kindly, "Did you fall asleep this time because you weren't feeling well?" It's just a phase of growth that requires sleep. It's quite a hassle. But if it's necessary for Ailen to grow up healthy, we can't complain. Hearing this, Lucilian smiles. I will take good care of my master, so you two should cheer her on with all your might. Excellent. We will cheer for you, Ailen. The next time we meet, you'd better be taller. You're the family head now. You can't be a short little dumpling forever. Hopefully, by the time you open your eyes, I'll have become a true crown prince. The tea party ends in cheerful laughter, but on the way back, Ailen can't stop blaming herself. They're all so worried about me, and yet I lied to them. Master, how can this be called a lie? You are very brave. When you return, you will surely have a more mature soul than you do now. So, what you told them wasn't a lie at all. It's a part of your growing process. Thank you, Lucilian. I feel much better now. Upon returning home, Ailen immediately visits her grandparents. Your father told us. You're here because of your body's development, right? If the family head is absent, it means that Guy will be in charge again. I don't trust him, so I'm seriously considering postponing my retirement. Grandpa, Grandma, don't worry. I'll have a proper talk with Dad. You just need to rest. Stay healthy until I wake up. That's all. Honestly, at this age, still making the elders worry. Ailen, come here. Grandma has something to say. I heard dragons take a very long time to fully mature. You will have to face many difficult things. So stop worrying about others and don't see it as a burden. Your job is to grow up happily, understand? Grandma is really looking forward to the day you're all grown up. Yes. All right. Everyone must stay healthy until we meet again. Ailen is consumed by guilt for hiding the truth and feels ashamed as the family head, but her usually strict grandmother gently comforts her, telling her not to feel like a burden. As family, they must support and help each other. Facing the irresponsible act of falling into a long sleep, the little lizard decides to hold a family meeting. Thank you all for coming on such short notice. Today, I have something important to say. First, please allow me to offer my sincerest apologies to everyone. You've probably all heard that I'm about to enter a long sleep. Although I've just taken on the position of family head and haven't fully earned everyone's recognition, I can't help but leave it this time. For this, I am truly sorry. Ailen, you don't need to apologize. Hold your head high. As the previous family head, I also feel the weight of this great responsibility. At this moment, Bruno suddenly speaks up. On this point, I have never denied it. The right to choose the successor belongs entirely to the previous head. Moreover, it was confirmed by everyone at the party that you are indeed a direct descendant of the Itam family. Perhaps you want to hear direct recognition from everyone here. So, among those present, does anyone object to Ailen being the head? No one expected the one speaking up to be Bruno, as he was the most vehemently opposed at the beginning. I think Bruno is right. The family head is completely worthy. Besides, the outside world still sees Arno as the family's representative, so your temporary absence won't cause any major problems. The Itam family is still the Itam family, not one to be easily shaken. When the head needs us, we are always ready to be your support. So please rest assured and entrust everything to us. Hearing those words, Ailen smiles brightly. Thank you, everyone, for your understanding. Even knowing it's a lie, Ailen brazenly asks for everyone's forgiveness. Seeing the unconditional support from her family at the meeting, the little lizard is deeply moved and can only repay them with her sincerity. After the meeting, she immediately stops Bruno as he's about to leave. Thank you, uncle, for speaking up for me. The arrogant high priest uses his gruffness to hide his embarrassment. I have no idea what you're talking about. I was just stating the facts. Uncle. Bruno, you're still so shy. Who are you calling shy? If there's nothing else to say, I'm leaving. Oh, right. I've named the cat. Come see it yourself when you have time. Only then does Ailen remember her promise to her uncle. It turns out he's always remembered. I'll definitely come visit. As for her siblings, she has to ask Roland to pass on her farewell. My lady, are you sure this is all right? You could actually deliver it yourself. But everyone is so busy, I don't want to bother them with my personal matters. Although she really wants to say goodbye to each of them, there isn't much time left. And then there's Richard. This time, she can't just leave without a word like she did 5 years ago, when he had become a man. At this moment, Lucilian approaches. Master, the carriage is ready. The two head to the mansion. Ailen, because the magic tower only allows authorized personnel entry, still can't contact Richard. To make up for her regret, She comes here in person today, hoping to hand-deliver the letter containing her feelings. However, just as they enter the gate, a loud call stops them. They're stunned to see the purple-haired boy standing drenched in the rain. I thought Master would want to see this guy, so I sent word for him to come beforehand. Master, did I do well? On the verge of saving the world, Ailen prepares to leave once again, but unexpectedly, Lucilian has called Richard over. Her previous departure, without a word 5 years ago, broke his heart. So this time, will I have to wait a very long time again? Faced with that question, the little lizard can only say remorsefully, I'm sorry, I don't know how to answer you. But I believe we will eventually meet again. So, until I wake up, please take good care of yourself. You promised. You can't stand me up again this time, or I'll be really mad. Although Aileen smiles brightly and agrees. No matter how brave she acts, when her father asks with a pained voice, Aileen, are you still okay? The fears and anxieties hidden deep inside her finally break. She fears the coldness and cruelty of her so-called family in the other world. She fears she will never see the people she loves in this world again. But as long as I overcome this ordeal, I can live happily. Happily with everyone. Thinking of that, my body fills with strength again. So I'll be fine, Dad. My daughter is stronger than I ever imagined. Aileen, take this with you. It's a sparkling dragon pearl. Is it really okay for me to take this precious family heirloom? The gods chose you anyway, so it won't be a problem. Who would care about an old toy? Thank you. Dad, I believe you will definitely return safely. That night, back in her bedroom, the little lizard Aileen stares at the dragon pearl in her hand. Although it couldn't grant her wish last time, maybe this time it will. She closes her eyes and prays, hoping she can overcome all challenges ahead and return safely. Just then, Lucilian arrives on time. Master, are you ready? After receiving her affirmative nod, he takes Aileen's hand tightly. Now I will relay Sir Anma's final message. When you open your eyes again, you will awaken in the other world. Please remember, no matter how much the world you once knew has completely changed, no matter what you have to go through, you must absolutely not be enchanted. So, with this plan to log herself out, will Aileen succeed? The Star Guardian with a malicious intent to destroy the world has kidnapped the Duke's beloved daughter. To save the world with Anma's help, Aileen has returned to the 21st century, the original world of her host. But under the influence of the Star Guardian's immense power, the little lizard not only forgets her identity as Aileen, but even her purpose for being here has been completely erased. She wakes up in a hospital room with a strange feeling, as if she has just experienced a long dream. In that dream, she seemed to have lived very happily, but she can't recall any details. Suddenly, a loud noise comes from the door. She sees the person's hands trembling, their eyes filled with disbelief as they stare at her. Oh my God, you're really awake. This is wonderful. The woman rushes over and hugs the girl tightly. Thank heavens. You don't know how worried everyone was for you. My only daughter, I thought. I had lost you forever. Honey, come in quick, our treasure is awake. The harsh grandmother from her memories is approaching. The girl instinctively shrinks back, but the old woman carefully and timidly tries to be friendly. I've been too hard on you all this time. I'm truly sorry. At this moment, her father also bows his head in remorse, criticizing himself. Almost losing you this time has made us realize how wrong we were. Please forgive us. Give our family a chance to make it up to you. Although she knows the people before her are her relatives, the girl still feels something is wrong. Her mind feels like it's in a fog. Her usually arrogant younger brother is also uncharacteristically gentle and considerate, asking after her. Although these are things she has always longed to hear. Since she was little, everything feels so forced that she doesn't feel any joy at all. Their warm words feel like they're intentionally mimicking someone else. It must be because I've been asleep for too long, she thinks. I shouldn't. Thinking this way, she tells herself this might be a chance to mend her relationship with her family. As long as she continues to open her heart, this feeling of unease will surely fade over time. The person who always favored sons over daughters is now apologizing to her granddaughter. But Ailen, with her memory lost, feels a heavy weight in her heart hearing her family's warm words. Every time she vaguely remembers something, their concern appears and distracts her, causing the flickering sparks of beautiful memories in her mind to be washed away. Just as she's trying to convince herself that all the strangeness is a side effect of being in a coma for too long, a clear sound catches her attention. It's a very expensive-looking necklace. The girl picks up the necklace and quickly runs after the person ahead. "Excuse me, did you drop this?" Immediately after, she is stunned by the other person's breathtaking beauty. Is this person a celebrity? It's not until she hears him speak that she snaps out of it. "Sorry, I was staring for too long, a bit distracted." "It's okay, you don't have to apologize. As a thank you, let me buy you a drink." "That's very kind, but you really don't have to buy me a drink." "How could I not? This necklace is incredibly precious to me." Just like that, through a few lines of conversation, the two become acquainted. The young man explains that a dear friend of his is in the hospital, but luckily, that person has recovered and is about to be discharged. "That's really good news. That person must be very important to you, right?" "Yes. They changed my entire life." The young man's warm demeanor and gentle voice make her feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity and reliance. However, happy moments always pass quickly, and when both have to part, the young man smiles and says, "Congratulations on being discharged tomorrow." "Well, see you next time." That strange remark leaves the girl frozen in place. Does someone so handsome and thoughtful really exist? The cold can in her hand reminds her that it's all real. Never mind, it's getting dark. I should head back to my room first. But how did I not remember telling him I'm being discharged tomorrow? The next day, her mother comes to the hospital to handle the discharge procedures. "Sweetheart, don't wander off, okay? If you need anything, just call me." "Okay." "Yes, Mom. I'm not a child anymore." When her mother leaves, she rummages through her bag in boredom and happens to find her old, broken phone. Although the screen is shattered, it can still turn on. To kill time, nothing is better than reading comics. She had found her old broken phone. "I haven't read in a while. There must be a lot of new chapters." The Secret Adoption? Is this The Secret Adoption? The series I used to follow? Why does the plot feel so different from my memory? Just as the girl realizes the comic she followed has changed, with the main character and plot completely different from her memory. The name in the comic. Ailen, why does that sound so familiar? Who's calling me? As she tries to remember, the phone is suddenly snatched away. The girl realizes who it is. Looking up at her mother, she suddenly notices the woman's gaze is like she's looking at a dead person. She softly calls, "Mom." The next second, the woman's expression changes 180 degrees. "Oh dear, look at my memory. I should have bought you a new phone." "It's okay, Mom. I can just use this one, it still works." But the woman, without another word, drags her away, insisting she must buy a new phone. Think of it as a congratulatory gift for your discharge. Although her mother's earlier gaze was terrifying, seeing her eagerness now, perhaps she was just overthinking. "But Mom, my phone just needs a little repair to work again. Let's not waste money. Don't you remember? It was because of this phone that the accident happened. So every time I see it, those horrifying memories flood my mind." The girl tries to remember. It seems there was a phone call then. But there seems to be something else. What was it? Her head starts to throb again. Just then, her mother rushes over and hugs her tightly. "I'm just worried about you. You understand how I feel, right?" But the girl feels extremely uneasy. She knows the woman is just worried about her, but why does this hug make her so anxious? "Sweetheart, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Let's rest for a bit." "I'm fine, Mom. It's just that I'm not used to being out of the hospital yet." She tells herself that she must live in harmony with her family, so she's not allowed to have this uncomfortable feeling. That night, the girl holds the new phone her mother just bought, thinking about everything that has happened since she woke up. Although her family's love surrounds her, she feels like she has fallen into a meticulously woven cage. Am I overthinking things? It must be. I guess I'm still too tired. In bed, she tries to convince herself that this unease is just because she's not used to it yet. The next second, a knock sounds on the door, followed by her father's voice. "Sweetheart, are you awake?" The girl hesitates before replying. She wonders what her father wants. "Welcome home, my daughter. And I love you. Good night." Hearing this, she becomes even more panicked. Before, she had craved her family's affection so much. But now those words entering her ears make her extremely uncomfortable. In a daze, she sees her hands shrink, her body feeling light, as if enveloped by something warm. "I'm so happy you're my daughter." Ailen. That voice is so gentle and familiar. It feels like she's heard it somewhere before. But who is Ailen? The next morning, the girl rubs her throbbing forehead. Why does she keep having this recurring dream, yet when she tries to recall it, she can't remember? It's as if her memory is shrouded in a thick fog. Since being discharged, she has been at home. For a long time, her health has fully recovered, but her family continues to care for her excessively. Watching everyone bustle with their daily tasks, she suddenly realizes her life seems too leisurely, and she has become lazy. This won't do. I can't go on like this. So that very day, she informs her father that she has found a job. To avoid troubling everyone, she has even rented a room for herself. Although her family strongly objects to her working, the girl doesn't pay much attention and immediately starts packing. "Do you really want to move out?" "There's no need. I can drive you every day." "It's okay, Mom. I'm not a child anymore. If I need anything, I'll ask for your help." Actually, everyone treats her very well now, but for some reason, she always feels tense. The guilt in her heart weighs her down, making it hard to breathe. Perhaps being apart for a while will be good for everyone. Suddenly, a small wooden box falls from a corner of the closet. This looks so old. What did I keep inside? Never mind, I'll just move these big boxes first. She casually tosses the wooden box into her backpack. After saying goodbye to her family and arriving at her new place, she coincidentally meets him again. The handsome young man from the hospital. He proactively greets her, and his handsome appearance truly captures her heart. Through a brief conversation, she discovers they live in the same apartment building. The young man shares that his friend has also been discharged from the hospital, so he hopes they can meet more often. Although he is talking about his friend, she feels as if he is speaking to her. It's not until she gets back to her room that she realizes she forgot to ask his name again. With a sigh, she starts to unpack her things from home. She takes out the old wooden box and is shocked to find a notebook and a sparkling, priceless crystal orb, a dragon pearl, hidden inside. The notebook contains the story of a comic she created with all her childhood imagination. People really can't sympathize with their younger selves. So why didn't I throw it away and just hide it in the closet? Thinking back, the story in this comic is very familiar. The plot is just like the one she was reading about the adopted girl. At that time, she was confused by the plot changes in that comic. Just because of a phone call with the words, "I love you," Ailen becomes completely manipulated. Her bright eyes instantly turn lifeless and dazed. She dazedly clutches the wooden box and walks out of her room. She wanders outside in a trance. Though it's pitch black outside, the girl shows no fear, muttering to herself, "That's right, my family loves me now, so I have to throw this away. I can't fantasize about unrealistic things anymore. I have everything I want, other things don't matter." Just as she raises her hand to throw the box, a hand suddenly grabs her wrist. The box falls to the ground, and the girl's vacant eyes immediately regain their clarity. "I'm sorry for scaring you, but you didn't seem okay, so I acted rashly." Before he can finish, the girl's vision goes dark and she stumbles, about to faint. Struggling to stay upright, she quickly says, "Thank you. I just felt a little dizzy." Looking down at her bare feet, she mutters, Why did I run outside barefoot like this? After the call with her mother, her memory became hazy, as if some force had possessed her. Her body moved on its own, out of her control. Thank you so much for today, not only for bringing me back, but also for giving me your shoes. It's a small thing, nothing at all. But may I ask why you were standing there? I'm not sure. I think I was going to throw something away. This notebook? It's so well written. If you don't need it, can I have it? Hey, mister, when did you start snooping? How can you just take other people's things without permission? Don't be mad. You were going to throw it away anyway. Better to give it to me. This is my dark history. I'm not giving it to you. Just then, a large truck speeds towards them without warning. In a hair-raising moment, the young man yanks her back, asking kindly, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" "No, I'm fine. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been hit again." "I'm glad you're okay. Here's your stuff. Don't lose it again." "Why? Didn't you want to take it?" "But you refused, so I can't force you. But please don't throw it away. It's just a childish story I wrote when I was little." "I don't find it childish at all. On the contrary, it holds the most beautiful wishes of a child. So, please cherish it." Just as Ailen is manipulated into throwing away the object connecting the two worlds, the young man appears and wakes her up. He tells her that childhood fantasies are nothing to be ashamed of. They are aspirations for a beautiful world and are worth keeping. Thank you for enlightening me. I will definitely keep it safe. By the way, what's your name? Can we be friends? I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for your help. Instead, the young man just leans close to her ear and gently says one thing. "Sorry, everything in the box is very precious. Well, see you next time." In bed, the girl mutters, "What a strange guy. I asked for his name, but he changed the subject. Does he not want to give me his contact information?" Speaking of the crystal orb, it really doesn't look like a toy. Besides its sparkling beauty, holding it gives her a feeling of refreshment and relief, both physically and mentally. Who gave me this? With this question in mind, she falls asleep. In her dream, she sees a man with flowing green hair gently saying, "Take it and play." She replies, "I will definitely return safely." "All right, Ailen. I will wait for you." The next day, she wakes up feeling full of energy, seeing her beloved dragon pearl beside her. She wonders, is it all thanks to this? The next moment, a knock sounds on the door. Who could it be? Is it the handsome guy from yesterday? When she opens the door, she finds it's her mother, who has come to check on what happened last night. Seeing her, the girl is startled and instinctively hides the dragon pearl behind her back, saying she's perfectly fine. Really? Lying isn't what good children do. Really, nothing happened. I even slept very well. Oh my, sweetheart, why are you holding that piece of junk? You should throw that trash away immediately. If you really need a silly toy marble, I can buy you a new one. Now, be a good girl and give it to me. The girl doesn't understand why her mother's attitude has changed so suddenly. What kind of magic does this orb possess? To force her daughter to throw away this trash, the woman doesn't hesitate to tear off her usual hypocritical mask. "You have to listen to me. Give it here, I'll throw it away for you. Would I ever harm you?" Facing her mother, who has turned as scary as a demon, the girl pushes her away with all her might. Just as she's panicking about where to run, a handsome young man appears from behind her. He skillfully takes her hand and quickly pulls her towards the emergency exit, listening as her mother's calls grow more distant. The girl speaks coldly, "Who are you? Why do you keep following me? It's not safe here. They'll find us soon." She doesn't understand why this person is helping her, but seeing the doubt in her eyes, the young man suddenly pulls her into his arms, whispering, "I'm sorry, but please wait a moment. I'll explain everything later." Soon after, the voices of her younger brothers echo from nearby. "Sister, where are you?" The image of her family, like puppets on a string, terrifies her. Once they are far away, the young man suggests, "I know a very safe place. Let's go there." As if bewitched, The girl obediently follows him, piecing together the recent events as she walks. Her mother and brothers seem to be controlled by some force, just like what she experienced last night. There are too many strange things surrounding her, including this mysterious young man. Moreover, since when did Seoul have a place like this? The young man kindly reminds her, "Watch your step, it's a bit dark here." "Who are you? How do you know my name? Have you been following me all this time?" "No." "Yes, I have always been watching over you. Now you're not even bothering to pretend anymore. It's not fair. I don't even know who you are. I'm sorry. I can't tell you right now, or they will discover my existence. We're here, this is the place." When the door opens, a gentle light immediately illuminates the girl's cheeks. The brilliant, magnificent sunset is just like a fairy tale. It's just that the scene seems so familiar, as if she's seen it somewhere before. Until the dragon pearl once again emits a dazzling light, the veil of mystery surrounding the girl is finally lifted. In the sunlight, he saw a beautiful sunset. At dusk, she seems to faintly see the figure of a white angel. At that moment, the young man takes off his outer jacket gently, draping it over her. "It's a bit cold here, you should wear this. And don't worry, they won't be able to find you here." "Thank you. Do you find my family strange?" "Actually, before I was discharged, my relationship with them was not good at all. But ever since I woke up, they suddenly started apologizing to me, not only taking care of me meticulously, but also telling me they love me. Those were things I had always longed for, yet when I got them, the resistance in my heart was overwhelming. I even wanted to run away all the time. Moreover, their actions always remind me of someone. That person often appears in my dreams, but I can't remember who they are. It's strange, right?" "No. He's clearly a stranger, but only with him do I feel a sense of belonging." "I think you're absolutely right. You should follow your heart. Ever since I woke up, I've always felt like I've lost something incredibly important. No matter how hard I try, I can't figure it out. I can't think it through. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Maybe you could try praying to this." The young man looks at the sparkling orb in her hand. In the depths of her mind, she has a strong belief that what the young man says is true. With determination, she places a gentle kiss on the orb, pouring all her deepest wishes into it. This familiar scene, it seems she has done this in her dreams before. At that moment, the dragon pearl emits a brilliant light in a flash, enveloping her entire body as if trying to pull her in. Seeing this, the young man quickly reassures her, "Don't be afraid. Wish for what you truly desire. Believe in yourself, you can definitely do it. Remember, you always wanted to reclaim what you've lost." "That's right. I want to know everything. So I absolutely cannot back down." In that moment, reels of past memories flood her mind, becoming a noble princess of the Itam family, chosen by Arno, framed and killed, then being sold at auction due to her beastkin identity. Finally, her father found her and brought her home. Back then, she had a doting family, an admirable friendship, and a childhood friend. But to supply himself with energy, the despicable Star Guardian brazenly invaded the Duke's mansion to kidnap her. They want to imprison Ailen here forever. At this moment, the little lizard finally recovers her lost memories. She not only has a loving family, but also a Richard who has been devotedly in love with her since childhood. She thought she would be happy forever, but her past self appeared, shattered the illusion, and told her the truth about this world. "So, Ailen, you must remember one thing. No matter how perfect this world becomes and caters to your every whim, you must never allow yourself to be deceived. Believe in yourself. There are far more miracles in this world than you can imagine." In this instant, the young woman finally remembers everything. Afterwards, she wearily collapses to one side, looking at the person supporting her. She thinks to herself, "So, he is Lucilian." The next second, Lucilian's expression turns grim. "Damn it. The sun is setting faster than expected. It seems he has found us." Before Ailen can ask more, The young man vanishes into thin air, and she is once again pulled into that silent, empty space. I never thought you would bring that power-filled item all the way here. It seems I was too careless. Just erasing your memories wasn't enough. You don't need to be so tense. After all, I've never harmed you, the Star Guardian says arrogantly. How shameless. What right do you have to arbitrarily alter someone else's memories? I did it for your own good. Don't forget, you wished for it yourself. I granted you a more wonderful world. What is there to complain about? Do you think I want that fake love? Ailen shouts in fury. Is a fairy tale world real? Don't forget, you are the creator. Everything in that other world operates according to your will. Compared to the love of those fictional beings, the love from your real family in this world is what you've always craved. Haven't you? Always yearned for that familial bond? Return. This is your true home. Those who lose the chance of reincarnation will eventually become wandering souls in the void until they turn to dust. The Star Guardian never expected the pawn he always toyed with would now openly defy him, despite his attempts to coax and brainwash Ailen into believing the 21st century is her true home. The sincere, unconditional love from Arno, Sarkin, Richard, and Lucilian compels her to discard this illusion. Even if she created them, they still have their own emotions, their own joys and sorrows. What you call a real family is nothing more than puppets under your control. They never truly loved me. Real, fake. Fake, real, does it really matter? In any case, I gave you the world you desired, didn't I? So now, shouldn't you pay the price for it? Accept your fate. Don't be as ungrateful as your Ailen alter ego. So you're telling me to give up my identity as Ailen? Yes, you just need to obediently accept it. But why should I? Actually, when we absorb the energy released when a world collapses, it's to restore mental power. With it, new worlds can continue to be born. Don't try to deceive me. Anma told me the whole truth. You imprisoned me in this reality and severed my soul, just to hoard power and make yourself stronger. Now you want me to abandon the world where my family and friends live, to become your food once more? Never. I want that world to continue to exist. Whether I'm there or not, I still want them to live their own lives. Don't you dare try to emotionally blackmail me with love. The Star Guardian laughs mockingly. It seems there are too many misunderstandings between us. What did I just say? The energy we absorb is reused for creation. Energy from the destruction of the old world provides power for the new one. Lost souls can also be reborn with a completely new identity. Are you really going to cruelly snuff out their chance of rebirth for your own selfishness? The higher being has set up a game, using the pure souls of children to create worlds, then destroying them to seize their power. But Ailen refuses to remain a manipulated pawn. Today, she will step onto the board and become the one who controls the game. Facing the Star Guardian, she fiercely resists. The man scoffs. When you witness everything with your own eyes, will you still be able to maintain this resolve? Open your eyes and see, because of your selfishness, what a tragic end they will have. Your family, your friends, will all drift aimlessly in the void and eventually turn to dust. It's you who has deprived them of the chance of rebirth. Unrecognized souls will never have the chance to be reborn. They will fall into an eternal sleep from which they will never awaken. Under our guidance, they can attain eternal life. Nothing is more important than that. With me here, at least they have a chance to start over. Ailen, it is you who has brought them misfortune. You really consider that eternal life? Even if the world they are reborn into will soon be buried in collapse, repeating this over and over is just replaying tragedies. Ever since I woke up, although it was a pretense, the people in my house all pretended to love me very much. Even though they tried to apologize and make amends, and I tried to open my heart to them. In the end, that fake love can only deceive someone for a moment. Now that I have regained all my memories, I truly understand the meaning of love. Love is always feeling like you can't do enough, but also cherishing what you receive. Only with my Itam family can I give my sincere love. So, give up. No matter what tricks you pull, even if I have to accept failure or Face the most tragic consequences. I will never submit. I am no longer a timid, weak little girl. I am Ailen Itam, the head of the Itam family. What an arrogant and selfish brat. For your own happiness, you're willing to watch the souls of your family and friends suffer. Haven't I already given you the answer to that question long ago? In this world, no one and nothing can manipulate all things according to their will. But my personality is just that stubborn and willful. What are you going to do about it? What a pity. Your ambition will never be realized. He scoffs coldly. Kid, you're always so naive. If you refuse a toast, you'll be forced to drink a forfeit. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Keeping your soul is also a good option. Once you lose it, you'll even forget what it means to desire happiness. The only thing you can do then is lie in that body and wait for death. That's not what you want to see. Ailen tells herself she must return to her original world. The next moment, an immense power erupts from her body. The Star Guardian can't believe what's happening before his eyes. How can she use spatial power? Could it be the Dragon Pearl? Damn it. Time is running out. Ailen falls from the sky. What just happened? Why did the Star Guardian disappear? Before she can call out, a familiar voice rings out. Congratulations, you did it. It's been a while, Ailen. Anma, this shouldn't be this easy. What's going on? Wasn't I fighting the Star Guardian? And what do you mean I did it? It's just as you think. You defeated him. That entity will never be able to interfere with you again. As expected of Ailen, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's just a shame the other world is about to perish. Your original body has also reached its limit. As they talk, the void begins to twist, and a young man with hair as lustrous as an emerald suddenly appears, saying, I borrowed your power, secretly infiltrated your original world, and stayed by your side. So, that handsome man was you. You're too kind. Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. That's right, Ailen. You've realized what you truly desire. Now, you have to find what you truly desire. You have severed the chain of attachment. Your soul no longer belongs to them. Congratulations, you have finally become a complete Ailen. After getting the answer from Anma, Ailen asks in disbelief, so you mean I can return to Ailen's world? At this moment, the void begins to collapse, which means they have escaped the fate created by the Star Guardian. But I have one more question. The Star Guardian told me before that if I exist as Ailen, the souls of that world might wander forever in the void. Although I've made my choice, I don't want that to actually happen. Anma replies disdainfully, he wasn't entirely correct. All right, maybe things will happen as that bastard said. But it's better than choosing to have everyone disappear immediately, right? Besides, that won't happen for a very long time. Before then, we'll have plenty of time to find a solution. From now on, this is the domain of the gods, so you don't need to worry. And besides, don't you still have me? Perhaps you are a being close to a god, but I am also qualified enough to act as an administrator to share the burden with you. Thank you, Anma. But is that really okay? My master, you have already done more than enough. All right, don't wear that gloomy face. A beautiful face like this should be happy, right? You're about to go home, aren't you happy? That's not the issue. I am very happy. At this moment, Anma also smiles and says, then this is the final gift for you. Ailen looks curiously. What is this? This is the fragment. The last fragment your original soul left behind in the void. This is also the last piece, which means she is gone. That's right. There will no longer be any trace of her existence in this world. But before being completely erased into the void, she wanted to become 1 inch with your soul. This is not only her last wish, but also a blessing she bestows upon you. She said she hopes that at least one of you can be happy. In that instant, she says, Ailen's heart is enveloped by an unprecedented warmth.